Chapter 1. The Apprenticeship. Sunlight peered through the dense foliage of the forest, diffusing only a scant amount of light. The air was thick with a mingled scents of moss and decayed wood, while the ground was a tangle of entwined roots and scattered stones. Amongst this natural labyrinth, four individuals trudged forward with considerable effort. The leading figure appeared the most mature among them, though he was far from having reached the age of true adulthood. The three trailing behind him were mere children, giving the whole group the semblance of a merry outing. However, this dreaming magic forest was not an ideal location for a casual excursion. The older boy wielded a machete, hacking a path through the vines and underbrush, while the lad at the back carried the collective burden of the group's supplies. The boy and girl tucked between them seemed to navigate the obstacles effortlessly. "It seems finding a new camping spot before sunset is quite the challenge," said the leader, Kate. "Jerry, could you climb up to the treetops again and see if there's any flat ground nearby?" He instructed the empty-handed boy. "Again, it's me," Jerry groaned, his reluctance apparent on his face, though internally he felt a sense of pride. After all, he was the only one among them who understood the art of levitation. "Spirits of the air, heed my call. By my pact with the wind god, free the earth from its binding." As he recited the incantation, Jerry gradually rose into the air, ascending towards the treetops until he vanished within the thick canopy. "To the southeast, 5 miles away, there's a hill," Jerry announced from the treetops. "He'll scout ahead." "Another one sneaking off," muttered another. "Just because he can fly," another chimed in. "Let's make sure to give him a good thrashing later," suggested another voice. "Let him feast on raw meat tonight. Let him keep watch alone," a final remark added. In the absence of the accused, the remaining members of the party had already passed judgment on Jerry's indiscretions, while the poor lad remained blissfully ignorant. After 2 arduous hours, they finally reached the hill, having traversed a particularly difficult path, resulting in their arrival just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Before nightfall descended completely, the travelers had to erect their tents and gather enough wood to kindle a bonfire. Naturally, the trio on the jury did not partake in the labor according to the conventions of civilized society. A prisoner absolved of guilt might reduce their sentence through hard labor. "I'm exhausted. My feet are killing me," one complained. "Bertina, you can't be tired when you haven't navigated, cleared the path, or even carried any supplies," Jerry protested. "Get to work and stop talking," came the curt reply. "Bertina, could you at least act like a lady?" "Gentility is subjective," she retorted. "Those two still have the energy to squabble. Their burdens must be too light," Kate whispered to Enleiko, who nodded in agreement. As night fell, a campfire crackled to life before the tent, the wood gathered by Jerry. Kate, skilled in fire magic, easily ignited it with a mere flick of his wrist. Meanwhile, Bertina busied herself preparing the game Jerry had caught. Gazing into the rising flames, Enleiko's thoughts drifted back to his homeland. His home was Savina, a quaint town on the banks of the Dathao River. Though small, it thrived due to its proximity to the second-largest city, Nuna. Enleiko's father ran a general store there, often calling on his son for help with customers or accounts, leaving Enleiko little time to play. "It's all for you, my son," his father would say. Thus, Enleiko's childhood dream blossomed to grow up and establish a grand department store in Nuna. Often, merchants from Nuna would visit Savina, arriving in splendid carriages and then transferring to horses or camels to continue their journeys. Enleiko watched with envy as they regaled tales of the bustling city, such as the grand opening of the Central Theater or the vibrant festival celebrations. Yet he had never left Savina until meeting his mentor. His mentor, Victor, was a magician. Before Victor's arrival, Savina had been devoid of magic. His presence stirred up excitement among the townsfolk, for now they had their own magician. However, the initial enthusiasm quickly faded. Victor was far from the archetypal mage. He lacked the discipline expected of one. He was both a drunkard and a lecher, and while mages were not bound by monastic rules of abstinence, the practice of spellcasting demanded immense focus. As a result, most magicians tended to be composed and austere, leading lives marked by discipline. Nevertheless, Victor's greatest fault was not merely his indulgences, it was the abysmal quality of his spells. He struggled with magical control, either overdoing it or falling short, sometimes failing to conjure any magic at all. Following a few unfortunate incidents that left chaos in the town, no one dared solicit his magical assistance anymore. The wealthy citizens initially hoped to forge connections with other mages through Victor, but they soon abandoned the idea. Rumors of Victor's dubious reputation began to circulate. He had misappropriated funds from the association, enticed a client's wife, even stolen a church's idol most despicably. He had used his identity to deceive young women, and at least one of his many sins that Enleiko was acutely aware of was deeply in debt. At last, Enleiko's father, having reached his limit, confronted Victor on one occasion when he entered the store again to make another purchase on credit, of course. They argued for some time until Enleiko's father stood firm, ultimately forcing Victor to settle half of his debt, the remainder to be paid once he received his monthly stipend from the Magic Association. Father reluctantly acquiesced and stepped inside to fetch the account books. Seizing the moment, Victor approached Enleiko, flashing a grin. "Would you like to learn magic, young one?" "Yes," Enleiko replied without hesitation. "Then you shall be my student," Victor declared promptly. Thus began Enleiko's journey as Victor's first and only disciple. Of course, Victor's debts were wiped clean, and from that moment on, he dispatched Enleiko to fetch whatever he needed from Enleiko's father. For many years, Enleiko's father would wonder why Victor chose to be a magician rather than a merchant, for he possessed a clear aptitude for the latter. After taking Victor as a mentor, Enleiko found his days occupied only with morning cleanup and late-night excursions to retrieve Victor from the tavern. At times, he would run errands for Victor, usually fetching mundane items from his family's store. Thankfully, Victor rarely tasked him with anything of value. Victor rarely arose before sunset, leading Enleiko to sometimes wonder if he was of vampiric ancestry. Generally, Victor spent his waking hours indulging at Uncle Todd's tavern, the only one besides Enleiko's father willing to grant him credit. However, unlike Enleiko's father, Uncle Todd seemed to have faith in the magician, never once demanding payment. Before Enleiko became Victor's disciple, there were instances when the latter would sleep off his drunkenness at Uncle Todd's, though he had also experienced nights sprawled out on the streets. Now, every night after hours had passed, it was Enleiko's duty to retrieve Victor. Initially, he would carry the man home, but after one unfortunate incident where Victor vomited all over him, Enleiko switched tactics, now dragging him back instead. Victor's teaching method leaned heavily towards self-study. He had not taught Enleiko any spells, merely tossing him a tome of magic and instructing him to memorize its incantations and meditate as indicated within. After Enleiko had thoroughly memorized the spells and gleaned a basic understanding of the meditation practices, he endeavored to practice the spells, yet repeatedly failed to summon any magic. Eventually, during one of Victor's rare sober moments, Enleiko voiced his frustration about his magical limitations. The response was astonishing. It turned out that Enleiko's aptitude was entirely unsuited for the wizarding arts. Most of the magic wielded by sorcerers relied on the harnessing of magical elements through one's mental prowess. The stronger one's spirit, the quicker elements could be drawn together, resulting in a tighter grasp and greater control over them. This delineated the varying ranks of magical proficiency: apprentice, novice, intermediate, advanced, archmage, and magus. Two primary types of individuals lack the capacity to harness magic. The first bore insufficient spiritual strength, the majority of people falling into this category, which accounted for the rarity of magicians. The other type possessed strong spirits, yet their energy was diffused rather than concentrated. Enleiko belonged to this latter category. Having learned the reason behind his struggles, Enleiko found little cause for distress after all. His lifelong aspiration had merely been to manage a humble grocery store. The inability to wield magic was not a particularly devastating revelation. However, he kept his struggles regarding magic from his father, continuing with the seemingly fruitless practice of meditation, maintaining the peaceful existence known to him. In Enleiko's recollection, Victor rarely rose early. Yet, there was one day each month when he would rise with unusual alacrity, present himself neatly, and refrain from his usual drinking. This particular day signified the gathering of the Magic Association, a chance for Victor to obtain his long-awaited stipend. As was his routine, that morning, Victor was positively buzzing with enthusiasm as he dashed off to the association, utilizing a teleportation circle located in their upstairs laboratory. Yet, unlike his usual self, he returned home before noon. "What prompted you to leave the association's banquet early?" Enleiko asked, surprised to find Victor back so soon. Quickly, gather your things. We're leaving. Victor barked a terse order. Where are we going? Enleiko inquired. Dul. If you wish to know more, ask on the way. Just prepare yourself. Will we be gone long? Maybe. Prepare well, came the brusque reply. With Victor's urging, Enleiko hurried from the room, racing homeward. Upon seeing his son sprinting back, Enleiko's father abandoned the waiting customers. What's wrong? His father asked anxiously, having been worried about the potential mishaps since his son had begun trailing after the rascally magician. Oh no, father, don't fret. Everything is fine. I'm simply retrieving supplies, as my teacher is taking me on a journey. What destination? I don't know. My master didn't specify where or for how long. He merely advised me to pack adequately. Enleiko related what little information he possessed, which was hardly enough. With that, he busily began packing his belongings. Realizing there was little additional information to glean from his son, his father joined in to help. Thankfully, the general store, brimming with travel gear and supplies, suitable for various excursions, meant preparation would take no time at all. With a modest load, but sufficient provisions for most trips, including essentials for venturing into wilderness and desert terrains, Enleiko stepped out. Though he had never journeyed far from home, Enleiko had taken the opportunity to assist his father in the shop, often engaging with numerous travelers, making him something of an expert in selecting provisions. Standing under the eaves of his house, he dropped his bags and turned for a farewell gesture to his father, who suddenly felt the weight of impending separation, as if his son might never return to their grocery. Before him stood a young adventurer in the making, far too grand for the confines of their humble store. Enleiko bolted back towards his mentor's laboratory. Lock the door and come directly upstairs. Victor's voice echoed from the upper floor. Nervously, Enleiko ascended to the lab. Here, an intricate teleportation array made of bronze awaited, featuring 5 circular discs. Victor sat cross-legged upon one of them, beckoning Enleiko over. Join me, sit here, he instructed, gesturing to another disc beside him. Upon seating himself, Enleiko was suddenly enveloped in an otherworldly sensation. The atmosphere grew silent, only to be quickly overwhelmed by visions of oceans, deserts, mountains, jungles, cities, and wilderness all at once. It was as though he soared through a myriad of landscapes, their wonders shifting and blurring, the sun setting and rising, glaciers gleaming. After an indeterminate stretch of time, Enleiko awoke from this reverie. Did you enjoy your journey? Victor asked, eyeing his student with a knowing expression. Apologies, I was entranced by the visions, Enleiko murmured, embarrassed. Those are not mere illusions. The landscapes depicted are real locations scattered across the globe. What you witnessed is the memory of this magical array, which has traveled to various realms, adding memories with each visit. Some dismiss these sights as illusions and dispel them, while others perceive them as a means of connection. As Enleiko found himself lost in contemplation, Victor quickly reminded him, enough thinking, we've already squandered precious time. Let us prepare for departure. Following Victor's instructions, Enleiko closed his eyes and centered himself as taught. Once he stabilized, Victor settled into his meditative posture, hands forming a series of seals as he intoned, non-fiction, non-law, supersede law, forbidden law. Suddenly, Enleiko felt a violent jolt, the world swirling chaotically before him, followed by yet another intense shudder. We've arrived. At the sound of Victor's voice, Enleiko opened his eyes to find himself standing on a platform made of gleaming white marble, circular in shape with each end extending nearly 100 meters apart. Beneath him lay a gigantic magical array, vastly larger than the one in the laboratory, though its design was entirely different. Quickly, help me up, Victor exclaimed, irate at having been forgotten. Only then did Enleiko remember his poor mentor. He half-fooled, half-coerced Victor to his feet, and after a brief moment of rest, picked up his belongings, falling in a step behind him as they ventured into the city. As they walked, Victor provided Enleiko with a rough overview of their situation. It turned out that the Magic Association mandated that each new apprentice must register with the association after being accepted, attending an upcoming trial the following year. Those who succeeded would earn the title of apprentice and be formally registered, whereas failures would need to return the following year for another attempt, and repeated failures would render them ineligible. Last year, Victor secretly registered Enleiko for this year's trial, making Enleiko's mandatory appearance the first requirement for entrance. You have two paths ahead of you. First, you can forego the trial and return to aid your father at the grocery store. Second, you can sign up for the trial and, if you fail, return to the grocery to assist. Victor shrugged, clearly lacking faith in his pupil. I wish to try. Enleiko ventured timidly. Victor appeared unsurprised by his student's resolve, knowing well his character from their 2 years together. Before long, they arrived at the magical association. They passed under an arched doorway, where Victor led Enleiko into a narrow hall filled with individuals gathered for the trial. 3 people sat within the spacious room. Take a seat here. Greet your companions. If you have questions, don't hesitate to ask, Victor instructed before turning to leave. In this unfamiliar environment, Enleiko felt an acute sensation of loneliness wash over him. He was uncertain how to engage with these strangers. After a period of silence, the oldest of the 3 approached him. Hello, I'm Kate, he introduced, extending a friendly hand. On autopilot, Enleiko reciprocated, grasping Kate's hand as he stammered. I'm Enleiko. Pleased to meet you. With the ice broken, conversations began to flow. Each exchanged introductions and gained a deeper understanding of one another. Kate, Jerry, and Bertina were already acquainted. Kate, at 18, was the disciple of Kalence, the head of the Nunes City Magic Association, specializing in fire magic. Jerry and Bertina were both 16, with Jerry a pupil of the Grand Sorcerer Pilter, focusing on wind magic. Bertina studied under the esteemed wizard, Belisa, mastering water magic. By contrast, Enleiko's identity as the son of a grocery store owner felt markedly pedestrian. Yet, Enleiko wore his heritage with pride, openly sharing his struggles with mastering magic. Hearing Enleiko express his willingness to embrace the trial despite his lack of magical ability, Kate admired the boy's spirit, and they quickly bonded. As the jovial discussion unfolded, time slipped away unnoticed. Then, a novice magician entered the hall. Are you all here for the trials? He queried. Yes, Kate replied on behalf of the group. Please fill out these registration forms. Then we'll show you to your quarters to drop off your belongings before heading off to the banquet, the novice instructed, handing out a stack of forms along with a pen to each of them. With Kate's assistance, Enleiko managed to complete his forms. Once the papers were collected and organized, the novice led the way whilst they followed with their belongings in tow. Upon arrival at the lodging, the 3 boys were assigned to share a room, while Bertina was given a space of her own. After haphazardly claiming their bunks, they left their bags and eagerly accompanied the novice to the banquet. As they stepped into the banquet hall, they immediately noted the crowd, a vibrant atmosphere, suffusing the air. Let's stay together, we might lose each other in this throng, Kate advised. The others nodded in agreement. First, let's grab something to eat, Jerry proposed. Absolutely. Enleiko, who hadn't eaten since breakfast, found the idea immensely uplifting. Navigating through the bustling crowd, the 4 friends finally crowded around a table. To their surprise, it was quite empty compared to the surrounding chaos, making it easy to spot Victor hunched alone, devouring food voraciously. Watching his gluttony, the others couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Enleiko. At that moment, Victor raised his head and waved to them. Is he calling us over? Enleiko remarked. You go, came a chorus of reluctance. Over my dead body, they replied in unison. Enleiko, feeling somewhat cornered, approached Victor. Master, is there something you need? Enleiko asked. Oh. Victor swallowed a mouthful of chicken, then hastily shoved a piece of roasted fish into his mouth, speaking through his chews. You're famished. Eat something. Be sure to arrive early at the meeting point tomorrow. I have something to discuss, he mumbled, pushing a roasted ham hock into Enleiko's hands. I'm not hungry. Not hungry? Impossible, Victor replied incredulously. Right? I've made friends and want to spend time together. Enleiko hurriedly contrived, worrying Victor might interrogate him again, darting back towards his new companions. Quickly, let's go, Bertina urged. With urgency, the 4 dashed to a quiet garden nook, where Enleiko offered the ham for share. 1 ham leg proved insufficient to satiate 4 growing teenagers, yet none could muster the courage to return to the previously chaotic table. Fortunately, attendants occasionally passed by carrying trays of snacks and drinks, which allowed the boys to fill their bellies somewhat. At that moment, 2 flamboyantly robed magicians approached their group. Teacher, Aunt, Jerry, and Bertina sprang to their feet. The 2 magicians were none other than the Grand Sorcerer Pilter and master wizard Bertina. Out of courtesy, Kate and Enleiko stood as well. Bertina approached Bertina, resting a hand on her shoulder. "Have you had a long day? You must be hungry. Why don't you go eat something?" "I had no bravery to compete with that ravenous dragon for space," Bertina retorted, venting her frustration about the banquet. "Ha ha ha. Ravenous dragon, what a fitting metaphor," Bertina laughed, leaving Enleiko to suspect a discordant relationship between her and Victor. Cough, cough. Pilter cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable. "Let's try not to be rude. Victor is an esteemed grand sorcerer." "Grand sorcerer?" Enleiko felt his world tilt in disbelief, noting the astonished expressions on his companions' faces, realizing they shared his shock. This man, connected to the revered title of Grand Sorcerer? Enleiko's thoughts spiraled, disoriented that Jerry and Bertina had slipped away, leaving only Kate beside him. "Let's head back to the lodging," Kate suggested. Bertina and Pilter had initially hoped to escort him to Victor, but Kate declined, as he felt it might leave Enleiko lost amid the new surroundings. "Let's depart," Enleiko murmured, still reeling from the revelations. Finally, they returned to their quarters, where a note had been pinned to the door. "Tomorrow, 5 o'clock, meet at the entrance." Stumbling into the room, Enleiko collapsed onto his bed, drained by the whirlwind of emotions. The overwhelming sensation of shock was soon overtaken by a profound fatigue. It seemed that intense fluctuations of spirit could indeed be detrimental to one's well-being. "Are you feeling better?" Kate asked, concern evident in his voice. Enleiko turned, staring at the ceiling. "I'm fine, just overwhelmed by everything in sheer shock, leaving me without strength." Relieved to see Enleiko appeared all right, Kate reclined on his own bed, gazing up. "What comes to mind when you think of your teacher?" Lustful, drunken, scheming, and lazy, a pathetic excuse for a magician. A litany of harsh criticisms tumbled from Enleiko's lips. "You forgot about being a glutton and shameless," Kate interjected, recalling the vivid image of Victor, devouring food with abandon. "Surely he possesses some talent? What is his specialization?" Kate pressed further. "I've never witnessed him conjure even a single coherent spell due to his constant inebriation," Enleiko mused, attempting to catalog any moments of competence he might recall. As thoughts swirled, the fatigue of the day took him, and he drifted into sleep. Upon waking, Enleiko found the hours still premature, the world outside dark and silent. Whether from the shock of his teacher's identity or the buildup of anxiety regarding the trial, he found sleep elusive. Quietly, he slipped from his bed, opening the door to step outside and softly closing it behind him. Traversing an unoccupied hall, Enleiko meandered through the quiet of the Magical Association Center. Most doors were locked, rooms void of light. Meanwhile, the stars steadily faded from view as the morning star revealed its glow on the horizon. In the central square, he positioned himself facing east, awaiting the dawn. As the sky brightened, light swiftly dispelled the darkness while a few stars still flickered in the west. The vast expanse began to brighten in the east. "Awake so early?" A voice startled him from behind, causing Enleiko to turn swiftly. Standing there was a tall, solemn wizard bearing an air of authority. "Remarkably, I'm not the only one up early to witness the sunrise," the old magician remarked. "I've heard many travelers say sunrises and sunsets are among the most breathtaking sights." Enleiko quickly replied, scrambling for an explanation. "I wanted to experience it firsthand." "Is this your first journey?" the elderly magician inquired. "You must be Victor's student." Taken aback by the old man's perceptive nature, Enleiko asked, "How did you come to know that?" "My student is also a trial participant this year," the old magician responded. In that moment, realization dawned on Enleiko. The elder was none other than Kalence, the Grand Sorcerer and head of the Nuna Magic Association. "It seems your aptitude for magic is rather lacking," he remarked perceptively. "Didn't Victor inform you?" "Indeed, he did, but I believe that even without magical prowess, I might still glean some understanding of its principles." Magic knowledge has traditionally circulated only within the mage community, leaving outsiders in the dark. Feeling an odd kinship with the sagacious elder, Enleiko boldly continued, "Shouldn't magic be accessible to the broader populace? As a grand magician, surely you could provide a pathway towards that end." Kalence regarded the earnest youth before him, his gaze reflecting a blend of unease and contemplation, profound thoughts swirling below the surface of his calm exterior. After Enleiko hastily expressed his sentiments, He expected the revered mage to offer guidance or wisdom, however. Kalins fell silent, his inscrutable contemplation enveloping the moment in tension. What Enleiko kept unvoiced, a lingering thought of doubt about the validity of his own aspirations. Not at him, was he merely seeking rationalization to flee the confines of his beloved, yet limiting grocery? The sun has risen, it appears you've missed it. Kalins abruptly transitioned back to casual conversation. Enleiko turned, just in time to witness a brilliant sun climbing above the horizon. Ah, it's beautiful. What time did it rise? Observing Enleiko awestruck before the emerging sun, Kalins offered a telling reflection. When you turn your back to the sunlight, it has just begun to rise. While Enleiko immersed himself in the radiant display of dawn, Kalins had slipped away unnoticed. By the time Enleiko returned to the lodging, Kate was already awake, while Jerry engaged in an epic struggle against the sheets. "Wake Bertina," Kate commanded. Enleiko made his way to the adjoining room, easing open the door, and spotted the still slumbering Bertina, cozily clutching her pillow. He stepped up to her bedside and gently shook her awake. "Ah!" she shouted, executing a swift kick that sent Enleiko sprawling. "Stop it. I want to sleep a little longer." Holding his pained chest, Enleiko crawled back to his room, glaring at Kate, who suggested, "You wake her up." "Good luck with that," he muttered, unable to contain his irritation. Unbeknownst to Kate, his endeavor met with a similar backlash. Dominating Bertina simply resulted in failure as she bestowed another roundhouse kick, rendering him helpless. Deciding he had no choice, Enleiko grabbed his belongings and retreated swiftly. As he reached the door, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Victor desired to impart words of wisdom before the trial began. After all, now understanding the magnitude of his mentor's status as a grand mage, a strange tide of trust surged within him. As the minutes crawled, participants steadily gathered, yet Victor remained elusive, prompting Enleiko's trust to waver. "Ah, you all arrived early." Victor finally appeared, unhurried, utterly devoid of shame. "Weren't you going to discuss something with me?" Enleiko inquired. "All right, I have something for you." Victor rummaged through his robes. The others gathered eagerly, curious what fine equipment a grand magician would bestow upon his apprentice, especially as the other students were gifted refined supplies. Victor eventually produced a small wooden stick, roughly a foot in length. "Here, this will be quite useful when you're faced with decisions." He patted Enleiko on the shoulder and ruffled his hair affectionately. "Best of luck, my student." "Really? Is he kidding? Such a miser. Enleiko's so unlucky. Glad he's not my master. That's what he gifts." Ridiculous. Surrounded by incredulity and sympathy, everyone donned expressions of shock and concern. Enleiko stared at the twig in his hand, grappling with confusion. An ordinary stick, typically employed by those hopelessly lost to point them in the right direction, was generally only resorted to when utterly desperate. Statistically, it possessed a mere 60% accuracy, marginally better than the efficacy of praying to the gods. Thus it earned its elegant title of Stick of Fortune. Facing Victor, the unrepentant magician felt taut with befuddlement surrounding their master, and the realization that had coalesced within the group, it only painted Victor in the purest light of truth, the title of Stick of Fortune. "I announce, the trials commence." Kalins's voice broke through, reclaiming their focus. "This year's destination is the Norman Laboratory located within the central area of the Dreaming Magic Forest." "Excuse me, is the trial not supposed to take place on Cachan Island?" Bertina interjected, expressing concern. "This year's trial participants are exceptionally skilled, and I have full confidence in my pupil," Kalins explained, presenting his rationale. "Bertina, let us postpone for a year," Belisa advised, concern etched across her features. "The dangerous magic forest is perilous." "No, I want to try. I'm confident in my abilities," Bertina asserted defiantly. "Do reconsider. The trip through the Dreaming Magic Forest is typically a trial reserved for mid-level mages," Pilter cautioned warmly. "Why?" They all chimed in simultaneously. "Allow me to clarify," Kalins interjected, stepping forward. He paused, gathering his thoughts. "You may be aware of the Celestial War that raged 37,000 years ago. It lasted for thousands of years, culminating in a cataclysmic clash, where the divine triumphed over darkness. This battle is now referred to as the Battle of Radiance. Of course, it's common knowledge. Our three most significant festivals, Gratitude Day, Day of Radiance, and Victory Day, celebrate this event. Who would not know? Bertina replied confidently. Yet, are you aware that the ancient battleground of the Battle of Radiance lies within today's dreaming magic forest? Kalens continued. Is that a fact? But why is it a secret? The typically composed Kate interjected, unable to suppress his excitement. For him, the ancient battlefield symbolized a golden opportunity. Although the deities crushed a vast number of dark beings, several lesser creatures managed to survive, retreating into the depths of the dreaming magic forest's alternate dimensions. Several millennia later, these beings have taken on a magical essence of their own. Therefore, the forest became a realm from which few dare to approach. Then why does the Magic Association establish a laboratory there? Bertina posed another inquiry. Actually, the lab wasn't set up by the association, Belisa clarified. It was built by a deranged sorcerer. Who might this illustrious magician be? The group asked in amazement. Krista, a novice magician, Belisa replied reluctantly. A novice magician? The revelation achieved the staggering feat of astounding them further. Kalens warned, do not underestimate Krista. Her prowess rivals any of the 6 great sorcerers on the continent. She obtained the title of mage at the tender age of 12, the youngest ever recorded. Then how come you refer to her as a novice? Bertina queried. Well, due to her engagement in forbidden practices, misappropriating association resources, damaging public assets, and coercing hapless youths into becoming her experimental subjects, leading to severe injuries, she has been stripped of all honors, reduced to a novice, and now embodies one of the Magic Association's profound disgraces, Belisa elucidated. Thus, I urge you to carefully consider your willingness to participate in this trial. Absolutely, the 4 youth responded in unison, completely ignoring Belisa's warnings. Each of the 4 approached their fateful excursion with disparate intentions. Kate wished to honor the ancient battlefield in Enleiko, endeavored to seek aid from formidable magicians. Bertina was driven by curiosity towards the disgraced magician, and Jerry sought pure amusement. Chapter 2. The Sorceress. Upon entering the dreamy, enchanted forest, Enleiko soon realized that their party was ill-equipped for such mountainous travels. To begin with, there was the matter of individual gear. Kate insisted on carrying his cumbersome 2-handed sword, citing self-defense as his rationale. Enleiko had previously suggested replacing the unwieldy sword with a spear, but Kate resolutely refused the idea. Comparatively, aside from that sword, Kate's other belongings were reasonably suitable. Bertina's assortment of spare clothing, 3 sets of undergarments, 3 long garments, 3 dresses, 1 formal gown, and 1 bathrobe, proved to be excessively burdensome. However, collectively, her garments were not as weighty as the possessions Jerry carried. 500 gold coins, 500 silver coins, and 500 copper coins. Goodness. Enleiko proposed they return to the village at the entrance of the dreamy, enchanted forest to repack their gear before proceeding. But this suggestion, aside from a moment's consideration from Kate, was met with indifference from the others. Bertina was particularly unwilling to part with her spare clothing. After a day and a night of trudging through the wilderness, both Bertina and Jerry finally acquiesced. Having endured considerable hardship, the group was compelled to retrace their steps, taking another day and night to emerge from the thicket, weary and fatigued. Along the way, they reached an agreement that all equipment arrangements would be at Enleiko's discretion, with no one allowed to voice dissent. Upon entering the village, the group first sought out an inn. After inquiring with the innkeeper about the village's general circumstances, Bertina and Jerry ascended to their rooms to rest. Meanwhile, Kate and Enleiko took charge of procuring equipment and supplies. Each year, numerous travelers visited this quaint village, primarily merchants who came in spring and autumn to purchase furs and rare herbs, along with hunters who ventured into the dreamy, enchanted forest to capture or slay exotic beasts. Thus, the village was well stocked with provisions. After a thorough exploration, the two not only acquired the necessary supplies and equipment, but also fortuitously purchased a rudimentary topographical map of the dreamy, enchanted forest from a fur trader. Enleiko further treated each member of the party to a lightweight travel outfit that was both practical and aesthetically pleasing. The craftsmanship and design of these garments were remarkable, prompting Enleiko to consider suggesting to his father that he procure supplies from this place upon their return home. In the village blacksmith shop, Enleiko selected 4 spears and 2 machetes. Although he had brought a folding machete prepared by his father, he was compelled to purchase the 2 additional blades after witnessing their superior craftsmanship. The tools produced by this blacksmith, primarily for local use, were exceptionally refined. Their simple appearance belied the intricate layered forging techniques employed in their creation. Despite being household items, they were evidently tempered multiple times, with the steel surface displaying a dazzling pattern and the edges honed to a keen sharpness, far surpassing the mass-produced blade he had initially carried. The spears, not only excellent for self-defense, could also serve as walking sticks and aids for carrying luggage, making them ideal for mountain travel. Noticing Enleiko's admiration of his work, the blacksmith cheerfully invited them into his workshop to select additional suitable tools. Within the workshop, Enleiko discovered several exceedingly well-crafted implements, including a meticulously designed multi-purpose mountain pick. The proprietor explained that it had been crafted from a design brought in by a customer who deemed it highly practical, leading him to forge several more. Beyond the mountain pick, Enleiko also chose 3 throwing darts, 5 slender knives, and a 3-meter-long iron chain, roughly the thickness of a finger, that on their way back to the inn, the two stopped by a local hunter's home, where they inquired about purchasing a hunting bow and 2 quivers of arrows for personal use. Heavily laden with their acquisitions, they returned to the inn to find Bertina and Jerry already asleep. Enleiko took out the map for further study, while Kate busily tinkered with the hunting bow as the evening settled in. During dinner, Bertina and Jerry, utterly fatigued, refused to rise. Consequently, Enleiko and Kate dined alone, given the proximity to the forest. The meal was abundant and delectable, prompting the two to generously reward the innkeeper. Grateful for their patronage, the innkeeper eagerly answered all of Enleiko's inquiries, documenting any unknown information to ensure satisfactory responses by the following morning. Upon returning to their room, Kate suddenly posed a question that had long piqued his curiosity. "Did you not say this was your first time leaving home for an extended journey? Why do you seem like an old hand at travel?" "I have assisted my father in our shop since childhood, where most of our patrons were wanderers. Our establishment also served coffee, and these travelers often enjoyed a cup while sharing tales of their adventures. Through years of listening and observing, I absorbed it all," Enleiko replied. Their conversation continued until the late hours of the night. The following morning, Bertina and Jerry roused Enleiko and Kate from their slumber with surprising vigor, despite their own struggles to awaken. Kate, vexed, inquired about the early wake-up call. It became apparent that the 2 lazy companions had overslept the previous night, missing dinner, and had risen in the middle of the night to devour all the provisions before returning to an uneasy sleep. As dawn broke, their hunger became unbearable, prompting them to insist on waking Enleiko and Kate to address the breakfast situation. Reluctantly, Enleiko and Kate were escorted downstairs to knock on the innkeeper's door. Upon opening it, the bleary-eyed innkeeper, clutching a pillow, groggily inquired, "So early, what can I do for you?" "I apologize, but could you prepare breakfast for my 2 companions?" Kate replied apologetically, with no choice but to part from his beloved pillow. The innkeeper shuffled to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Lethargic, Enleiko and Kate leaned on the dining table, slipping back into a light slumber, indifferent to Bertina and Jerry's complaints regarding the delay in meal preparation. After Bertina and Jerry finally managed to satiate their appetites, Enleiko and Kate regained some energy. Once breakfast was finished, the innkeeper kindly provided a detailed account of the questions Enleiko had posed the night before. Satisfied with the responses and feeling guilty for having roused the innkeeper so early, Kate offered 2 gold coins as payment for the meal. That asked the innkeeper warmly bid them farewell. The group departed, each carrying their respective belongings. Before leaving, Enleiko requested 2 packets of seasoning and a bag of flour, supplementing their provisions with additional dry rations and drinking water. That on their journey, Bertina and Jerry expressed dissatisfaction with their travel outfits. Their original belongings had been entrusted to the innkeeper for safekeeping. However, Jerry was particularly intrigued by the hunting bow, which had originally been carried by Kate, and he practically snatched it from him. Observing Kate's reluctance, Enleiko regretted not purchasing additional bows. The 4 continued on until midday, when they finally paused to rest in a clearing. By this time, Bertina and Jerry had begun to appreciate the advantages of their travel attire. Although they had walked the entire morning, they did not feel overly fatigued. After a brief respite, Enleiko gathered the others around him and produced 3 copies of the map, distributing 1 to each. "Where did you acquire these?" Kate inquired, perplexed. "Last night I made copies of the original map," Enleiko explained. "I feared losing it would be troublesome. I meticulously analyzed the map last night. Enleiko continued, pointing to it. The southeastern edge is marked with the most detail, indicating the area closest to the village, so it should be quite accurate that AS1 moves northwestward. The markings become increasingly vague, so we must not rely too heavily on them. However, the map does indicate a river flowing through the forest and into the depths of the dreamy, enchanted forest. We could follow the river, which would alleviate concerns regarding our water supply. What does everyone think? I agree, Kate responded. We have no objections, as long as you lead us safely into the dreamy, enchanted forest. Bertina straightforwardly placed the collective responsibility that should be shared among the four squarely on Enleiko's shoulders. Jerry, of course, had no objections either, as he had already resolved, upon acquiring the hunting bow and learning from Kate where it had come from, to persuade everyone, including Bertina, to heed Enleiko's counsel. Jerry always remembered his father's advice regarding the keys to success in business. Achieving success is straightforward. Simply entrust your problems to the experts and humbly accept their guidance. The first time his father had uttered this phrase, he had just made his first 1,000,000 gold coins. That be why the time his father shared this wisdom with him. His wealth had reached 1,000,000,000, that therefore, when Enleiko instructed Jerry to bury the remaining coins, Jerry complied without hesitation, much to the surprise of the other three, that the initial 3 days of the journey were not particularly arduous. Each year, a large number of people ventured into the mountains, creating well-trodden paths. Along the way, they encountered forest wardens residing in the dreamy, enchanted forest. Whenever they did, it was an opportunity for the group to enhance their meals. After days of subsisting on wild game, Bertina and Jerry had developed a taste for it. They eagerly sought out the forest wardens, with Jerry asking for advice on hunting and trapping, while Bertina displayed a keen interest in the culinary preparation of wild game. In the subsequent days of their journey, although they no longer encountered the forest dwellers, the issue of sustenance proved to be manageable. Had it not been for Enleiko's insistence, Bertina and Jerry would have long since discarded their provisions. On the 5th day deep in the jungle, the path became increasingly arduous. Often, they had to rely on Kate to forge a trail ahead. Each day, they could only traverse a little over 10 miles. To maintain their pace, Kate and Bertina had consolidated their belongings with Enleiko. However, a new challenge soon emerged. The trees in the jungle grew denser, and the ground became increasingly uneven, making it ever more difficult to locate an ideal campsite. This time, Jerry found himself in a position of pride, for he had studied wind magic under the tutelage of the great mage Pilt, which included various spells that allowed one to soar through the air. Jerry happened to possess the ability to wield both the levitation and wind-wing spells. Thus, the task of scouting for a campsite fell to him, with Enleiko naturally bearing his luggage that on the morning of the 19th day within the jungle, they encountered the magical beasts of the dreamy magic forest for the first time. That morning, Bertina busied herself preparing a pair of quails, while Jerry's hunting skills had remarkably improved. Early on, he ventured out and discovered that the traps he had set the night before had ensnared a nest of quails. 2 of them were designated for breakfast. Bertina deftly tended to the roasted quails over the fire, the fat dripping onto the flames, transforming into fragrant tendrils of smoke. The other 3 sat around the fire, eagerly awaiting their meal. "How delightful!" Kate exclaimed. "What good fortune to have such a feast so early!" Enleiko remarked. "Indeed, indeed. This journey has been quite arduous. Without this stroke of luck, I fear I would have long since faltered." Jerry candidly admitted, "Quite so. Quite so. Let us divide these 2 quails into 7 portions, 1 for each of us, while I claim the head, feet, and backside." Suddenly, a foreign voice echoed from behind them. The 4 turned to see a towering wolf, over 2 meters high, with 3 heads, sitting confidently behind them. A magical beast? Kate gasped, raising her spear and aiming it at the giant wolf at the same time. Enleiko reacted swiftly, pulling the still-dazed Jerry and the fainted Bertina back. The giant wolf disregarded Kate's spear thrust, instead striding towards the fire. The spear struck the wolf's back with a sound akin to metal clashing against stone. The wolf approached the fire, snatching the fallen delicacy from the ground and savoring it with delight. "Delicious! Delicious! Cooked food is truly superior," the middle head of the wolf exclaimed as it feasted. "Wolves can talk," Jerry blurted out, oblivious to the danger. "Fool! Only high-ranking magical beasts possess such abilities. This is dire. It is a descendant of the ancient beast Vanir. Its 3 heads indicate it is at least 300 years old, and such creatures are innate users of elemental magic, capable of wielding 3 different types of magic simultaneously, Bertina informed the group. Sharing her knowledge. For types, actually, it can utilize 4 types of magic, the giant wolf corrected her. Bertina cautiously inquired, Mr. Wolf, you do not intend to eat us, do you? Of course not. Roasted quails are far more delectable than you, the wolf replied, alleviating the young adventurer's fears somewhat. Very well, we shall relinquish these 2 quails to you. We will depart immediately, Kate said, inching closer to her companions. You may leave, but the young girl must stay, the wolf commanded, sounding rather like a bandit. What do you intend to do with me? Bertina asked, her voice trembling. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you, the wolf assured her. This old wolf can even jest, Bertina thought to herself. Wow! A lecherous old wolf, was Jerry's interpretation. It seems there is no immediate danger. Enleiko assessed the situation. My attack was so easily disregarded. The descendant of the noble knights found himself engulfed in the gravest peril of his life. After a discussion among the 4 and the wolf, who adamantly insisted on joining them, they decided to proceed together. Following 2 days of peaceful coexistence, everyone, except Bertina, no longer felt fear towards the wolf. Jerry developed a keen interest in the giant creature. Dinner, all gathered around the fire, and only at this moment did Bertina feel somewhat at ease with the magical beast, having heard that well-fed predators are typically non-aggressive. Hey, old wolf, do all magical wolves prefer cooked food? Jerry couldn't help but ask the question that had long piqued his curiosity. Those foolish creatures, know nothing of gourmet cuisine. The old wolf cast a sidelong glance at Jerry. Indeed, you cannot even distinguish between what Enleiko or Bertina has prepared. Jerry audaciously pointed out. It turned out that the addition of a wolf necessitated a larger meal, and the old wolf had quite the hearty appetite. Jerry, however, did not add any burden. On the contrary, he felt relieved, as all hunting tasks now fell to the old wolf. Poor Bertina had to bear the brunt of the extra workload, prompting Enleiko to assist her. During mealtime, the old wolf dismissed all of Enleiko's dishes, tossing them aside for others to eat, while he only consumed what Bertina had prepared. Of course, the methods employed by men and women among you to prepare food are entirely the same. Yet the results are vastly different. 500 years ago, and 500 years later, there has been no progress whatsoever, the old wolf remarked. 500 years, so they have spoiled your palate, Bertina replied. What manner of person was your original master? Jerry pressed further. The old wolf nudged Jerry's head with his own, his enormous eyes glaring at Jerry, making him feel uneasy. Though I am sated, I would not mind a dessert afterward. Why yes, Jerry nodded vigorously. Then, may I inquire about the humans you once traveled with? Enleiko restrained Kate, who seemed poised to act, recognizing that diverting the old wolf's attention to other matters was the wisest course of action. Indeed, while the old wolf was a highly intelligent magical creature, he too fell for such tactics. They were far superior to you. Zinluin was a formidable warrior, Lucia an exceptional priestess, and Tacroni the finest archer I have ever encountered, the old wolf recounted. Hearing a magical beast praise humanity eased Enleiko's concerns. That night, the events of dinner lingered in everyone's minds, making sleep elusive. That in the midst of their drowsiness, each felt the earth tremble, accompanied by distant roars of beasts. What is happening? They hurriedly emerged from their tents. They saw the old wolf had already leapt atop a nearby massive boulder. A few quickly scrambled up the rock to gaze into the distance. They beheld flashes of lightning illuminating a vast expanse of forest. Above the treetops, a small flicker of light darted erratically. Its nature unknown. Among the trees, they could see the shadows of countless colossal beasts moving about. Massive trees were either shattered by these creatures or toppled by the swirling, magical lightning, sending plumes of dust into the air. As numerous trees fell, the 4 gradually discerned the situation below. In a clearing of approximately 2 hectares, they saw a dozen peculiar beasts, spiked and standing on 2 legs, ensnared within the grasp of several flickering lights. Whenever these creatures attempted to break free from the encirclement, the lights coalesced into a great net of electricity, repelling them back. That seems to be a high-level lightning spell. Lightning wall, though it appears somewhat different, Jerry remarked. Aware that wind-based lightning magic was not something every wind mage could wield casually. His teacher, the great mage Pilt, could indeed cast lightning spells, but Jerry did not believe he had the potential to master such magic in the near future. Hence Pilt had not elaborated on it. Have you all noticed, Bertina interjected, that there is a blind spot in that encirclement? No, do enlighten us, Kate urged. Indeed. I did not notice either, Enleiko confessed. How disappointing, leaving us in suspense, Jerry complained. There is a small gap to the southwest. The lightning's power does not reach there. And I saw a beast escape, Bertina explained. By the way, my master once mentioned that the greatest flaw of lightning magic is its susceptibility to being grounded by metallic objects, Jerry suddenly recalled. I see. That spot must contain metallic objects. Henceforth, when dealing with opponents wielding lightning magic, we should first insert a knife or something into the ground, Bertina suggested. Alas, for 500 years, humanity's wisdom has regressed so drastically, the old wolf remarked coldly. The spiked dragon is a subspecies of dragon, possessing the robust defenses characteristic of draconic creatures. Ordinary magic has little effect on them. Such spells cannot effectively harm the spiked dragon. Their purpose is merely to contain them within the encirclement. This creates a four-sided siege while leaving a single opening to lure the encircled to escape, only to set traps outside the gap. Is this not a tactic humans often employ? Upon hearing the old wolf's explanation, Kate and Enleiko, seated at the edge of the rock, nearly tumbled off in shock. Good heavens, a wolf that understands tactics? The four thought simultaneously. Indeed, they observed spiked dragons attempting to rush through the gap. But once outside, they were enveloped in a mist and fell silent. After an hour, all the spiked dragons met their demise, swallowed by the mist as a surge of lightning flashed, and the forest returned to tranquility. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted, and a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, that a lightning sphere materialized abruptly above the heads of the crowd, that as the flashes dimmed, a shadow loomed in midair. Though the light was too faint to discern clearly, one could vaguely sense that the figure possessed human form. So it is you. I was just about to seek you out. A series of sharp, high-pitched voices pierced the eardrums of the onlookers. Be careful. It's a magical attack. Enleiko, though unaware of the nature of the magical assault, felt an overwhelming discomfort and quickly warned his companions. Fear not. This creature's voice is simply its nature, not a magical phenomenon, explained Old Wolf. What are these wretched little brats up to? The shrill voice continued. We are trial participants from the Sorcerers Association of the Sophian Kingdom, currently undergoing our examination, Kate interjected. Oh, and what brings you to the dreaming magical forest? The voice inquired further. Our destination is the research chamber of Mage Chris within the dreaming magical forest, Kate replied. These pests from the Sorcerers Association dare to use my laboratory as a training ground without so much as a notification, the strident voice exclaimed indignantly. What? You are the great Mage Chris? Several individuals exclaimed simultaneously in astonishment. Step aside, do not hinder my pursuit of the wolf, Chris commanded. Just because you've acquired a modicum of skill, you presume to capture an old man like me? That's impossible, Old Wolf retorted with scorn. For a genius such as myself, there is nothing beyond my capabilities, Chris asserted. Do you truly believe that with your freshly mastered lightning magic, Thalport, you can defeat me? Old Wolf continued to mock. Thalport? What sort of magic is that? Kate queried Jerry. With such an odd name, it must be an ancient magic. How could I possibly know? Jerry responded. But that old wolf certainly knows. Bertina shot back at Jerry. Please, do not compare me to that ancient wretch. I am merely an ordinary person, Jerry pleaded. Suddenly, a brilliant flash erupted, and a massive rock crumbled with a thunderous crash. Wow, it's begun! Jerry exclaimed in alarm. Kate and Enleiko quickly grabbed Jerry and Bertina, urging them to flee. They had all experienced Old Wolf's formidable strength over the past few days, and it was evident that it was not something mere mortals could withstand. Clearly, that Chris, the apprentice mage, was equally powerful, seemingly beyond the capabilities of any ordinary being. In short, it was a clash between two colossal beasts. Any ordinary human caught in the fray would meet a grim fate. Fortunately, their arduous journey had honed their agility, allowing them to weave swiftly through the dense forest and swirling dust. They deftly avoided falling trees and dodged incoming projectiles. Moreover, in dire circumstances, Bertina consistently managed to erect her fragile, yet effective water crystal barrier, minimizing the damage. Thus, when the group finally reached a relatively safe area, aside from a multitude of scrapes and bruises, they emerged intact. Goodness, that foul woman's temper is anything but ordinary, Jerry lamented. I am terrified. We still need her to evaluate our trial results, Bertina reminded. Kate and Enleiko, exhausted from dragging the two along in their escape, had not yet contemplated this issue, but upon Bertina's reminder, they exchanged worried glances, feeling overwhelmed. Initially, they had never considered that perhaps the trial mentor would pose a significant challenge, especially since the mages they had encountered thus far had been relatively approachable, even those like Victor, who was rather insufferable. Generally speaking, the greatest obstacle during the trial process was reaching the designated trial location, such as this arduous journey through the dreaming magical forest or the unpredictable arrival at Ketchen Island. Thunderous roars echoed, the ground trembled incessantly, and the air was thick with the scent of burning. A raging inferno had engulfed vast expanses of the forest, illuminating the dark night sky with its fiery glow, sparks mingling with the stars above. Shattered wooden fragments and flying debris battered the surrounding trees, causing branches to snap and leaves to scatter. This battle between man and wolf left the four trial participants in awe. While battles among mages were typically visually captivating, the intensity was rarely high. It resembled two colossal men exchanging blows, merely competing in strength, speed, and endurance. Furthermore, each mage had their own preferred method of magical attack. For instance, mages proficient in water magic often had a limited understanding of fire magic. This was because the four elemental magics were often diametrically opposed. Fire magic emphasized force, water magic valued subtlety. Wind magic was vibrant and lively. Earth magic was solid and stable. Different magics suited different types of mages, and conversely, the nature of the magic could influence the mage's personality. For example, the lively and active Jerry excelled in wind magic. If he were to switch to the solid and steadfast earth magic, he would surely struggle. Naturally, highly skilled mages could dabble in one or two auxiliary elemental magics beyond their primary affinity. However, to wield all four elemental magics simultaneously at an advanced level, one would need to reach the pinnacle among great mages. For instance, the great mage Callowin was a master of all four elemental magics, while even the esteemed mage peer was only proficient in wind and fire. As for Victor's capabilities, no one knew. Yet, even masters like Callowin could not employ high-level magic from all four elemental realms at once. For adjusting meditation techniques was exceedingly time-consuming, and it was said that no mage in the world had ever achieved such a feat. However, they had now witnessed it firsthand. Before them stood a man and a beast, both engaging in a fierce duel using high-level magic from all four elements. Old Wolf's prowess was evident. After days of interaction, the four trial participants were well aware of it. The three-headed wolf was a natural user of the four elemental magics, a fact that Kate's mentor had informed them of before their departure. With three independently thinking heads, the three-headed wolf could simultaneously wield three different types of magic, and being a mid-tier earth magical creature. Its four claws were known as Tears of the Earth, possessing immense earth-based attack power. Thus, when Old Wolf employed all four magics at once, none were surprised. However, when Chris retaliated with high-level magic from all four elements, everyone was taken aback. Initially, they had assumed that Chris was merely proficient in lightning magic, perhaps with some aptitude in wind magic as well, as they had only observed her using lightning spells. They did not expect that when she engaged Old Wolf, she would unleash a barrage of explosive fireballs and frost spears, intermittently employing earth-based area attack magic, quicksand, to hinder Old Wolf's movements. Moreover, she never remained stationary, constantly utilizing the spell known as Thalport to leap around Old Wolf an hour past, and the intensity of their exchanges showed no sign of waning. However, it was evident that Old Wolf was at a disadvantage. The forest was ablaze, revealing Old Wolf's figure, making it a conspicuous target that, in contrast, Chris's incessant leaping made her nearly untouchable, that if not for Old Wolf's 3 heads, which allowed it to see in all directions. It might have already been defeated. Yet Old Wolf's situation was equally dire. It seemed aware of this, as it stood still, its 3 heads gazing in different directions, deflecting the oncoming fireballs, ice spears, and lightning strikes. Observing this scenario, Chris also ceased her assault, for the first time settling in place, hovering above Old Wolf's head. Thank the heavens, it appears the fighting has ceased. Bertina sighed with relief. Kate and Enleiko exchanged glances, contemplating their next move. I think we should retreat a bit further. Agreed. I share that sentiment. That Old Wolf is not easily subdued. Having said this, the two supported Jerry and Bertina as they withdrew to a nearby hillside, finally coming to a halt. From their vantage point, they could see Old Wolf's silhouette in the distance. After a considerable time had elapsed, Old Wolf let out a long, piercing howl, the sharp sound waves slicing through the forest like pebbles dropped into water, sending ripples throughout the woods. The massive treetops undulated like surging waves, while the sky darkened with swirling clouds. The 4 observers felt an overwhelming force emanating from afar. Jerry and Bertina struggled to maintain their footing against the rock, the massive trees behind them creaking ominously, the forest trembling in response to the Old Wolf howled. A violent whirlwind erupted around it, uprooting trees. Suddenly, the tempest ignited. The merciless whirlwind consumed everything in its vicinity: rocks, trees, soil, and rivers. A colossal column of wind, connecting heaven and earth, swirled with countless sparks of lightning, embers, ice shards, and rubble, colliding within a 1-mile radius, reducing everything within to dust. The 4 trial participants had never witnessed such a terrifying magical spectacle. They huddled against a massive rock, seeking refuge from the wind's fierce howls and the sounds of trees snapping and crashing. Occasionally, they witnessed enormous trees, like mere leaves, being swept away by the colossal whirlwind. Each of them trembled in fear that it was difficult to gauge how much time had passed before the wind finally subsided. After a while, Enleiko shook himself from his stupor and nudged Kate. It seems it has concluded. Kate cautiously peeked out from behind the rock. Then, trembling, she climbed atop the rock to survey the scene. What lay before her was a landscape of devastation. That in the heart of the forest lies a colossal pit nearly a kilometer in diameter, with trees all around leaning towards its center. After much effort, the 4 finally reached the pit's core, where neither the Old Wolf nor Chris could be seen. It's over. The trial instructor must be dead, Jerry lamented disheartenedly. Not necessarily. If she couldn't win, she could certainly evade, and that spell called teleport would be quite handy for escape, Bertina suggested. Assuming she even wishes to flee, Enleiko countered. Given her character, she might be inclined to test the Old Wolf's magical prowess instead. You know me well. A sharp voice drifted down from above. The group gasped in astonishment and looked up to see a black orb suspended in the sky, from which an arm slowly extended, followed by a head that a lady clad in resplendent attire emerged from the black sphere. Curiously, the orb seemed barely large enough to accommodate even half of her form. The 4 stared, dumbfounded, at this powerful sorceress, whose might was all the more astonishing given her youth. She appeared to be no more than 4 or 5 years older than Kate. The sorceress wore an exquisite pink lace gown, so beautifully crafted that even from their position, they could clearly discern the white silk shorts beneath. Her long, golden-red hair was styled into 2 sharp, horn-like buns atop her head, and a ruby necklace adorned her high forehead. The contrast between her youthful elegance and the formidable power she wielded left the 4 in disbelief. Which of you is the leader? Chris inquired. The stunned young trialists remained speechless, each one frozen in place, unable to respond. Suddenly, a torrent of frigid water mixed with large chunks of ice cascaded down upon them, leaving them with painful bumps on their heads. Someone speak up, the piercing voice rose in urgency. Kate was unceremoniously pushed forward. Who organized your trial? Chris asked coldly. It was Professor Collins from New Na, Kate replied. Collins? You are disciples of Collins? Chris's icy tones softened slightly. My laboratory is 70 miles northwest, approximately a 5 or 6 day journey. Esteemed sorceress Chris, may I respectfully call you master? My admiration for you flows like an endless river, and your teleport spell fills me with longing. With my limited abilities, I fear I may never learn even a fraction of it in my lifetime. Thus, might you, in your benevolence, allow me the honor of being an experience of teleport? I wish to cherish this memory for 10,000 years. Jerry unleashed a torrent of flattery inherited from his merchant father. Listening to his lengthy praise, Enleiko formed an impression of Jerry's father, an unscrupulous businessman. The intent behind Jerry's flattery was unmistakable. He sought to hitch a ride on Chris's coattails. Enleiko silently hoped Jerry would be granted leniency by Chris. Indeed, a high-pitched, sharp laughter sliced through the air. The expressions of the four young ones shifted dramatically as they recognized this laugh all too well. Chris's warning before her fury erupted. Shall it be diced, cubed, braised, or charred? They all began to dreadfully imagine their impending fate. Of course, my magic is unparalleled in this world. For me, nothing is impossible. Though you may be foolish and dim-witted, as long as I wish to teach you, you will certainly learn teleport. Footy all genus? Chris reveled in her self-satisfaction. Whether out of surprise or shock, the four fell once more into a stupor. What a remarkably oblivious woman, Enleiko mused, lost in his own troubles. Perhaps the purpose of moving the trial's destination to the dream magic forest was to fulfill her own desires. For there could hardly be a more fitting candidate than this mad sorceress to achieve her goals. That it seems I shall need to seek Jerry's advice often. His knack for flattery is undoubtedly a powerful tool. Wow, Jerry, you truly speak to our hearts. In fact, long before the great sorceress Chris rendered that old wolf utterly defenseless, we were already thinking how fortunate it would be to become her disciple, acting on impulse. Given that Enleiko's family owned a general store, he was not one to shy away from flattery. Yet he remained considerate enough to include Kate and Bertina, for one could hardly expect the knightly Kate and the cleric-born Bertina to possess any merchant tendencies. Prepare yourselves. We shall be on our way. Clearly, Enleiko's compliments were well received by Chris. With a sharp, piercing sound, without even a hint of a spell being spoken, a series of lightning bolts shot forth, sending excruciating pain and a profound paralysis coursing through every nerve of Enleiko's body. A T.O. feint at that moment would have been a stroke of immense fortune. Yet, the clarity of pain tormented the four young trialists, their surroundings blurred. Yet they could vaguely perceive the scenery shifting violently, each transformation accompanied by a new, intense shock that in reality, only a fleeting moment passed, but for Enleiko, it felt as though he had endured a century. At last, he sensed his body had touched the ground, and as the magic dissipated, he could finally do what he had always wished. He lost consciousness. How much time passed he could not tell. But when Enleiko gradually regained awareness, the electric shocks had caused his muscles to spasm violently, leaving him sore all over. He had intended to struggle to his feet, but the numbing sensation from his nerve endings urged him to remain still. He wished to check on his companions, but even the slightest movement of his head felt exceedingly difficult. Relying on his only functional ear, Enleiko discerned that all four of his companions were nearby. From the rhythmic sound of their breathing, he was reassured they were unharmed and still unconscious. Reflecting on this arduous journey, Enleiko couldn't help but chuckle. He had not expected to arrive at their destination so easily. Whether it was a stroke of luck or a misfortune remained unclear. It seemed certain that the days ahead, spent in the company of the apprentice sorceress Chris, would be far from easy. Yet the thought of Chris's magical prowess thrilled him immensely. There were two reasons for his excitement. First, with such formidable power as her backing, his ambitions should be attainable, and he had previously worried that even if a sorcerer capable of solving his dilemmas existed, they might not be inclined to assist him. After all, those who reach the extraordinary heights of sorcery were often the most esteemed figures in their realms, rarely swayed by trivial matters. Moreover, each was dedicated to the profound study of magic, unlikely to concern themselves with his rudimentary issues. However, sorceress Chris was evidently different. As long as he could flatter her to her satisfaction, she might be inclined to lend her aid. The second reason was that he had resolved a long-standing doubt surrounding the purpose of learning magic. Witnessing the duel between the old wolf and Chris had profoundly shocked him. It was a force capable of altering the very fabric of the world. Not only the acquisition of such power, but even the pursuit of it was exhilarating in itself, that a series of faint sounds reached him, and Enleiko realized another companion had awakened. "Who has stirred?" he inquired. After a long pause, Kate's weak response came back to him. Enleiko was elated. There was nothing more uplifting than having a friend by his side in solitude. The two engaged in idle chatter, both to alleviate their loneliness and because conversation was a form of restorative exercise. However, they carefully avoided mentioning their hostess, for discussing anything related to a volatile sorceress in her own castle, especially under uncertain circumstances, would be an unwise and perilous endeavor. Kate, still bearing traces of his knightly upbringing, found it quite challenging to yield to matters that contradicted his worldview. Yet after days spent alongside the old wolf followed by that earth-shattering duel, he finally understood the true meaning of his father's oft-repeated knightly adage. The persistence of belief is unconditional. The persistence of action is guaranteed by formidable strength. As their conversation waned, they inevitably returned to the topic of the duel they had just experienced, for its impact had been too profound to ignore, and they had too many questions to share. "Kate, do you recall if Sorceress Chris uttered any incantations while casting her spells?" Enleiko posed the question that had long puzzled him. "You noticed that too? During her spellcasting, aside from her sharp cries, I never saw her recite any incantations. I truly wonder how she managed to wield 4 types of magic simultaneously. She cannot possibly have 3 heads like the 3-headed wolf. Can she? Moreover, Enleiko, have you noticed how astonishingly rapid the great mage Chris gathers her magical energy, with scarcely a pause in her incantations? Indeed, and what of that black sphere she conjured? I have never encountered such magic before." The two continued to enumerate their observations. The intense electric shocks seemed to have not only numbed their muscular nerves, but also incapacitated their digestive organs. For an entire day, neither felt a pang of hunger. After a day and night of adjustment, the 4 trial participants finally managed to struggle to their feet. Enleiko surveyed their surroundings and realized they were in a colossal chamber that measured at least 50 meters in both length and width. With a height exceeding 10 meters, the walls were constructed of blue granite. There was but a single grand doorway at the front, resembling the gates of New Nayland City in both design and size. In this vast room, which resembled a plaza, there was nothing but themselves. "What is this place?" Each pondered. Such an enormous chamber, ostensibly a room, was far too expansive. To call it a training ground seemed an understatement. This space could easily accommodate a horse race. With great effort, they approached the entrance and opened the massive door. The trial participants were taken aback by the sight before them, that if one were to find an apt description for this peculiar laboratory, Giant's Castle would be the most fitting. The laboratory was arranged around a gigantic circular plaza, housing dozens of rooms akin to the one they had just exited, that in the center of the plaza stood several long tables, at one of which sat the great mage Chris, poised with dignity. After a considerable journey, the group finally reached her. "You have awakened?" Chris had, in fact, been aware of their consciousness long before. "Esteemed mage Chris, regarding my previous proposal for instruction," Jerry began. Before he could finish, Chris interrupted him. "If you can afford the cost, I might consider imparting teleport to you. But I am merely a trial participant, with nothing to my name." Jerry felt a surge of secret joy. Earlier that day, the thought of Chris agreeing to teach him teleport had left him anxious that he had endured enough hardship and was resolute in finding a way to decline her generous offer. Now, hearing Chris's words, he was nearly unable to contain his delight. "Perhaps I am unworthy of such profound magic, which is indeed a great regret. However, having been personally graced by a great mage's execution of this magnificent spell, I find my life not in vain. Therefore, I dare not hope that the great mage would squander precious time teaching a fool such as myself, that I only seek your esteemed approval for my trials, in exchange for a modest price I can afford. If you wish to pass, I am quite a stern judge. It will not be an easy feat." Chris's sharp laughter echoed ominously within the vast enclosed space, sounding exceedingly jarring. Upon hearing that laugh, Jerry felt a wave of relief wash over him. There lay a glimmer of hope that I have some savings at home. Would it be possible? Jerry gestured with his thumb, index, and middle fingers, twirling them slightly. Money? Chris pondered, resting her chin on her hand, tilting her head in contemplation before nodding. That is indeed convenient, a direct approach. Exchanging glances, Kate and Enleiko could only shake their heads in resignation. It seemed that the formidable mage Chris was indeed a rogue of a different caliber, lacking the slightest dignity one would expect of a mage, and showing an utter deficiency in basic morality. It was evident that a future rogue mage was in the making. Kate sighed inwardly, contemplating how her teacher could never have foreseen this outcome. Watching the two rogues haggle, Enleiko and Kate could only express their dismay. To their astonishment, Chris was surprisingly respectful of business ethics, allowing Jerry to negotiate. Ultimately, Jerry secured Chris's approval for a price of 25,000 gold coins. The mage signed Jerry's trial manual, and he promised to deposit the money into Chris's account upon returning home. And what of me? Clearly, Bertina's interest in Chris's magic had waned following the electric shock, though she feared she lacked the wealth Jerry possessed. I have just the task for you. Chris seemed to have already decided on Bertina's testing project. You need only cook for me for a month and wash my clothes, and I shall grant you passage. The great mage Chris laid forth her conditions. Upon hearing this, Bertina was nearly elated to the point of jumping for joy, while Jerry's face fell in dismay. Come with me. I shall show you the work you are to undertake. With that, mage Chris stood and led the way. Arriving at a door, she waved her arm, causing it to swing open. Inside was a room identical to the one they had originally occupied, though this one contained a complete set of kitchenware. However, the space still felt too cavernous with just kitchen tools. This is the kitchen, Chris remarked without turning back, then proceeded to exit. Stopping at the doorway of another room, she paused but did not open the door. Peering through a small window on the door, one could see yet another identical room housing the spiny dragons captured the previous night. You must also prepare the feed for these specimens. Ignoring Bertina's pale complexion, Chris continued to guide the group to another chamber. Upon opening the door, a pungent odor assaulted their nostrils. The expansive room was crammed with various garments. Undergarments, shirts, trousers, coats, skirts, and robes. This is the laundry you are to tackle. I have not had the time to wash it myself. So, I must ask for your help, Chris casually stated before stepping out. Behind her, there was a sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. After escorting Bertina back to the original room, Jerry remained to watch over her. Enleiko and Kate, summoning their courage, resolved to confront the fearsome sorceress. Leaning back in her chair, Mage Chris fixed her sharp gaze upon the two trial participants before her. The two young individuals, anxiously awaiting a response, felt entirely different sensations under the piercing scrutiny of the witch at that moment. Kate felt as if facing a master swordsman, every inch of her bearing exposed as a flaw in the mage's eyes. Enleiko's feelings were even less favorable. He felt as though he had returned to the old grocery store, standing before a discerning customer in need of supplies. But unfortunately, he was not the salesperson but rather the merchandise. Acutely aware that Chris was perusing her list, after hearing the request from Kate and Enleiko, Chris had meticulously analyzed and evaluated the two trial participants multiple times. That it appears that the tall one possesses considerable potential. Being a disciple of Collins, I shall grant him a pass for the sake of courtesy. This naive lad seems easy to deceive. Why not toy with him, allowing him to plead for my assistance? Perhaps I might gain unexpected benefits. As for the short one, he is utterly unsuitable for magical training. I wonder which fool selected him. It is utterly absurd. However, his physique is quite impressive. He can certainly withstand some rigorous testing. Excellent, it is decided. He shall serve as experimental material. Chris internally confirmed her arrangements for the two, while the poor Enleiko and Kate remained blissfully unaware that from this moment forth, they had become comrades in misfortune alongside the spiny dragons in their cages. You must be Kate. I cannot ascertain whether you are suited for my training methods, nor your aptitude for casting spells. Out of respect for Collins, do not seek to make things difficult for yourself. I shall grant you a pass. Chris feigned indifference. But Mage Chris, I genuinely wish to learn magic. I would be willing to pay any price for your guidance, Kate urged, completely oblivious to the trap she had stepped into. A jackpot, an unrestricted demand. Chris secretly rejoiced. Very well. Let us see how it goes. But if I deem you unworthy, you shall be dismissed immediately, understood? The wily witch posed her terms at AS for you. I find your case quite intriguing. However, be prepared. The experiments can be perilous. Chris directed her attention to Enleiko. Yes, 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 in a fervent chorus of eager agreement. Enleiko remained unaware that he had unwittingly stepped into the second trap of his life. After lunch, which, of course, was prepared by Bertina, the poor girl was jolted awake by the witch's icy water attacks. It would be long before Enleiko and the others discovered that Chris could only perform this rudimentary water magic mixed with ice. And later, when the four young individuals became adept at water magic, they would find themselves using the same ice water attack spell. Watching Mage Chris direct Bertina to perform various tasks, the other three trial participants, filled with sympathy, could not help but recall the fairy tales of their childhood, where a young girl was often mistreated and forced to toil by the old witch in the castle. It seemed there was indeed a basis in reality. After the meal, the unfortunate Bertina was tasked with washing the dishes. However, even the sinister witch could show mercy at times. Chris surprisingly taught the poor trial participant how to manipulate water magic with precision for washing items, specifically instructing her to envelop the items to be cleaned in fresh water and then control the flow to spin continuously while varying the angles of rotation. However, Bertina was still unable to reliably wield that advanced technique, which involved casting a modified light-based magic originally exclusive to the clergy of Chris, designed to enhance the vitality of water and possessing formidable cleansing capabilities. Much later, after Bertina ascended to become a saintess of the faith, she vividly recalled this period of suffering, though she had never divulged it to anyone. Consequently, later generations speculated about this experience and recorded it in another form, ensuring its transmission throughout the world. The sacred text contained the following passage: Saintess Bertina, Prophet Enleiko, Holy Knight Kate, and unifying King Jerry, obtained the teachings of the Father God in the forest of the divine. Saintess Bertina was tasked with bringing the divine gift of holy water to the mortal realm. Prophet Enleiko was charged with spreading the sacred teachings to humanity. Holy Knight Kate was commissioned to dismantle the existing order, and unifying King Jerry was appointed to establish a new order. It is undeniable that religious canons are rife with subjective interpretations. While later meticulous historians recorded the two great figures, Bertina and Enleiko, who completed the religious unification and established the new ecclesiastical system, along with Kate and Jerry, who made significant contributions during the formation of this new system, first became acquainted during their journey in the forest of the divine, a matter that remains contentious. Yet, it is indisputable that Bertina acquired the knowledge and method for producing holy water during her journey in the forest of the divine. The discovery of holy water was profoundly significant, as the miracles it invoked transformed the faith from an elite religion into a widespread one, but the rapid proliferation of fatherism was directly facilitated by the role of holy water. However, it is perplexing that the initial emergence and swift dissemination of fatherism did not originate from the kingdom of Sophian, but rather from the rival kingdom of Kaoki. History can often be a cruel jest. Thus began Bertina's arduous journey. Yet she soon sought psychological solace, for the tragic fates of Kate and Enleiko were chilling. Chris had only mentioned to Kate that she would train him according to the methods documented in an ancient tome of magic. Consequently, observing Chris meticulously perusing that black-covered grimoire, the naive knightly descendant felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of experiencing ancient training methods. Little did he know that this tome contained the teachings for training barbaric magic warriors from a magical kingdom that had been destroyed a millennium ago. In the contemporary world, magic and martial prowess belong to two wholly distinct systems of power. Although some individuals are adept in both, their utilization of these powers cannot occur simultaneously. This is akin to Chris attempting to wield all four elemental magics concurrently, which creates a bottleneck in her power. Long ago, she had yearned to conduct experiments in this regard, but suitable test subjects were exceedingly rare. Firstly, the subject must possess a solid foundation in martial arts, a skill Chris lacked the capacity to teach. Moreover, the subject must also exhibit considerable magical potential. Such materials are rare indeed. And now, unexpectedly, one had presented itself. To neglect this opportunity would surely be a disservice to herself. The notebook she had previously acquired detailed the ancient methods of combining magic with martial training to produce barbaric magic warriors. However, this technique involved stripping the user's consciousness entirely, transforming them into a mere combat machine. Its utility seemed limited, and her unique methods of meditation and mental training had yet to be tested for efficacy. Perfectly, another test subject was available. She decided to utilize him for her experiments. The unfortunate choice of guinea pig was thus determined. Kate, in sword duels, what factors dominate the quest for victory? Please share your thoughts, Chris inquired. Kate was perplexed by Chris's question, yet he had encountered or answered similar inquiries countless times since childhood. Strength. Speed. Technique. Be more specific, Chris instructed. Strength is the foundation of all attacks. The enhancement of speed and the application of technique rely on strength's assurance. Speed is the direct manifestation of all attacks, encompassing both the speed of the attack and the speed of reaction, reflecting strength and showcasing technique. Technique is the ultimate essence of all attacks, encompassing the skill of wielding strength, the timing of offense and defense, the adaptability of moves, and the understanding of both allies and foes, Kate elaborated. Very good, Chris responded. As long as it pertains to dueling, the fundamental principles remain consistent. Martial skills and magic are no different. However, the enhancement of speed and technique is often overlooked by the majority of magicians that in duels between magicians. It devolves into a contest of raw power, a fact you should be well aware of. Yet, having witnessed my duel with that dire wolf, you should understand the significance of speed and technique. Reflecting on that earth-shattering battle, they began to grasp the weight of her earlier words. Chris continued, therefore, rather than striving to maximize a single power, it is far more effective to focus on the efficient allocation of moderately strong powers. As this method possesses greater flexibility, that I believe the same applies to sword duels. Indeed, my father once warned me that against formidable foes, employing a powerful finishing move is less effective than utilizing a versatile combination technique. Ha, I knew it. The air was once again filled with that jarring laughter. The powers of magic can be combined, just as magic and martial prowess can be harmonized. Are you not interested in experimenting with a new method of magical offense? Chris employed the standard seductive tactics typical of witches. Nothing could incite the fervent enthusiasm of someone as innocent as Kate more than such endeavors, leading him to pursue this fervor throughout his life. Consequently, Kate embraced those near-suicidal training methods with relish and unflagging enthusiasm. These training regimens could be broadly categorized into two types: magical resilience training and synchronized magic martial training. The former aimed to enable rapid approach to magicians, thus training the individual to defend against and mitigate magical damage using minimal mental energy. Its characteristics included speed, agility, and low requirements regarding magical aptitude, with the mantra being, if you can escape, do so; if you cannot, evade; and if evasion fails, brace for impact. The latter involved maintaining a meditative state during the process of attack. Thus, every time Chris observed Kate being scorched to a crisp like a freshly roasted duck or jolted by electric shocks, hobbling along in a series of awkward hops, or experiencing spontaneous combustion during synchronized training, only to be doused by Chris's icy water, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Bertina felt fortunate for her own fate. Each person has their own destiny, and it seemed the divine had not been unkind to her. Despite enduring considerable torment, Kate still reaped significant rewards. Firstly, he mastered entry-level magic from the 4 elemental schools, and his innate fire magic reached an intermediate level. Additionally, he learned various spells from other schools, including water defense magic, water crystal wall, wind defense magic, wine guardian, earth magic invented by Chris, earthen wall, water attack magic devised by Chris, glacial torrent, and wind attack magic, wind blade technique. Furthermore, floating technique and wind wing technique were no longer exclusive to Jerry. Witnessing Kate's accomplishments, Jerry was palpably stirred. However, for someone like him, mere excitement was a far cry from action, that if one were to assert that the greatest beneficiary was not Kate, but rather another individual, they should not presume it to be Enleiko, for he was currently in the direst predicament, first rendered mentally incoherent by Chris's peculiar potions, only to be subjected to constant electric shocks. Speaking of gains, it was indeed Bertina who emerged most fortunate. By a stroke of serendipity, she discovered that the cleansing water, modified by Chris, possessed extraordinary healing and regenerative properties. Consequently, through relentless practice, her mastery of this magic deepened significantly. Naturally, the practice materials were never lacking, as they included the perpetually wounded Kate and Enleiko, alongside the towering heaps of clothing that remained an eternal source of anguish for her. Among the 3 test subjects, the most unfortunate was Enleiko, whose training was exceedingly straightforward: consume potions, various inexplicable concoctions. Given that the only available Jerry often assisted Chris in potion preparation and brewing, if he happened to have a poor appetite and skipped a meal one day, it foretold calamity for Enleiko the following day. These potions did nothing to alleviate Enleiko's plight. Rather, they frequently left him in a state of mental disarray, leading him to question Chris's sincerity. On one occasion, in a state of extreme mental fog, Enleiko dared to request a change in training methods from Chris. Subsequently, Chris readily altered the regimen to meditation, all while enduring electric shocks. Now, Enleiko found himself yearning for the previous training methods. While the only available Jerry was assigned to oversee Enleiko during training, his primary responsibility was to maintain the stability of the frequency and intensity of the electric shocks, just by observing Jerry's appetite, which had shifted from a few days of poor appetite to a daily struggle to consume even a little. One could imagine the training's effectiveness throughout the span of several days of electric shock training. Enleiko could not claim to have gained nothing. One might say that his mental fortitude had increased exponentially, enabling him to reach the level of an upper-tier magician solely in terms of mental capacity. Chris explained this phenomenon, stating that maintaining a meditative state while enduring electric shocks for a single day equated to 3 months of continuous practice under normal conditions. However, when Kate attempted the same method, she discovered that she was on the verge of being unable to wield magic. That it turned out that maintaining a meditative state under electric shocks caused one's mental energy to disperse rather than converge. Therefore, electric shock meditation not only proved unhelpful for Enleiko's original predicament, but exacerbated it. Consequently, the sorceress Chris proactively suggested a change in training. However, the terrified Enleiko, like a startled bird, vehemently refused to acquiesce. After spending more than 2 months together, during which time the originally assigned cooking tasks for Bertina had been completed, yet only a fraction of the laundry was done, necessitating her continued presence. With cooking still her responsibility, the trial participants and the sorceress Chris had grown rather familiar with one another. Enleiko and Kate had several occasions where they wished to inquire of Chris about the myriad questions that the recent magical battle had raised within them. At last, one evening, during dinner, Kate could no longer restrain herself and directly posed a question to Chris. "Teacher Chris, I have always been puzzled by how you perform magic. I have never seen you utter a spell." Kate asked bluntly. "I do speak," Chris replied, raising her right hand, and with a sharp call, a fireball sprang forth as usual. "Could it be that sound is the incantation?" Enleiko inquired, as he had harbored this thought for quite some time. "Indeed. If you vocalize a spell at the quickest frequency, it manifests thus," Chris elucidated. "So, your voice transforms because," Bertina ventured. "Gains come with losses." This was the first time Chris displayed a heavy expression since their acquaintance. "But how do you simultaneously wield magic from the 4 elements?" Kate pressed further. "I do not wield them simultaneously. Rather, my speed of switching between magics is quite rapid," Chris clarified. "Is it possible for me to achieve that?" Kate, ever curious about methods to enhance her strength, inquired. "Certainly, as long as you undergo a minor procedure to split your mental energy." "Should you wish to try?" Chris replied. "Split mental energy?" Kate's face turned pale. "Of course, unless you split your mental energy, how could you maintain 4 distinct meditative states, unless you possess 3 heads like that demonic wolf? So your ability to consecutively cast spells is based on the same principle." Enleiko hastily diverted the conversation from the topic of mental energy splitting, fearing it would delve into the realm of insanity that he now realized how Chris's madness had come to be. Yes, it involves simultaneously gathering and casting 2 different meditative states, aided by magical artifacts. "You are indeed a remarkable sorceress, capable of inventing such a unique magical concept," Kate marveled. "I did not invent it. The creator was an assistant hired by my magic teacher," Chris retorted dismissively. Upon hearing this, the 4 trial participants were momentarily rendered speechless. The first to recover was Bertina, who asked, "Who is your teacher? And who is that great assistant?" "My teacher is the Archmage Naga. You should have all heard of him, the AS for that assistant. He is an exceedingly loathsome individual," Chris revealed, her expression brimming with distaste. "The Archmage Naga. I know that assistant is the Archmage Cecilia of Montita." Kate, being a noble, was far more aware of interpersonal relations than the average person. "Not Cecilia. Though she is quite detestable as well. If these magical concepts were indeed invented by that assistant, he should, in any case, be a rather renowned sorcerer," Kate asserted. "That fellow's greatest desire is to live off others and await death. He relishes female company and fine wine. He fears fame and socializing. He detests cultivation and practice, excelling far more in deceit and groping women than in his magical prowess. Not a single female disciple under my teacher's tutelage has escaped his clutches," Chris vented, completely unaware that she had just divulged her own embarrassing experiences. Upon hearing Chris's description, Bertina's face had already flushed crimson, while Kate looked on in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that such a person existed. Enleiko felt an ominous premonition. "What is this scoundrel's name?" Jerry inquired. "Victor." Chris's words had barely left her lips when a chorus of laughter erupted, sending soup and food flying across the table. Observing the 4 trial participants bend over, coughing uncontrollably, and the table laden with food that was clearly no longer fit for consumption, Chris did not appear angered by the premature conclusion of dinner. "It seems this Victor has some connection to you four," Chris remarked in an unusually gentle tone. "No, it has nothing to do with me. Victor is merely Enleiko's teacher. Jerry, ever the opportunist, seized the moment to sell out his friend." Yes. Bertina nodded repeatedly, seemingly unable to resist the influence of Chris after their brief time together. Despite her long-standing training as a priestess, although Kate said nothing, her retreat from Enleiko suggested that she had gained further insight and understanding from her father's lesson on the persistence of action. Enleiko had suspected from the outset that the individual Chris spoke of was likely his own teacher. Though Chris spoke in an exceedingly gentle tone, the fire flashing in her eyes and the sparks crackling between her fingers indicated to everyone that she was on the verge of an outburst. "Enleiko, I just remembered. There is a method that will surely teach you how to wield magic." A sharp laugh pierced the air, revealing Chris's genuine amusement. However, Enleiko could no longer hear her, for he had already fainted at that very moment. Chapter 3. The contract: cold, extreme cold, fear, an uncontainable dread, loneliness, a soul-draining sense of isolation. Enleiko found himself in this peculiar world, besieged by a multitude of adverse reactions. This realm was desolate and terrifying, with day and night alternating in cycles of approximately 3 hours. During the day, the surroundings became akin to a steel furnace, the immense, blistering sun scorching the ground, causing it to emit wisps of smoke. The molten glass churned and flowed like a river of fire. At night, the temperature plummeted to unbearable frigidness. This chilling sensation emanated from the full moon suspended in the sky. The bluish moonlight instantaneously froze all it touched, transforming the once flowing glass-like river into a hard, porous surface. The extreme temperature fluctuations during the transitions between day and night filled the atmosphere with interwoven lightning and rampant gusts of wind. This was the space in which Enleiko currently resided, a realm known as the Demon Realm. Ever since Chris the sorceress learned that Enleiko was a disciple of her arch-nemesis, Victor the sorcerer, she had arranged for him to undergo training in this place. Chris was indeed a formidable sorceress, possessing the ability to tear open 2 spaces and establish a magical array at the interface of these 2 realms as a bridge connecting them. Although she acknowledged that if this place were not the ancient battleground of the Radiant War, where the vast magical energies of both the demon and divine races had created countless fissures, she would not have been able to conjure the demon realm from thin air. The black sphere she had utilized in her battle against the Old Wolf was likewise based on this principle. It could be said that she was the sole sorceress in this world capable of manipulating space. The magical array leading to the demon realm was controlled by the sorcerer positioned at its center. As long as one maintained a meditative state, a life-sustaining barrier could be upheld within the confines of the array. However, the alternating heat and cold, coupled with the thin air, rendered this place akin to a hell on earth. Had Enleiko not undergone extensive training in electric shock meditation, he likely would have succumbed long ago, turning this hellish realm into a true inferno. Enleiko could only pray that Chris would show mercy and, in a timely manner, remember to summon him back to his original world, rather than forgetting him in this otherworldly realm for 3 long days as she had previously done. But of course, Chris claimed it was unintentional, and Enleiko could only regard it as an accidental oversight. What else could he do? Meanwhile, Bertina merely prayed for Enleiko to the gods in the mortal realm, unaware if the celestial deities possessed the power to rescue him from the demon realm. Though Kate had been a good friend, once reminding Chris to summon Enleiko back, she soon found herself severely injured during a training session personally overseen by Chris, leaving her in a coma for several days and thus unable to assist. Even upon waking, it was unlikely that Kate would possess the courage to do so to end the demon realm. Aside from the abysmal environment, Enleiko was also haunted by the legendary demons who had fled into this realm following their defeat in the Radiant War. According to legend, the demon race and the divine race once cohabited this world, their powers being equal yet opposing in nature. The divine beings cherished light, while the demons reveled in darkness. The two factions initially had no quarrel. However, a fierce war erupted between them over control of humanity. It is said that humans were originally created by the divine race as assistants and servants to govern their territories. In turn, the demon race created various magical beasts as their subordinates. Yet over the course of thousands of years, the relatively weak human beings unexpectedly flourished. The territory of the demon clan has been significantly eroded. And although the powerful monsters they have created have inflicted considerable losses on humanity in the short term, it is inevitable that humans will ultimately eradicate these creatures. Moreover, the strength of humanity has grown ever more formidable through relentless combat. With the covert support of the divine beings, humanity has dared to launch attacks against the true demon clan. Under these circumstances, numerous wars have erupted between the demons and humans, despite the fact that humanity has consistently suffered devastating defeats. They have managed to avoid total annihilation under the protection of the divine beings. Consequently, at the behest of the wise elders of the demon clan, a plan to seduce and manipulate humanity was subtly set in motion. The demons sought out agents among humans and began to instill their power within them. With the divine beings' negligence, humanity gradually fell under the demons' control. That by the time the divine beings awoke to this reality, humanity had become uncontrollable. In response, the divine beings unleashed calamities that decimated the majority of the human populace, although a portion was sheltered by both the divine beings and the demons. After this great catastrophe, humanity began to proliferate once more, and the struggle for control between the divine and demonic forces culminated in a magnificent war. Following the conflict, immense power ruptured the fabric of space, giving rise to numerous distinct worlds. With the majority of demons being vanquished, leaving only a small faction to escape into a perilously hostile realm, which became known as the demon realm. Although the divine beings emerged victorious in the war, their power was considerably diminished, and they paid a significant price. Moreover, the cataclysmic energies unleashed during the battle triggered widespread disaster across the globe, leaving the weakened divine beings powerless to intervene. Thus, they chose to inhabit a more suitable environment, relocating many of the world's beautiful creations to that realm. Naturally, they also meticulously selected a portion of humanity to accompany them into this new space, leaving the desolate world to the remaining humans. After several millennia, the world eventually stabilized, allowing humanity to reconstruct civilization and reclaim dominion over it. However, this era was marred by a loss of faith, steeped in barbarism and bloodshed. That it was only after a prolonged period that remnants of the original civilizational beliefs were rediscovered among the scattered ruins across the world. And it was during this time that magic was also recovered. Through the prayers of those who rediscovered their faith, the gods from the other world finally sensed the changes occurring in this realm. Envoys sent by the gods began to disseminate civilization among the faithful. Thus, the current order of the world was established, while the realm inhabited by the gods came to be referred to as the heavenly realm. Chris harbored no interest in legends, rather. She felt an overwhelming impulse towards the existence of demons. Long ago, she had yearned to capture a true demon. Yet genuine demons, being highly intelligent beings, would never fall for such traps, and the only entities she could ensnare were ancient magical beasts and dark spirits. Thus, Enleiko was entrusted with a daunting yet honorable task, serving as bait that, of course, Chris had also prepared 2 weapons for Enleiko's self-defense, demonstrating her superior foresight compared to Victor. Before venturing into the demon realm, Chris tossed a long knife to Enleiko. The blade measured 3 feet and 9 inches in length, slightly excessive, with the widest part being a mere 1.5 inches. The blade was elongated and curved, thin as 0.2 inches, that a gentle swing caused the blade to resonate, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. The edge of the knife was remarkably light, indicating it was designed for swift one-on-one combat. The blade was smooth, devoid of any blood grooves or inscriptions, and the hilt lacked a guard, suggesting its previous owner was a highly confident and skilled swordsman. The handle was exceedingly short, preventing Enleiko from fully grasping it. He could only clutch it with his thumb, index, and middle fingers, while his ring and pinky fingers could not exert any force due to the lack of length. A dark red pattern spiraled around the hilt. According to Chris, this knife possessed immense power and was capable of choosing its master. Dubbed Crimson Tear, it could absorb the life force of enemies and transfer it to its wielder, thereby empowering them with each battle. However, as with all things, there was a catch. Crimson Tear would periodically siphon a portion of its owner's vitality. Consequently, Chris had no desire for the knife but felt it too valuable to discard. It was fortuitous that Enleiko was to serve as bait, as this knife could slightly increase his chances of survival. After much contemplation, Enleiko reluctantly accepted the sword, reasoning that when one is at the end of their rope, any lifeline is welcome. Following a simple bonding ritual, Crimson Tear finally became Enleiko's weapon. However, the ritual nearly cost him his life. It turned out that to have Crimson Tear acknowledge him as its master, he needed to provide a significant amount of blood. Left severely anemic from the blood loss, Enleiko had no time to recover before Chris cast him into the demon realm. Were it not for another piece of equipment supporting him, Enleiko might have already become a mere ornament in the demon realm. The second piece of equipment was a polished black iron plate, gleaming like a mirror on both sides. Chris referred to it as the moonlight mirror, which could absorb moonlight and convert it into magical energy. Had Chris not deemed its effects too negligible after testing, she would not have bestowed it upon Enleiko. However, she did not anticipate the immense energy emitted by the moon in the demon realm, which nearly caused Enleiko to burst from the overwhelming magical power it generated. For the first time, endowed with magic, Enleiko was uncertain whether to feel joy or dread. The excess magical energy surged through him, making it effortless to cast fireballs and lightning strikes in rapid succession. In fact, even if he wished to refrain from using magic, he could not, as the unrelenting influx of magical power threatened to rupture him. Even if he attempted to hide the moonlight mirror, the tremendous energy from the moon in the demon realm would continue to pour, and he found himself casting spells for 3 hours straight, then resting for 3 hours, and repeating the cycle. Unbeknownst to Enleiko, a portion of the magical energy gradually integrated into his body, circulating through his blood and meridians. This was something he had not anticipated. Nor had Chris. Without the moonlight mirror, none of this would have been possible. If Enleiko had not been in such a weakened state, it likewise could not have occurred. And if Enleiko had been a skilled magician who cast spells in the conventional manner, this would not have unfolded either. In the harsh environment Enleiko had endured for 3 days, teetering on the brink of mental collapse. The power of the magical array diminished significantly as his mental strength waned. And now, in the daytime, without the moonlight's magical support, enduring the scorching daylight became exceedingly arduous. The landscape before him shimmered with glaring sunlight, appearing red to Enleiko's eyes. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke emerged before him. The surrounding smoke seemed to coalesce with intent, revealing an ethereal form. Its visage comprised solely of swirling mist, with a claw similarly materializing from the haze, while the rest fluctuated and dissipated with the smoke's movement. Human, you dare intrude upon the demon realm. Your flesh shall serve as the finest offering, and your soul shall remain here forever, condemned to eternal suffering. The smoke intoned, its words penetrating Enleiko's mind. In a panic, Enleiko emitted a signal for magical assistance, summoning Chris, the sorceress from another realm. Originally, they had agreed that upon discovering a demon, he would notify Chris through a magical signal. Chris would then prepare to transport the entire magical array to that world. Thus, Enleiko simply needed to survive until that moment that he anxiously awaited the spatial transition as he repeatedly sent signals. Now, all he could do was pray for the demon before him to delay its attack. Fighting was out of the question. This demon, formed of smoke, was clearly impervious to physical assault. Moreover, it was unfortunate that it appeared in broad daylight. Did not demons prefer darkness? Why was it not resting? Enleiko cursed inwardly. What a shameless demon. What a fascinating trap, the smoke entity remarked. It seems you are merely a pawn, an unfortunate creature being used as bait. Realizing that the demon had swiftly deduced the truth of the situation and accurately identified the roles, Enleiko felt a surge of fear. Very well, given your pitiable status, I shall grant you a choice. Surrender your soul or your flesh. Upon hearing that there was a choice, Enleiko felt a glimmer of hope. Having a choice meant he could negotiate, and negotiating equated to a chance at survival. If you sign a soul contract with me, relinquishing your spirit and granting me full dominion over your soul, I shall spare your life, the demon proposed. In the dichotomy of survival versus annihilation, making a singular choice was Enleiko's forte. Thus, following a brief ritual, the demon suddenly vanished from before him. Enleiko let out a long sigh of relief, having just escaped the gravest peril of his life. Though he remained unaware of the true cost of his choice, however, he soon discovered that he was now facing his second greatest crisis. With tremors shaking the ground, the immense magical array gradually filled with energy. The spatial inversion magic is on the verge of activation. If Enleiko had just fervently wished to return to his own world, now he finds himself fervently hoping to avoid such a return. However, the magic has already commenced, and shortly he will be facing Chris. Thus, Enleiko prays to the divine, hoping for a slight improvement in Chris's mood as the tremors cease, and when Chris appears before him with a dazed expression, Enleiko realizes that the gods of the celestial realm have not heeded his prayers. Upon witnessing the state of the wizard Chris, who, with a forced focus, gazes upon the magic circle devoid of anything but Enleiko, the great sorceress nonchalantly conjures a high-level storm of lightning, enveloping Enleiko along with the magic circle, before turning away to return to her slumber. In the subsequent decades, every time Enleiko hears thunder or sees lightning, he is seized by terror, spiraling into a state of rage. The following day, after Kate and the others drag Enleiko from the magic circle, a single remark from Jerry, the great wizard Chris has summoned you for questioning, drives the already shattered Enleiko to the brink of further mental collapse. Without waiting for Chris to inquire, Enleiko spills forth the entirety of events that transpired. Once he finishes, he adopts a resigned demeanor, awaiting his fate. Ha 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 ha. A series of high-pitched laughs emanates from Chris, indicating either extreme delight or an impending outburst. Chris gestures, and a magic circle emerges from the ceiling that a swirl of silvery light descends, enveloping several smoke-like entities. Is it akin to these? Chris inquires with a smile. Indeed, Enleiko responds. Ha, ha, you have formed a contract with a dark spirit. Ha ha ha. Chris appears exceedingly pleased, as though she has stumbled upon a treasure. Dark spirits are the lowest tier of monsters, possessing such feeble abilities that they can only amalgamate into simple forms, lacking any substantial entity. Their only strength lies in intimidation. By the way, what type of contract did you establish? Master-servant, equal, or subordinate? Chris questions. It seems to be called a soul contract? Enleiko replies. Ha ha, cough cough. Chris is now laughing so hard that she struggles to breathe. Leaning over the table, coughing incessantly. A soul contract. I truly did not anticipate that. Enleiko, you are indeed quite the frightful individual. Observing the bewildered expressions of the 4 trial participants, she elaborates. A soul contract is an exceedingly rare form of agreement, as it is nearly entirely one-sided in benefit. Thus the conditions for its establishment are extremely stringent. Noticing the group's perplexed expressions, Chris continues. Contracts serve as a means for humans to establish connections with deities and demons, and the ease with which a contract is formed correlates with the benefits humans derive from it. Provided the deity or demon consents, a master-servant relationship can be established wherein the contracting individual may freely wield the powers of the contracted deity. An equal relationship is somewhat similar, yet a deity or demon can terminate such a contract at will. For a subordinate contract to be established, the individual's consent is required. Once formed, the individual may utilize the portion of power permitted by the contracted deity, at the cost of corresponding sacrifices. Conversely, a soul contract is the most imbalanced of agreements, offering no advantages to the human. Everything belonging to the individual is subject to the whims of the contracted deity, who may seize the person's body or soul at any moment. However, to enter such an unequal contract, the individual must be absolutely willing. If there is even a hint of hesitation during the ritual, the contract cannot be formed. Do you understand? Gazing at the stupefied Enleiko, Chris wears a mischievous smile and remarks, "Dear little Enleiko, the sin of waking me yesterday is quite considerable, that if you do not establish a contract that satisfies me." In a state of mental collapse, Enleiko hastily signs several agreements drafted by the great wizard Chris, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. When Bertina attempts to heal Enleiko's injuries, Chris halts her, explaining that for Enleiko, who has formed a contract with the demon race, her light healing magic would be most lethal. Upon regaining consciousness, Enleiko discovers himself ensconced in a variety of herbs, the pungent aroma pervading the room. Struggling to rise from the herbal mound, he realizes that among these herbs are components that induce paralysis in the muscles, rendering him as if he were traversing through a mound of cotton, each step a treacherous endeavor. Pushing open the door, he spots Kate in the center of a vast magic circle, drenched in sweat, dodging attacks while several wounds bleed upon his body. Yet, there is not a single opponent in sight. Bertina and Jerry sit to the side, observing. "Kate," Enleiko greets his friend. Kate momentarily freezes, only for a bolt of lightning to strike his left side, inflicting a painful wound and no longer able to afford distractions. He focuses intently on his training. Realizing that his presence has interrupted Kate's practice, Enleiko quietly approaches the two onlookers and inquires, "Hey, what kind of training is Kate undertaking?" "Do not disturb me. I must concentrate on controlling this magic circle," Jerry warns. Bertina tugs at Enleiko, and the two move to the opposite side of the magic circle. She whispers softly into Enleiko's ear, "During your unconsciousness, Kate commenced formal training in the fusion of magic and martial arts. He is currently evading lightning magic attacks while maintaining the state of wind reading, with Jerry presiding over the lightning magic circle." Observing his companion's growth fills Enleiko with excitement, yet a tinge of melancholy lingers. Feeling a sense of disinterest, Enleiko slowly strolls back to his room, his body weary, and for the first time, he questions whether he is truly suited to be a wizard. "Perhaps I am not cut out for this path," he mutters to himself. "That depends on how you perceive magic." A sudden, unfamiliar voice interjects. "Who are you?" Enleiko demands. "A human? I am no mere human. Have you so quickly forgotten your master?" With a low, rumbling sound, a wisp of smoke appears before him, and as it dissipates, Enleiko is faced with the embodiment of his eternal torment, the most notorious con artist, an unknown demon from the abyss. Trembling in fear, Enleiko stares at this creature from the demon realm. Although Chris had assured him of its lack of power, centuries of human dread towards such otherworldly beings render Enleiko exceedingly apprehensive. "How did you escape?" Enleiko musters his courage to ask. "After forming a contract with you, I can naturally traverse between realms at will." Hearing the demon mention the contract that inflicts him with such profound anguish, Enleiko finds himself at a loss for words. Apart from what he learned from Chris, that this creature poses no threat, and the knowledge that its name is most, he is otherwise entirely uninformed. "Why have you come forth?" Enleiko inquires, aware that even a harmless demon could disrupt the tranquility of this world. His greatest fear is that this creature might leverage his soul to compel him into rescuing those otherworldly beings captured by Chris. The mere thought of Chris sends shivers down his spine. "Are you not troubled by your inability to wield magic? I can assist you," the demon offers, surprised yet skeptical. Enleiko asks, "You can enable me to use magic?" After all, no matter how powerful Chris's magic is, Her understanding of the essence of magic may not surpass that of an entity composed of magical energy. I cannot grant you magical power, but I can teach you to utilize magic. Whether you can subsequently alter your constitution and acquire your own magical abilities hinges upon your fortune. The mention of fortune significantly shakes Enleiko's confidence. It seems he is fated to be favored by the goddess of misfortune. He must confront this reality. Nevertheless, since embarking on this trial journey, he has developed an increasingly profound affection for magic, making the notion of relinquishing it impractical. Before him lies a lifeline, akin to a drowning person grasping at a straw. Fully aware that it is but a marginal improvement over despair, yet would seize it without hesitation. Did you not experience the sensation of wielding magic in the demon realm? Did that not enlighten you about the essence of magic? Most. Observing the confusion etched on Enleiko's face, continues. The use of magic is the control of elemental forces through mental strength that I in the demon realm. The augmentation from the demon moon allowed you to freely manipulate the elements with your mental prowess. In this realm, however, individuals must gather their mental strength to command the limited elements, which is the very reason you cannot wield magic. Nonetheless, there exist methods in this world to amplify mental strength, namely, divine demon contracts and magic circles. Upon hearing the mention of divine demon contracts, Enleiko's mind sharpens, eagerly tuning into most continued revelations. The contract between gods and demons, based on the divine and demonic entities involved, allows the contracting party to wield elemental control with the assistance of their respective powers. That in simpler terms, one can manipulate the elements that the contracted god can govern with minimal mental exertion. For instance, if you forge a pact with the god of fire or the flame demon, you would find it rather effortless to cast fire-based spells. However, your mental capacity remains unchanged. Your proficiency in other forms of magic does not enhance merely due to your agreement with the deity. Observing Enleiko, whose eyes sparkled with hope, the creature master unceremoniously doused him with cold reality. I possess no surplus power to lend you. Seeing Enleiko's despondent demeanor, the creature consoled him. While I cannot bestow you strength, I can guide you in acquiring it. Upon hearing this, Enleiko, who had clawed his way up from the depths of despair, implored, "Please, tell me quickly." His fervent desire for magic overshadowed any consideration of the potential price he might have to pay to the creature before him. Fortunately, Master did not seize this opportunity to exploit Enleiko, indicating a heart more benevolent than that of Victor or Chris. Do not forget the magic circle. It is a method that relies on specific mental energy to control elements. As long as your mental power is sufficient to initiate and sustain the magic circle, you are capable. That I have observed you in the demon realm for quite some time, and you excel in this regard. Magic circle. How did I not think of that? Enleiko exclaimed joyfully, almost missing what Master was about to say next. What about the magic cannon energy amplification plate you utilized in the demon realm? Master inquired. The magic cannon energy amplification plate. Perhaps it refers to that moonlight mirror. Even Chris is unaware of its origins, Enleiko pondered. After retrieving the moonlight mirror from his pocket, he felt a tinge of regret. The magic cannon sounds formidable. Could this creature use it for nefarious purposes? However, Master's subsequent words dispelled his doubts. The amplification plate is crafted from dark matter, which has the capacity to convert magical energy into dark magic. I possess a method to revert the amplification plate back into dark matter, which you can then absorb. I will also impart a spell that enables you to harness the properties of dark matter, allowing you to absorb the energy from magical attacks directed at you in battle. With this newfound magical power, you will be able to cast spells. Upon hearing such promising news, Enleiko wasted no time in requesting Master to proceed. That a cloud of black smoke enveloped the moonlight mirror, and its smooth surface appeared to boil, bubbling vigorously as threads of darkness began to unfurl from the rupturing bubbles. Each thread moved like a living entity, darting about chaotically. Yet, the black smoke bound these animated threads like ropes, and as the threads multiplied, the moonlight mirror shrank as if evaporating. When the moonlight mirror vanished completely, a thunderous sound echoed, causing Enleiko to faint. Uncertain of how much time had passed, when Enleiko regained consciousness, he found himself within an enormous and intricate magic circle. As his awareness returned, the magic circle gradually dissipated. Enleiko felt a void in his mind, with only a lengthy incantation lingering in his memory. After approximately 2 hours, he emerged from his daze, recalling the incantation, which seemed interminable and unlike any other he had encountered. Gently reciting the enchanting words, upon completion of the lengthy incantation, a translucent wall materialized before him. Had it not been for the faintly glowing ancient script above, Enleiko might have completely overlooked the presence of this barrier. The creaking sound of the door being pushed open startled Enleiko, and with a flash of light, tranquility returned to the room. Bertina, who entered to check on Enleiko, evidently had not witnessed his earlier actions. Upon seeing Enleiko awake, she expressed her joy and took him to dinner at the dining table. Enleiko cautiously broached the subject with Chris, seeking her knowledge regarding magic circles. Initially, he harbored little hope, yet to his astonishment, Chris readily agreed, which left Enleiko feeling apprehensive. Given Chris's previous eccentricities, her unexpected willingness to assist made him wary, a sentiment shared by his companions. Chris, clearly perceptive of their expressions, reassured Enleiko, saying, "Do not be afraid." Enleiko was indeed quite fearful. "I will not cause you harm." How ironic, everyone thought. "Do not forget, you have entered into numerous contracts with me. You are now my private property, and naturally, I wish for what belongs to me to be as useful as possible." Ah, that makes sense. In the ensuing period, Enleiko finally received formal instruction from Chris. Despite her seemingly erratic demeanor, she was undoubtedly a knowledgeable sorceress. Her in-depth research into magic circles was among the finest, for it was no small feat to create a magic circle capable of connecting to the demon realm. Each day brought Enleiko a plethora of knowledge to absorb, as the establishment and application of magic circles proved significantly more challenging than the ordinary use of magic. Moreover, Chris's teaching methods left much to be desired. She neither explained the principles behind the formation of magic circles nor the methods of application and meditation, but insisted that Enleiko memorize their functions and layouts, subsequently commanding him to experiment independently to essay result. After numerous harrowing experiences, Enleiko nearly memorized all the magic circles he had studied. It seemed that this teaching approach correlated directly with the student's vitality. The more perilous the situation, the more knowledge was retained. It appeared that this method was particularly suited to the strongest and least magically inclined barbarians. It seemed Chris only understood this singular pedagogical approach. This was true for both Enleiko and Kate. In any case, Bertina could now concoct appropriate remedies merely by glancing at Enleiko's wounds. Correspondingly, the efficacy of her special cleansing agents had become increasingly pronounced, proving effective for both laundry and healing. After nearly 2 months of relatively tranquil study, their academic endeavors came to an end. Do not assume it was due to Enleiko and Kate completing their studies, nor that Bertina had finally finished washing the heaps of dirty laundry. Certainly, it was not a result of Chris's newfound benevolence. The liberation of the 4 unfortunate trial participants came unexpectedly from an unanticipated guest. That morning, Enleiko and Kate had just finished their daily regimen of practice, having committed to memory an unforgettable magic circle. Enleiko, feeling as if he had been grilled like a hamburger, and Kate, having just battled a thorn dragon and looking akin to a colorful salad platter, were undergoing Bertina's routine treatment when a brilliant light suddenly shone from the ceiling, accompanied by a resonant hum. This commotion drew out Chris, who had been conducting experiments in the laboratory, as well as Jerry, who had been sleeping in the room. The intense light gradually converged, revealing a strikingly beautiful noblewoman. Her golden hair, elegantly styled, shone resplendently, clad in exquisite ballroom attire and wielding a fan adorned with velvet feathers. Her demeanor appeared incongruous with the atmosphere of the space. Kate, still in the midst of treatment, hastily struggled to sit up. In a flurry, he tidied his clothes and rushed to the young lady, bowing deeply. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" "Princess." Enleiko gasped in astonishment. That he had heard that the current king had a son and a daughter, but this seemed worlds apart from his existence as the son of a humble shopkeeper. He had never fathomed he would one day come face to face with either royal. The princess seemed roughly the same age as Kate, yet considerably more mature than the older boy. She returned the courtesy gracefully, saying, "I never expected to encounter Mr. Kate here." Turning away, she disregarded the others and approached Chris, bowing deeply. "Greetings, esteemed teacher. I seek your assistance." To Enleiko's surprise, the princess was a pupil of Chris. Yet it appeared she had not undergone her unconventional educational methods. Everyone was left wondering why she did not choose to study under the esteemed Grand Sorcerer Naga, a highly respected figure and the national protector of the Sophie Kingdom, who would undoubtedly welcome the princess as a student. Why, then, did she opt to learn from the erratic Chris? "Let us discuss this over dinner. I have an important experiment to conduct," Chris replied, returning to her laboratory. For the remainder of the day, Kate remained closely at the princess's side, likely a habit rooted in his knightly nature. Meanwhile, Jerry, driven by his merchant instincts, seized the opportunity to flatter the princess. Burdened by the responsibilities entrusted to him by his father, he endeavored to seize this chance to impress the royal family, especially considering that even his brother, a member of the Royal Knight Order, had yet to approach any royal figures that in contrast, Enleiko and Bertina did not share the same excitement. Enleiko felt he existed in a realm entirely separate from royalty, rendering him indifferent. Bertina, having been raised with sacred teachings, held little regard for worldly hierarchies and thus remained unimpressed. Nevertheless, the princess expressed considerable admiration for Bertina, though it had little to do with her abilities. She was utterly captivated by Bertina's culinary skills. Thus, by the time dinner arrived, the two had become intimate friends, addressing each other with affectionate nicknames. Princess called Bertina Betty, while Bertina referred to the princess as Ni. Of course, such appellations were exclusive to the two of them. No one else could dare to call the princess by her given name, Franny. At the dining table, the sorceress Chris inquired about the princess's purpose for being there. Through the princess's words, everyone learned that the situation in the most powerful nation on the continent, the kingdom of Kaosi, was unstable. Following the demise of the long-serving Chancellor Ross, who had governed for 30 years, the hardliners were on the rise, and the kingdom of Kaosi harbored intentions of conquering neighboring lands by force. Seizing the opportunity presented by the National Day celebrations, the king dispatched the prince and princess as envoys to the kingdom of Kaosi, hoping to forge an alliance with the current ruler, King Hekols III. After hearing the princess's account, the sorceress Chris remained noncommittal. "Teacher, I beseech you, this is my request, and my brother's as well, and our father, your brother, implores you, my dear aunt." Upon hearing the princess's plea, the 4 trial students were taken aback. Chris was a member of the royal family, the sister of the king, the eldest princess. Could it be that this audacious, arrogant, and formidable sorceress truly possessed noble lineage and had undergone a rigorous royal education? Kate suddenly recalled another critical matter. As the eldest princess, Chris should be the third in line to the throne after the prince and princess. That, of course, Kate did not worry that Chris would secretly harm the current king. But if the prince and princess were to meet with misfortune or be imprisoned, and the already frail king were to suffer any untoward incident, this unhinged teacher of theirs would naturally become the sole heir to the throne. Just the thought of her ruling the country sent shivers down his spine, fearing the days ahead would not be pleasant. Therefore, for the sake of the country, family, and his own future, he had to persuade the teacher to assist. Indeed, only a great sorceress like you can save this nation and rescue this world, the magnificent and genius sorceress Chris. For the sake of everyone, Kate finally cast aside his knightly dignity and resorted to flattery, picking up the art of sycophancy that Jerry excelled at. Whether it was due to Kate's lack of skill in flattery or Chris's recent overindulgence in it, she seemed utterly unfazed by his attempts. Desperate, Kate exchanged urgent glances with his companions, and the 2-inch merchants quickly sprang into action, employing their refined and masterful flattery techniques to shower Chris with compliments. The princess frowned, unable to believe such base and shameless individuals existed in the world. Chris emitted a series of sharp, mocking laughter. Everyone realized the effect had been achieved. Well, it is indeed as you say. However, I must focus on my magical studies and have no time to engage in state affairs. Kate, you are a scion of a knightly family and a noble, right? I have taught you for quite some time, and you have gained much knowledge. Therefore, I shall entrust you with the task of protecting the princess and prince. Of course, I shall not let you face this peril alone. Enleiko, you are my private property. I trust you remember that. Now, I assign you the duty of assisting Kate in safeguarding the princess. Is that acceptable? By the way, Bertina, you still have many clothes to wash, don't you? You may forego that for now and accompany them. As for Jerry, Chris tapped her forehead repeatedly, pondering what to say regarding Jerry. Jerry, as their companion, you should share in their fortunes and misfortunes, right? You shall go too. This will save you some money. With that, Chris snapped her fingers, and a barrier enveloped the dining table. Everyone felt as though they had mouths but could not utter a sound. It appeared there was no choice. Each person harbored their own thoughts and silently finished their dinner. The sorceress Chris retired early that day, leaving the 4 trial students and a distant guest behind. As a half-host, Bertina took the initiative to attend to the princess, leaving the 3 young men to remain in their original quarters. Feeling utterly drained, Jerry collapsed onto the bed. Enleiko also felt dizzy. Sitting vacantly on the edge of the bed, Kate paced anxiously in the room. It's over, we're doomed. This is a task fraught with peril. Otherwise, the royal family would not seek the help of this mad woman. In despair, Jerry began to brazenly insult the sorceress Chris, disregarding the greatest taboo. Coward, so you were only worried about this? Then don't go. The nation is in peril, Kate passionately declared. Yet whatever he said fell on deaf ears for Enleiko, whose mind was in disarray ever since learning of Chris's identity as the eldest princess. Reflecting on Chris's various actions and persecutions against him, he pondered the contracts he had been forced to sign, contemplating his current status as the private property of the eldest princess that he was uncertain whether to feel sorrow or relief. Although each person's thoughts diverged greatly, one thing was certain. They would depart at dawn the following morning. Embarking on a new journey, the night gradually faded. When dawn arrived, the 3 young men, burdened with their thoughts and sleepless, awoke early. After each gathered their belongings, the 3, having nothing else to do, quietly slipped outside. During their 4 months in the laboratory, Enleiko had never ventured outside. Kate was likely in the same boat. Observing the 2 gazing blankly at the scenery outside, Jerry found a spot to sit down. "It's beautiful," Kate exclaimed. Before them lay a vast expanse of dense forest, encircled by mountains that resembled lotus petals, framing the immense basin at the center. "Do you know? This is the site of the final battlefield of the glorious campaign. It was here, at the very spot we now stand, that the God Lord unleashed his ultimate magic, vanquishing all the demon kin and leaving behind this basin." Jerry spoke as if he were a commentator. Enleiko then noticed the peculiar mountain ranges surrounding them, all presenting smooth, even arcs in his direction. The entire basin spanned thousands of hectares. Due to the passage of time, the exposed cliffs of the distant mountains were adorned with lush vegetation, while the forest below was filled with towering, majestic trees, most of which grew taller than those found elsewhere. Some ancient trees stood like cranes amidst a flock of chickens, rising prominently in the deep emerald forest. Enleiko turned to glance at Kate, who stood with eyes aglow, face flushed and body tense, captivated by the breathtaking natural scenery before him. Seeing Kate so invigorated, Enleiko believed that even if a colossal dragon lay before them, Kate would bravely charge forward. Clearly, Jerry also recognized the unfavorable situation posed by Kate's burgeoning sense of knightly honor. At such a moment, it was detrimental to stir Kate's pride. Thus, with the insistence of the 2, Kate was dragged back to the laboratory. Upon returning below, they found the 2 ladies had already prepared breakfast and were waiting. The tardy sorceress Chris hastily finished her meal and urged the young men to set out promptly. The travelers, unable to finish their breakfast, were hurried to the central area of the teleportation magic circle that a brilliant light shone down from above. Accompanied by a buzzing roar, everyone's vision brightened. Chapter 4. The call to arms as the brilliant light dissipated. The travelers discovered they had been transported to the heart of a vast square, one which Enleiko was not unfamiliar with, that he had previously visited a similar teleportation magic circle at the center of the Magic Association in New Nack City with Teacher Victor. However, the square before him was significantly larger, allowing a distant view of a sprawling palace complex, likely the royal city to the left. A towering observatory indicated that this was the center of the Magic Association in the capital. Sophian, presided over by the great Archmage Naga, to the right. A row of sharply peaked buildings signified a close communion with the divine. This was the center of the church, perhaps disturbed by the teleportation magic circle. A troop of cavalry could be seen approaching from a distance. The cavalry marched in two orderly columns along the avenue of the square, and from the synchronized strides of the war horses and the resplendent armor of their riders, Enleiko surmised that this was likely the royal knight order that Jerry's brother had joined. Indeed, as the cavalry drew near, Enleiko could clearly see the long shields adorning their horses and the emblems embroidered on their saddles, both depicting the emblem of the double-winged horse that symbolized the royal family of Sophian. The cavalry formed a neat line before the group, and at the command of the captain, the knights dismounted in unison, drawing their swords in a synchronized manner. Under the early morning sunlight, the blades gleamed with a fierce golden light, and the knights respectfully performed a knightly salute to the princess. Once the salute was completed, the knights sheathed their swords. At this moment, the captain of the left cavalry approached the princess and knelt before her, performing the royal salute. Kate, having already stood aside, swiftly grabbed Enleiko and Jerry by their collars, pulling the two oblivious commoners behind him. Bertina also dutifully stepped aside. "Esteemed princess, I apologize for my tardiness in welcoming you. The king is currently presiding over state affairs in the Grand Hall. Please allow the princess to rest briefly. His Majesty wishes to meet with you shortly." Upon concluding his words, the captain of the knights inclined his body and slowly retreated back into the cavalry formation. 5 knights led their steeds before the gathering of travelers, kneeling on one knee with their arms crossed over their chests. Enleiko, perplexed by the proceedings, observed as the princess approached a warhorse, placing her foot upon the knight's arm, and as he gently lifted his arms, she executed a graceful turn and mounted the horse. Similarly, Kate selected a steed. However, he did not use the knight's shoulder to mount. Instead, he performed a knightly salute, to which the knight nodded in acknowledgement before standing upright. In a swift motion, Kate deftly leaped into the saddle. Bertina and Jerry exchanged glances. Lacking Kate's agility, they hesitated momentarily, ultimately deciding to emulate the princess's more cautious approach. Enleiko, having honed his equestrian skills while assisting at the local general store, opted to follow Kate's example. After bowing to the knight, he, as was his custom, eschewed the stirrup, simply swinging his leg over and pressing down on the saddle, lifting himself gracefully into position atop the horse. Observing Enleiko's horsemanship, the knight nodded in approval. However, as the knight rose, he leaned in to whisper softly in Enleiko's ear, "Your prowess is indeed commendable, yet you are not a knight. I implore you to refrain from performing knightly gestures reserved for those of the order in the future." Enleiko's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. He had never considered that excessive politeness could elicit criticism. Once Enleiko was mounted, the knights uniformly rode forth, encircling the 5 travelers for protection as they advanced toward the royal city. They passed through the triumphal arch, the main avenue, and the gates of the Forbidden Palace. The epicenter of Sophia's supreme authority, the palace, loomed before them. Dismounting, the group ascended the steps of white marble, flanked by 2 bronze winged horse statues at the palace's entrance. The 48 marble columns supported the grand structure, each intricately carved with grand reliefs depicting glorious battles and victorious days. The palace's apex, constructed of white marble, was adorned with gold leaf, forming a celestial design. The 12 main columns at the center bore emblems representing the 12 deities of the divine realm. From the depths of the hall, the sound of discourse resonated, its echo deep and sonorous within the vast palace. The knights had long since exited, and under the princess's guidance, the group, flanked by the palace attendants and maidens, proceeded to the side hall. This chamber was a refined little courtyard, illuminated brightly through 8 tall, 2-meter-high, floor-to-ceiling windows. Along the edges of the courtyard lay a sofa, adorned with fox fur upholstery and camel wool cushions. Exhausted, Enleiko bent down and sank into the sofa. The soft fur and plush camel wool enveloped his body, flooding him with an unfamiliar sensation. Comfortable, truly comfortable. I have never felt such ease before. So this is the grandeur of royalty, he mused. Observing Jerry and Bertina, who similarly reveled in the experience, Enleiko realized that it was likely their first encounter with such royal indulgence, while Kate, being of noble lineage, remained composed and indifferent to the surroundings. Fully relaxed, Enleiko nestled deeper into the luxurious fur and wool, savoring a happiness he had never known before. After a considerable time, for maidens wheeled in a silver dining cart laden with an array of delicacies in 4 colors. With a silver pot in the center containing an unknown beverage, the maidens gently maneuvered the cart to Enleiko's side. Unsure of how to proceed, Enleiko hesitated. The princess encouraged, "Feel free to select whatever delights you." To be honest, the pastries were utterly novel to Enleiko, hailing from a small town. He would not mind devouring every last one, yet feared it might be deemed impolite. After much deliberation, he chose a dish that appeared exceedingly fluffy: sponge cake. As Enleiko savored the cake, its texture melted in his mouth, the sweet and smooth essence dancing upon his tongue, and he was entranced by the exquisite flavor. At that moment, a guard clad in royal blue court attire entered, bearing the royal decree. The group rose, and Enleiko reluctantly bid farewell to the sofa, following the princess through the hall and down an extensive corridor. They halted before a grand, arched doorway, which gradually swung open to reveal an immense domed hall. Bright yet soft light streamed from the lofty dome. Before them lay a low platform composed of 7 steps, distinctly dividing the hall. At the center of the platform sat the king and queen upon their thrones. To the king's left, a side throne was occupied by a young prince, while the right side remained vacant, presumably for the princess, that a gathering of courtiers stood to either side of the platform. All eyes fixed upon the newcomers. The princess approached the edge of the platform and bowed to the king, prompting Enleiko to hastily follow suit. Laughter erupted in the hall. Enleiko looked up to see the courtiers pointing and laughing heartily, while the 3 sovereigns on the platform wore amused expressions. The prince was particularly entertained, watching Enleiko with a grin. Glancing around, Enleiko noted his companion's astonished stares, and the princess turned to glare at him with displeasure. Simultaneously, he felt 3 fingers jab at him from different directions. Then, the princess sharply stepped on his toes with her heel. This spectacle only fueled the laughter of those present. Enleiko, surveying himself, realized he had been so focused on mimicking the princess's actions that he had inadvertently copied her method of bowing, which seemed somewhat inappropriate. That he straightened up, glancing around to find Bertina and the princess performing similar bows. Was that not a gesture reserved for women? Kate's salute resembled that of a knight's. Perhaps he should follow Jerry's lead. Resolute, Enleiko mirrored Jerry's stance. Witnessing Enleiko's clumsy imitation, the other 4 regretted bringing this blundering fool along. They felt utterly embarrassed in the royal palace. Enleiko had no inkling that this minor faux pas would lead him to be branded alongside his 2 mentors as one of the 6 great shames of the Magic Association. The charge was, of course, an extreme dishonor, tarnishing the sacred image of magicians. The princess hastily introduced Kate, Bertina, and Jerry, embellishing their credentials to rehabilitate the tarnished image. She exaggeratedly claimed they were trial students of the Magic Association, who had prematurely passed the intermediate magician's examination. The journey through the dream forest was indeed part of the assessment, and were rare magical prodigies under the tutelage of Princess Clarice. However, when it came to Enleiko, the princess bluntly referred to him as Princess Clarice's personal property, revealing the contract he had signed with her to distinguish him from the others. Upon hearing the princess's introduction, the king, queen, and prince expressed keen interest in Enleiko's identity, well aware of Clarice's eccentric nature, knowing that such peculiar arrangements could only arise from her. The other courtiers, however, were skeptical of the 4 young individuals' capabilities, considering their tender age. Regardless of talent, mastery of magic was a gradual process, not something attained overnight. Moreover, given the gravity of their mission, all participants must possess the requisite abilities and strength. I wish to assess the 4 skills. If it pleases your majesty, declared a knight stepping forward. The king regarded the knight, harboring his own concerns about the young one's abilities, that he knew his precious sister all too well. She would not bestow proper guidance upon anyone. Consequently, although his daughter was her pupil, the true instruction came from the grand sorcerer, Naga. The king had little confidence in what kind of disciple his sister could produce, and even regarding her magical prowess. He was only aware through hearsay from Naga that she was formidable, lacking a personal understanding. Yet now, his daughter staunchly claimed that the 4 were powerful. Should this not prove true, it would deal a fatal blow to the princess's credibility and assessment of her abilities, potentially casting a significant shadow over the diplomatic mission. The princess shared the king's apprehension. After all, Her impulsive desire to mitigate the negative consequences brought about by Enleiko's blunders had led her to exaggerate the strengths of the three. She was entirely unaware of these individuals' true capabilities. What if? The king observed his daughter, noting her indecision, realizing she lacked confidence and was hesitant to respond. Conversely, Kate, brimming with confidence, stepped forward boldly, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am willing to accept the test." The king glanced at Kate, feeling a modicum of reassurance, for he had heard various accounts of this young man's talents in swordsmanship and magic. Nevertheless, he thought it rather audacious of him to accept the test from the commander of the Royal Knights. Thus, the king decided to offer a word of caution. "Very well, young man, your courage is commendable, but mere bravery is insufficient for a competent knight. Do you know who this knight before you is?" "Your Excellency, I certainly recognize Lord Podin, the commander of the Royal Knights. He is the most esteemed paladin among knights, and aside from my father, he is one of the knights I hold in the highest regard," Kate replied proudly, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. From Kate's words, one could discern the sincerity and profound respect underlying his discourse, which pleased both the king and Lord Podin greatly. Kate continued, "Thus, I humbly request your Majesty's gracious permission to undertake the trial set forth by the esteemed paladin, which would be the greatest honor of my life." Observing Kate's earnestness, the king felt that to refuse would be unduly harsh. He surmised that Podin would appreciate this young man's spirit, and therefore proclaimed, "I hereby decree that knight-in-training Kate shall undergo the trial administered by the Royal Order's commander, Paladin Podin. Let us all engage in this endeavor with a spirit of mutual respect, showcasing the noble essence of knighthood." With the royal edict declared, the ministers retreated to the sides of the hall, clearing a space in the center. The court sorcerer positioned himself at the hexagonal focal point of the hall, erecting a magical barrier, while two high-ranking mages stood beside the king, creating a transparent wall to protect the royal family. Kate and Podin stepped to opposite sides of the hall, selecting suitable weapons from the hands of attendants holding various armaments. Upon returning to the center, they both chose slender, finely pointed swords, indicating that this would be a contest of swift blades. Those with even a modicum of martial knowledge began to question whether Kate was perhaps too presumptuous. After all, to duel with a paladin of Paston's caliber seemed a foolhardy endeavor. Weapons such as a lance or a battle spear, capable of maintaining distance, would surely provide a more advantageous position. Furthermore, as a wielder of magic, Kate would find long-range weapons far more effective than close-quarter combat. Podin likely shared this sentiment. Thus he suggested Kate reconsider his choice of arms. However, Kate declined. With both combatants prepared, the king rose to personally announce the commencement of the trial. Kate retreated 5 or 6 steps to create space and began to softly chant an incantation. Podin, clearly uninterested in seizing this opportunity to attack, allowed Kate to proceed that a series of fireballs surged toward Podin. This classic tactic against melee fighters posed little threat to the seasoned paladin, yet he refrained from employing advanced techniques such as sword energy or shockwaves. Desiring instead to genuinely assess the young man's capabilities as such, he deftly evaded the onslaught of fireballs. Suddenly, a wall of flames erupted forth. The chain fireballs followed by a wave of fire, a rather conventional approach. The power and density of the fireballs are commendable, and the transition between the chain fireballs and the wave was executed with impressive swiftness. He has indeed reached the level of a competent mage, Podin mused. Gaining a measure of respect for Kate's prowess, in an instant, amidst gasps from the onlookers, a lightning-fast thrust pierced through the blazing wall of fire. Though taken aback, Podin instinctively parried the strike, twisting his wrist to deflect the blade. The thrust is remarkably cunning, executed from an unexpected angle. His foundational swordsmanship is commendable, and he maintained his grip well. His wrist strength among peers is undoubtedly impressive. Particularly noteworthy is the seamless transition between magic and swordplay. Appearing almost simultaneous, Podin acknowledged, further recognizing Kate's skill. The two warriors engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, their combat escalating in intensity as the battle unfolded. Paston's admiration for his youthful opponent grew, as did the astonishment of the spectators. Including the king and the princess, it became evident that Kate could wield both magic and martial skills concurrently. Although his magical repertoire consisted primarily of basic and intermediate fire spells, such as chain fireballs, Fire waves, fire walls, fire rains, and explosive flames. Their combination with his exquisite swordplay rendered the contest remarkably captivating, defying the presumption of a lopsided trial. Patin increasingly respected the young knight, who demonstrated flawless synergy between magic and swordsmanship, suggesting a level of refinement achieved through rigorous training. Patin found himself unable to fathom how Princess Chris had cultivated such a magical knight. As the duel progressed, Patin became increasingly exhilarated, a warrior at heart. He relished the opportunity to spar with an unfamiliar opponent, becoming so engrossed that he momentarily forgot the nature of the trial. Kate initially held his ground, but as the skirmish intensified, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand Patin's relentless onslaught. Observing this, Enleiko and Bertina prepared their respective magical responses. Indeed, with a fierce blade of energy, a wave of fire surged forth, engulfing Kate in flames. The suddenness of the event left the surrounding mages unable to react swiftly enough to provide aid or deactivate the protective barrier. Although the two high-ranking mages beside the king were primed to extinguish the fire with water magic, they were powerless against the still active barrier. That moment, Enleiko, who had been preparing, waved his hand, summoning a transparent crystal wall inscribed with divine symbols to envelop the aflame Kate. This was the special magic Chaos Crystal Wall, imparted to Enleiko by the demon tribe. The Chaos Crystal Wall came into contact with the protective magical barrier. The symbols upon it radiated with brilliant light, shattering the barrier in an instant. Simultaneously, Enleiko experienced a violent jolt of pain coursing through his body, akin to electric shocks or scalding heat. The Chaos Crystal Wall enveloped Kate. And rather than the typical extinguishing effect of water magic, it seemed as though the fire had simply vanished, leaving only the burned and unconscious form of Kate on the ground. That same moment, Enleiko collapsed, trembling and pale, as waves of excruciating pain surged through him, invading his spine as if seared by a red-hot iron. But he resolved to inquire about this phenomenon from the demon most in the future. Yet, none noticed Enleiko's agony. All eyes were fixed on the fallen Kate. Bertina, having prepared in advance, swiftly applied a potent healing salve to Kate. This all transpired just before the arrival of the hastily summoned high priest. Before the gathered crowd, Bertina's miraculous magic took effect, rapidly healing Kate's wounds and causing the burn marks to fade. In a short while, Kate regained consciousness. Witnessing that Kate was unharmed alleviated Patin's earlier anxiety. He assisted the still recumbent Kate to his feet, stating, "You are the most promising knight I have ever encountered. One day, you shall surpass me." With everyone now at ease, they returned to their respective positions, only to discover Enleiko's predicament. The king instructed the attendants to carry the two injured individuals to a resting chamber, after which Bertina and Jerry made their hasty exit, as Bertina was most adept at treating the injuries of both Kate and Enleiko. Once the crowd had dispersed, the king turned to his advisors, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on these four young individuals? How would you assess their abilities? Please share your opinions." The paladin Patin stepped forward, eager to express his view. "I hold a high regard for Knight Kate's abilities. As we have all witnessed, he can wield both magic and martial skills simultaneously. I have never heard of any knight capable of such a feat. Let us not forget Enleiko. Though his demeanor may be somewhat comical, he managed to breach our barrier. Despite his injury from overexertion, his strength should not be underestimated," asserted one of the mages guarding the barrier. "And that young girl wielding miraculous magic. Her spells possess healing properties akin to those only the clergy can wield. Furthermore, her effectiveness surpasses that of the advanced light magic divine guardian. It is truly remarkable," exclaimed the high priest in astonishment. Aside from Jerry, who had not had the opportunity to showcase his talents, the ministers unanimously commended the abilities of the trial participants. "Have you noticed that the magic and special abilities they employed are unlike anything we have encountered before?" the queen pointed out. "Indeed, it seems that Princess Chris is truly a genius," exclaimed the young prince in admiration. "However, how shall we assign their duties? While the others may be manageable, Enleiko could very well embarrass us if sent on a diplomatic mission," remarked the prince, recalling Enleiko's earlier folly, prompting a chorus of laughter from the assembly. "That clumsy fellow would be best suited for instruction under that ill-mannered bumpkin," proposed the princess. Thus, upon awakening the following day, Enleiko received a royal decree to report to the mercenary guild. With his belongings in hand, he followed the guard's directions to the mercenary camp located on the outskirts of the city. The guild's location was indeed picturesque, a gentle hill adorned with towering trees, yet devoid of the dense gloom of the enchanted forest. Beyond the hill lay a meadow bursting with vibrant wildflowers, alongside a stream that meandered through the camp. The guild's leader, a middle-aged mercenary named Joe, was quite renowned in mercenary circles. However, as the princess had remarked, he bore the demeanor of a rustic. His wrinkled visage made him appear far older than his years, and his calloused hands, coupled with his brusque mannerisms, initially unsettled Enleiko. Yet Enleiko was hardly in a position to judge others, for during his unconsciousness, the tale of the fierce duel had spread throughout the city of Sophian, and some gossipmonger had undoubtedly shared the story of Enleiko's blunder. Consequently, Enleiko had unwittingly become a figure of notoriety, one of the 6 great disgraces of the Magic Association, coupled with the unique status of the Grand Princess's private property, quickly became common knowledge. Enleiko even contemplated changing his name. However, he soon grew accustomed to it. He realized that those mercenaries, including Joe, were actually kind-hearted individuals, reminiscent of the amiable neighbors from his hometown. Shortly after settling in, all members of the mercenary group gathered in preparation for an upcoming diplomatic mission. Joe planned to conduct special training for the mercenaries. The first lesson was running, sitting in a circle on the grass. The soft blades caressed Enleiko's feet like a plush, exquisite woolen carpet. As he leaned back against the gentle slope, that a drowsy thought crossed his mind, though it was still far from noon. Joe stood afar atop a large crate, the contents of which remained a mystery to all. Listen up, youngsters. Do you know what the most vital skill for a mercenary is? What distinguishes an excellent mercenary? Joe scanned the surrounding novice mercenaries and continued. Let me tell you, a commendable mercenary need not possess extraordinary martial prowess or an understanding of military strategy, but he must excel at fleeing. That he must be able to assess when it is necessary to run and how to escape successfully. Bravery and tenacity have no place in the life of a true mercenary. Youngsters, your lives may very well depend on whether you can run fast enough. For a mercenary, surviving on the battlefield is the true mark of courage. Now run, Joe commanded, eyeing the lethargic mercenaries sprawled about. With that, he opened the enormous crate, unleashing a pack of ferocious dogs. Any lingering drowsiness vanished from Enleiko as he beheld the beasts, their green eyes glinting menacingly as they lunged and snapped. Chaos erupted within the mercenary group as the members fled for their lives. After a morning filled with frantic running, Enleiko returned to camp, his trousers torn and tattered, having narrowly escaped a dog that had pursued him relentlessly. The camp was in disarray, with mercenaries sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. Observing the listless figures, Joe called out, all right, get up, you little rascals, it's time for lunch." Before long, all the mercenaries were herded to the river to catch fish. As they reached the riverbank, Joe waded into the water until it barely reached his knees, intently watching the surface. Suddenly, he lunged forward, deftly ensnaring a fish with his hands. With a triumphant grin, he returned to the bank and casually tossed the fish back into the river. Turning to face the mercenaries, he began instructing them on the art of fishing. After briefly explaining the technique, Joe allowed the mercenaries to plunge into the water and seek fish on their own. The river was soon alive with splashes and commotion as the mercenaries scrambled to catch fish. After 2 hours of fruitless effort, a weary Enleiko returned to the shore, having seen only a few mercenaries succeed in their catch. Starving and utterly fatigued, he collapsed onto the ground. "Dinner's ready, dinner's ready," Joe shouted, clanging 2 pots together. "So there is food after all?" Enleiko mused. Nevertheless, the overwhelming hunger compelled him to drag his exhausted body toward the 2 large pots. All the famished individuals gathered around the pots. Upon lifting the lids, a pungent aroma of herbs wafted into the air. The contents resembled a mixture of green roots and leaves, interspersed with chunks of various colorful plants. 2 pots brimmed with a thick, bubbling concoction. "What's wrong? You little rascals? Don't want to eat? Fine, go catch your own fish," Joe remarked, casting a glance at the mercenaries' green faces. Gritting his teeth, Enleiko forced a bowl of the herbal mixture down his throat. Scarcely daring to inhale the sharp scent, but he could only reminisce about Bertina's culinary skills and the sweet memory of her delicious muffins to conjure some digestive juices. After a brief respite, Joe's voice echoed from afar. "All right, you rascals, if you're full and quenched, it's time to unleash the dogs." A cacophony of barking erupted in the distance, prompting Enleiko to scramble to his feet and flee. In the following weeks, their training content remained largely unchanged. Morning dog chases, midday fishing, and afternoon dog chases again. After over a month of rigorous running, Enleiko outpaced ordinary dogs. His fishing skills had also significantly improved, and he found himself consuming that unappetizing herbal porridge less frequently. Joe noted a marked increase in the running speed and endurance of all the mercenaries, each now capable of effortlessly running dozens of miles. Thus, the subsequent 2 months would focus on enhancing the mercenaries' combat skills. The most joyous moment for the mercenaries came when, following the conclusion of running training, one of them proposed a celebratory feast that evening. They gathered around a fire to enjoy hot pot, utilizing whatever ingredients were at hand. Fish and dog meat were readily available, although the culinary skills of the mercenaries were rudimentary at best and the fare hardly gourmet. Enleiko savored the meal heartily, at least in that moment. He truly grasped the life philosophy espoused by mercenaries, finding contentment in the present and seizing joy as it comes. The lively feast continued throughout the day, and only when night fully descended did the mercenaries return to their tents, needing ample rest for the training that awaited them. The next morning, the mercenaries rose early and made their way to the grassy expanse behind them. Leaning against the sunlit slope, they formed a half-circle and sat scattered about, with several bundles of long spears piled on the ground before them. Joe selected one and demonstrated its use, twirling it with ease. The spear danced in his hands, swirling, thrusting, and slicing through the air with grace. Enleiko had never imagined that a long spear could be utilized in such myriad ways. He had always thought of it as a basic weapon for foot soldiers, wielded by the least experienced fighters. Once a soldier displayed even a modicum of combat potential after 3 months of basic training, they would be promoted to wield swords and shields or heavy spears. Those with notable aptitude would be selected for swordsmanship or polearm training to become swordsmen or polearm warriors. Only the most inept soldiers would be relegated to wielding a single long spear, typically serving as border guards or menial laborers within the army. Yet if a long spear could be wielded as Joe demonstrated, even a common spearman could become a formidable combatant that Enleiko was lost in thought. Joe executed a flourish, sending the spear arcing through the air in a perfect trajectory. Upon reaching the apex of its arc, he released it, and it soared like a shooting star, startling the mercenaries into evasive maneuvers. With a resounding thud, the spear pierced a nearby tree, its sharp tip emerging from the opposite side, quivering as it remained lodged. As the mercenaries regained their composure, expressions of excitement and envy illuminated their faces. Joe recognized that his demonstration had achieved its intended effect. In the ensuing weeks, these individuals would likely be eager to practice with the long spear. "Boys, do you know why the long spear is the most commonly used weapon among mercenaries?" Joe inquired loudly. Had it been the old Enleiko, he would have answered that mercenaries, being irregular soldiers with limited combat effectiveness, were not deemed worthy of high-grade weaponry. However, having witnessed Joe's skill, it was evident that a mercenary with such prowess could significantly contribute to victory. "Because the long spear is powerful," exclaimed one mercenary, echoing Enleiko's thoughts. "Fool! If the long spear were truly powerful, every army would be filled with spearmen, and they would not be the least effective troop type," Joe retorted sharply, noticing the confusion on the faces of the mercenaries. He continued to explain, "Being a mercenary is a perilous profession, and victory in battle holds little significance for them. The paramount concern is surviving on the battlefield. Thus, when mercenaries select their weapons, their consideration is not the combat performance, but rather the safety of wielding such a weapon." Seeing that most of the mercenaries remained perplexed, Joe withdrew another spear and demonstrated several thrusts. Elaborating further, "As you can see, the primary offensive method of the long spear is the thrust, which allows for the greatest distance between combatants, making it the safest attack method. Moreover, the long spear can be utilized in this manner." With a swift motion, Joe bent his arm and, rising, swung the spear in a sweeping arc toward the very tree he had pierced earlier. The spear penetrated the trunk once more, Do you see? Can you wield a two-handed sword in such a manner? Furthermore, the long spear has an advantage that no other weapon can rival. Do you know what it is? Noticing the lack of responses from the crowd, Joe shook his head in disappointment. It seems none of you possess any intelligence. He raised his voice and exclaimed, "Very well. If you all can diligently practice your spear skills, I shall impart my knowledge to you after the training." Each mercenary rose and approached the stack of spears, each selecting one. Enleiko too stepped forward to choose a spear. The spear he held differed from the four he had purchased upon entering the mountains. This spear was crafted from resilient redwood, possessing remarkable elasticity, unlike the original, for which were made from hardwood. Its tip was finely wrought and elongated, measuring 1.5 feet, making it no wonder that it could easily pierce through tree trunks. The spearhead was forged from high-hardness steel, incredibly hard and sharp. Though not as wear-resistant as those tips fashioned through the technique of layered iron, it was evident that this spear was specifically designed for combat. Over the following weeks, Enleiko, alongside the other mercenaries, practiced spear skills under Joe's guidance. Joe taught them several fundamental offensive and defensive maneuvers, thrusts, upward jabs, and lateral sweeps, insisting that everyone practice these repeatedly. They trained solo, in pairs, and as a group, breaking down individual movements and combining all actions in their practice. Had it not been for the previous splendid demonstration and Joe's compelling speech, such monotonous training might have proved unbearable for anyone. Yet, without this training, Enleiko would have never realized the profound intricacies concealed within such seemingly simple movements. For instance, the act of thrusting appeared straightforward, yet delivering thrusts from various angles to different targets required considerable skill and finesse in controlling one's strength. On numerous occasions, Enleiko believed he had mastered the technique, only to discover further applications in actual combat. The upward jabs and lateral sweeps served as effective defensive measures with techniques that were even more elusive to grasp. During practice, Joe consistently instructed the mercenaries to attack him. Despite their many sessions and thorough analysis of their coordination, each time, with a mere flick or casual sweep, Joe sent their spears flying from their grasp. Although Joe explained the nuances of strength application and spear usage repeatedly, regardless of how much insight Enleiko gained, or even if he could make the other mercenary spears soar into the air within a few moves, the outcome remained unchanged in sparring with Joe. Weeks of training honed Enleiko into a proficient spear wielder. Originally, he had studied swordsmanship with Kate, who had remarked on his considerable aptitude for combat, even kindly suggesting introducing him to her father to pursue martial skills. However, Enleiko had developed a deep affection for magic, and thus declined Kate's generous offer. Joe evidently recognized Enleiko's martial talent, often providing him with further guidance, allowing Enleiko's mastery of spear techniques to progress at a much swifter pace than his peers. Soon, Enleiko discerned that Joe's teaching methods were entirely different from Kate's. Kate excelled in explanations, always detailing the principles and techniques of offense and defense to Enleiko, ensuring he had a solid understanding before engaging in practical exercises, and attentively managing the rhythm of their practice to maximize Enleiko's skill application. There was never an immediate unleashing of attacks. This approach seemed akin to the training methods of knights in courtly trials. In contrast, Joe's training was starkly different. Once practice commenced, he plunged one into an atmosphere of imminent peril. Though he rarely pierced the mercenaries with a jab or two, Enleiko bore a mark on his rear as evidence. He frequently delivered forceful blows to their ribs or struck their heads with vigor, a common experience for the mercenaries. Each practice session felt no less than an actual fierce battle for them. Of course, for Joe, it was merely a game. His greatest delight lay in sending the mercenaries sprawling or urging them to chase after him. During practice, Enleiko often found Joe reminiscent of Chris from the dreamy magic forest. One morning, after everyone had breakfast and taken a brief respite, they each picked up their spears and ventured to the clearing behind the mountain to practice. Upon arrival, they found Joe already awaiting them. At Joe's feet lay a dozen longbows and several bundles of arrows, with a number of straw targets erected at a distance. Joe commanded the mercenaries to thrust their spears into the ground and come forward empty-handed. For several weeks, Enleiko had not parted from his spear, so he found this strange. Gathering around Joe, the mercenaries formed a circle. Joe picked up a bough from the ground. Its limbs were highly curved. Nearly forming a crescent shape, that he then selected 3 arrows from the bundle, knocking one on the string while casually sticking the other 2 into the ground. Joe turned to face the target, gently extending his arms, drawing the bow, aiming carefully, and subsequently releasing the arrow, which soared straight into the target's center. He bent down to retrieve the other 2 arrows, drew the bow again, knocked both arrows simultaneously, and let them fly. Though they did not strike the bullseye as the first arrow had, they still hit the target. After shooting 3 arrows, Joe turned and said, "On the battlefield, to effectively strike your enemies from a distance while avoiding direct confrontation. Aside from employing magic, one must rely on archery, that of course, among you, only one possesses magical abilities. The rest lack such capabilities." Hearing Joe's words, all eyes turned to Enleiko, for they all knew he was the sole mage among them. Enleiko found it amusing. In truth, he was not adept at magic, but who would believe that if he spoke it aloud? Joe continued, "I am about to teach you archery. Archery does not require formal instruction. It relies primarily on personal practice. Initially, I will correct your mistakes and provide guidance on essential techniques. Thereafter, it will be up to you." Although Joe claimed there was little to teach, the art of archery indeed encompassed myriad complexities. Enleiko listened to Joe expound for several days before grasping the nuances of archery. Just in terms of bow types, they could be classified into hunting bows, longbows, and battle bows, depending on the construction method. Bows could further be categorized into light bows and hard bows. Each type of bow had its distinct usage and required varied maintenance and care. It was evident that Joe had immersed himself in archery for a considerable time, possessing an intimate understanding of bow performance. Through him, Enleiko learned a wealth of knowledge regarding archery, even acquiring skills in bow making. Joe did not impose the requirement that all mercenaries learn how to craft bows and arrows, but he willingly shared his expertise with those who showed interest. Unfortunately, in the knightly and magic-saturated kingdom of Sophian, archers were seldom valued, and both the military and mercenary groups largely lacked archers, resulting in minimal interest in the craft. Following Joe's guidance during breaks, Enleiko utilized leftover spear shafts to fashion his own bow and arrows, since he used redwood treated with wax for hardening. Its elasticity could not compare to that of the redwood typically employed for bow making. However, due to its origin as a spear shaft, it had a distinct advantage in length, allowing Enleiko to create a sturdy longbow. Nevertheless, because the arrows used for longbows differed in length from those provided by Joe, he still needed to craft several arrows for himself. With his own bow and arrows, Enleiko no longer needed to practice archery alongside the other mercenaries. He had his own secluded practice area and target. The subsequent training focused solely on enhancing his shooting speed and accuracy. The other mercenaries formed 10 teams, each using 1 bow and 300 arrows. Each round, 10 individuals completed their shots, and Joe recorded the accuracy before the last person fetched the arrows to shoot again. Occasionally, during the other mercenaries' breaks, Enleiko would practice with their bows and arrows. Different bows indeed demanded different techniques. The longbow exhibited much greater shooting stability than the battle bow. However, the longbow had a slower shooting speed and was more challenging to aim. The battle bow possessed significant advantages in terms of aiming accuracy and ease of use. Yet in terms of range and power, the longbow outperformed the battle bow. Nonetheless, many mercenaries found Enleiko's passion for archery rather peculiar. This was, of course, not without reason. Firstly, as a mage, Enleiko had no advantage in long-range combat. The effective range of arrows spanned between 100 to 200 meters, whereas magic could effortlessly strike targets beyond 400 or 500 meters. Furthermore, many magical spells featured area of effect attacks, posing a nightmare for archers with weak defenses. For heavily armored swordsmen and infantry, the power of arrows was inadequate to penetrate their long shields and armor. At greater distances, arrows often failed to pierce the armor of even ordinary knights, and should a knight close the distance to an archer, the overwhelming force of their charge was far beyond what an archer could withstand. Consequently, despite the kingdom of Sophian possessing a certain number of archers, they effectively provided minimal auxiliary attack capabilities, serving merely as a limited means to fill the gaps in power created by the differing attack speeds of knights and infantry. There were even several occasions when the military contemplated entirely abolishing the archer class. Had it not been for the legendary hero of the Battle of Victory, a bowman, the profession of archer would have long since vanished from the army. However, the name of that hero has always eluded Enleiko. After all, this hero is one of the three founding heroes of the kingdom of Kaoki, and thus the kingdom of Sophian, as an enemy state, would never promote such an individual. Enleiko, however, is quite familiar with the two heroes from his own nation who participated in this battle. Each year, their glorious deeds are celebrated during the festivities. They are the Knight of the Temple, Bosos, and the Grand Sorcerer, Mikadon. Consequently, the kingdom of Sophian has always been renowned among nations for its formidable knights and magical prowess. With all training completed, only half a month remains until departure. J.O. decided to teach the group a few skills that are exclusive to mercenaries. In particular, Enleiko excelled in cross-country and tree-climbing exercises, which astonished all the mercenaries, including Joe, as their impression had been that mages were typically frail and clumsy. However, in the areas of stealth and trap-making, Enleiko's use of magical arrays surpassed even Joe's abilities. Nevertheless, the trap-making course proved to be quite challenging for Enleiko. During the assessment of the mercenaries' trap-making skills, Joe required each mercenary to construct a trap. And should Joe discover it, that mercenary would be deemed a failure. Most mercenaries produced rather crude traps that were easily identifiable, and Joe was unreserved in exposing such traps. Some of the traps were designed with finesse and clever setups, including nested and deceptive traps, which Joe, though he recognized, pretended not to see and deftly avoided. Only Enleiko's trap was not only cleverly constructed, but also incorporated a magical array, which even the experienced Joe failed to detect, leading him to inadvertently spring it. Naturally, in the days that followed, Enleiko received special attention from Joe. After nearly half a month of learning, this being the most relaxed period, the majority of the mercenaries finally grasped some knowledge about survival on the battlefield. When Joe announced the end of training, almost all the mercenaries huddled around him, inquiring about his earlier statement regarding the significant difference of the spear compared to other weapons. That J.O. tilted his head and surveyed them before saying, "Did you not realize? Among all weapons, the spear is the most economical. Understand?" Upon hearing this answer, a multitude collapsed onto the ground. With only 3 days remaining until departure, Joe engaged the mercenaries, particularly Enleiko, in some specialized training. Surprisingly, the focus of this training was court etiquette. The most astonishing revelation was Joe's identity. When Joe introduced himself as a nobleman and a member of one of the oldest noble families in the kingdom of Sophian, none of the mercenaries, except Enleiko, believed him. Given Enleiko's prior experience with teacher Chris, he found it entirely reasonable, as Joe certainly appeared far more distinguished than Chris. Furthermore, Enleiko soon discovered that Joe was actually related to Chris, the late empress. Her mother was Joe's aunt. This revelation left Enleiko in a difficult position, having such a formidable elder to prevent him from embarrassing himself during the mission. Joe, under the king's orders, subjected Enleiko to particularly rigorous etiquette training. During the training, Enleiko often pondered the character of the late empress's ancestor, which undoubtedly seemed quite problematic, a notion supported by the behavior of her two descendants. Moreover, during the training, the mercenaries joined in the mockery, asserting that they were upholding the glorious image of the kingdom of Sophian, and thus had to impose strict standards on Enleiko, who was deemed one of the 6 disgraces of the Magic Association. Due to his past indiscretions, Enleiko found it hard to stand his ground and could only endure the ridicule. Through the grueling etiquette training, Enleiko finally understood why the noble-born Chris and Joe chose to relinquish such esteemed titles, one becoming a mad sorcerer and the other a wandering mercenary. Beyond hereditary factors, the intricate court etiquette could indeed be a torment at times. Chapter 5. The mission. As the temperature continued to rise and the climate grew increasingly arid, it became ever more challenging to find expansive woodlands along the route. Marching through the blazing sun for 3 hours daily had turned into a test of endurance and stamina. At last, a small grove appeared, consisting of merely a sparse cluster of a dozen trees. Yet, in the midst of the vast desert, this site was a rare treasure. The light cavalry squad at the forefront hurried to inspect it. However, such an inspection was entirely unnecessary, as the sparse foliage offered no concealment for anyone, and the ground's scorching heat rendered any form of ambush impossible, as anyone in such conditions would struggle to maintain combat effectiveness. In the distance, a knight could be seen returning on horseback. After hearing the report from the scout knight, the procession slowly advanced. The princess and prince's carriage entered the grove, under the protection of the knights. The cavalry surrounding the grove faced outward, forming a protective circle. In their midst, a protective team of monks and mages erected a barrier that enveloped the entire grove. A few mages ascended into the air above the grove, and Joe commanded 6 mercenaries to climb to the treetops and keep watch. This marked the 3rd day since they departed from the kingdom of Sophian. 3 days prior, they had crossed into foreign territory, leaving their homeland behind. Between the kingdom of Sophian and the kingdom of Kaoki lay a vast expanse of wasteland known as the pasture of the fire god, a long-standing point of contention between the two nations. The kingdom of Kaoki has consistently claimed the pasture of the fire god as its territory, thus inciting ongoing conflicts between the two realms. For this barren land, if it were not a natural barrier between the kingdom of Sophian and the kingdom of Kaoki, Sophian might have willingly ceded it to Kaoki for diplomatic reasons. However, no one could guarantee that the kingdom of Kaoki would refrain from further aggression once Sophian relinquished its protective shield. The ambitions of the kingdom of Kaoki have always been a source of concern for all nations on the continent. This expansive desert encircled the southwestern region of the kingdom of Kaoki, stretching to the east, resembling a colossal moat guarding the kingdom. Thanks to this fortification, the kingdom of Kaoki once enjoyed a prolonged period of peace that surpassed that of other kingdoms. Yet currently, this moat hindered its further expansion. No one denies that the kingdom of Kaoki is the most powerful nation in the world. Its Holy Knight Order stands as the mightiest among the 3 great knight orders on the continent. While its Gale Knight Order is equally renowned alongside the Unicorn Knight Order of the Montita Kingdom as the 2 premier light cavalry units. The magical legion of the kingdom of Kaoki is invincible and serves as a robust foundation for its dominance over the continent. The chief mage of the Kaoki Magic Association is the Grand Sorcerer, Kobe Leo. Many argue that he is unworthy of the title of Grand Sorcerer. However, few doubt that he is among the most powerful sorcerers in the world. Of course, Chris firmly believes that Kobe Leo is merely a third-rate mage, which in a sense is not entirely incorrect. It is widely known that to attain the title of sorcerer, one must master the 4 elemental magics. Almost all sorcerers and high-ranking grand sorcerers are adept in all 4 elements, with the exceptions being Chris and Kobe Leo. Chris excels in fire, water, and wind magics, yet she cannot master earth magic, considering her personality. It indeed conflicts with the steadiness associated with earth magic. Aside from her proficiency in a sand manipulation spell, she has developed her own earth magic known as Earthen Wall for the construction of her grand laboratory. Kobe Leo surpasses Chris in this regard. He is only skilled in fire and wind magics, and he cannot even perform the basic spells of the other 2 elements. The reason such a mage can be referred to as a grand sorcerer is solely due to his status as the only sorcerer capable of wielding forbidden spells. This forbidden spell is known as Apocalypse Catastrophe, the ultimate fire magic. Enleiko is exceedingly eager to witness this illustrious mage in action. Naturally, if he could witness the forbidden spell, it would be even more perfect. However, he is the only one harboring such thoughts. Nearly everyone else prays fervently to escape this terrifying land, and the Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo is the very person they least wish to encounter. After traversing the next 7 days' journey, they would arrive at the westernmost city of the kingdom of Kaoki, Caradan. Yet, this also meant being surrounded by enemies, prompting nearly everyone to hope this journey would stretch out as long as possible. The only individuals eager to reach Caradan swiftly were the 2 royal members burdened with responsibilities and the captain of the Royal Knight Order's 1st Brigade, the valiant Hauming. For this mission, the king dispatched the most elite and combat-capable 1st Brigade of the Royal Knight Order to ensure the safety of the 2 royal envoys. Hauming served as the deputy commander of the escort, while the commander was Enleiko's direct superior, Joe. Even the princess and prince treated Joe's noble status with utmost respect, though idle gossip was inevitable. Other knights also showed deference to all of Joe's suggestions, leading Enleiko to harbor doubts about Joe's seemingly simple nature, but he had previously inquired about this matter with other knights, from whom Enleiko gained further insights into Joe. Unlike other mercenaries, Enleiko held no status within the army. Consequently, The regular forces generally looked down upon mercenaries, treating them with disdain. Furthermore, as members of the proud Royal Knight Order, most of the knights were scions of noble families. Even those who were not of noble birth were typically the offspring of well-educated members of high society, akin to the likes of Jerry's elder brother. Hence, they would hardly acknowledge ordinary mercenaries. However, Enleiko was different. He possessed the status of a wizard that in the kingdom of Safian, although knights and wizards were ostensibly regarded as equals. The scarcity of wizards rendered them far more esteemed than knights. Enleiko, having been remarkably fortunate, if one could refer to his experiences as such, was acquainted with high-ranking wizards, the lowest among whom was the esteemed wizard Belisa. Thus, in Enleiko's perception, wizards were rather mundane, in reality. Even the court wizard serving as the king's personal protector was merely of the upper wizard rank, while the likes of Grand Wizard Pilt were exceedingly rare, to the extent that even the king could not dispatch them at will, underscoring the elevated status of wizards. Therefore, as a wizard, Enleiko was certainly treated differently by the knights. Moreover, Enleiko was quite renowned, since that fateful tournament at court. The four trialists had gained what could be termed worldwide fame. Among them, Kate had been appointed as the squad leader of the Royal Knight Order, accompanying the valiant envoy as his deputy. The position of squad leader in the Royal Knight Order was not inferior to that of Kate's father. The deputy city guard of Nuna City, Bertina, served as the royal nurse, a role typically requiring at least a mid-level clerical officer, making her age rather too young for such a responsibility. Meanwhile, Jerry, owing to his exceptional diplomatic skills, had been entrusted with a mission as an envoy, second only to the two princes. Due to a previous embarrassing incident, Enleiko had been excluded from the envoy list. However, among the four, his fame was the most resounding. Yet, this caused Enleiko considerable distress, for the most circulated tale about him was indeed his greatest blunder. Clearly, every knight was well aware of Enleiko and the rumors surrounding him, each eager to mock him. Consequently, shortly after the envoy's departure, Enleiko found himself befriending nearly all the knights. Among them, the one with whom he shared the closest bond was the Squire Knight Jack, who happened to be Jerry's elder brother. However, in Enleiko's view, they bore little resemblance to one another. Jack was a remarkably earnest young man, devoid of the mercantile aura that often emanated from Jerry. If Kate was unavailable, Enleiko would turn to Jack to inquire about matters of interest. Moreover, Jack was one of Enleiko's sparring partners, aside from Kate. Thus, when Enleiko's curiosity about Joe's identity arose, he sought Jack for answers. In the inner circle of defenses near the princess's carriage, Enleiko found Jack, who was just about to set out on patrol. Upon Enleiko's suggestion, he replaced a knight in the patrol. Jack led a patrol team of 10 towards the next campsite marked on the map. They aimed to reach there and conduct preliminary reconnaissance before sunset. The group spurred their horses forward swiftly. With the replacement horses, they did not need to conserve their mount stamina. During the ride, Enleiko found it impossible to converse with anyone due to the harsh winds and sands of the desert that rendered speaking exceedingly difficult. Everyone had to lower their heads and gallop forward as the sun dipped lower in the sky. Its heat began to wane, yet the ground temperature showed no signs of abating. Under such sweltering conditions, the warhorses soon grew weary. Thus, when some steeds began to lag behind, Jack ordered a mount exchange. Enleiko dismounted and, glancing at the sky, estimated that the main force must have already departed. He asked Jack, "How much further until we reach the campsite?" Jack roughly calculated and replied, "If I am not mistaken, we have covered 2/3 of the distance." "Then it seems the trailing group will struggle to arrive before nightfall," remarked a knight nearby. "We should hasten to our destination and send someone back to report," urging them to quicken their pace. Jack replied that at Jack's command. Everyone mounted once more. As the sun continued its descent, the winds grew fiercer. Upon their arrival at the campsite, each knight was cloaked in a thick layer of dust. After dispatching a knight to report, they all entered the campsite. This particular campsite was a small lake isolated amidst the wilderness. From deep within the earth, Enleiko could sense the surging underground rivers. This was his sole distinction from ordinary individuals. Endowed with a mental acuity far surpassing that of the average person, Enleiko, though unable to wield magic normally, possessed a keen sensitivity to the gathering and movement of various elements. Thanks to the presence of this lake, the area became the only forest amidst the surroundings. Under Jack's orders, the knights led their war horses to the lakeside to drink. Enleiko and Jack climbed a solitary hill within the campsite. Gazing down from its highest point, the lake resembled a crescent moon, reflecting dazzling rays under the sun. The trees lining the shore were lush and dense, although the sky was clouded with dust. It was largely shielded by the surrounding low hills. The verdant hues of the hillside gradually seeped in, where patches of mottled grass and shrubbery were visible halfway up the slope, appearing like pearls adorning a vast expanse of black cloth in the desolate wilderness. Gazing into the distance, the hazy sky seemed to swirl with countless particles, akin to a myriad of phantoms dancing in the air. Enleiko reclined on the hillside, resting his arm beneath his head. Jack meandered around the slope, his eyes fixed on the horizon, uncertain whether he was scouting or merely savoring the scenery. Suddenly, Enleiko recalled the question he had intended to ask Jack. He inquired, "Jack, do you know anything about Joe?" Joe? Why do you ask?" Jack countered. "I find it curious that all the knights hold Joe in such high regard. Surely, it's not solely due to his noble status." Enleiko responded, "Given the numerous noble knights within the Royal Knight Order, some of whom hailed from long-established families, the Royal Knight Order of the Kingdom of Sophian placed immense emphasis on instilling a sense of honor among its knights to command such a force. Each royal knight took pride in their identity as royal knights, never boasting of their family's illustrious history. Thus, hereditary status and noble lineage did not guarantee the respect of the royal knights." Enleiko had always been puzzled by the knight's recognition of Joe. "Are you unaware of Joe's true name?" Jack asked again. Enleiko found Jack's habit of counter-questioning somewhat irksome. He preferred direct answers. Nevertheless, to obtain answers from Jack, one had to align with his line of thought. Enleiko already knew that Joe's real name was Grayan. However, for someone like Enleiko, who was utterly ignorant of noble genealogies, it was merely an abstract term. "Yes, Grayan, so what?" Enleiko replied. Jack settled beside Enleiko and remarked, "It seems you have not been attentive to other surnames." He turned to glance at Enleiko and continued, "You probably don't even know what my surname is." Enleiko felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he had lived in a small town where everyone knew each other well, often akin to family. Thus, as long as they could address one another, surnames became somewhat unnecessary. This habit had led him to disregard other surnames. Sensing Enleiko's awkward demeanor, Jack candidly stated, "Joe's true name is Grayan Teskink. His ancestors were among the founding heroes of the Kingdom of Sophian, and he was also one of the 12 heroes in the Battle of Victory Day." Jack paused here, and Enleiko discerned a familiar, vacant expression on his face, reminiscent of the one Kate often wore, and he understood that knights who fell into such a state required considerable time to recover. Indeed, after a prolonged silence, Jack resumed, "Grayan Teskink himself is also one of the 3 great paladins of Sophian. However, for reasons unknown, he renounced his knightly status to become a mercenary." With that, Jack rose and descended the hillside. Enleiko observed a profound sense of disappointment in Jack's retreating figure, and he had not anticipated that Joe was so formidable, a paladin no less. Enleiko gazed into the distance, lost in thought, when a cloud of dust began to roll in from afar. He suddenly sprang to his feet. This was no ordinary sandstorm that frequently swept through the desert, but rather a cavalry unit galloping towards them. From the outset of their journey, Enleiko had been repeatedly drilled on the various dangers they might encounter along the way and the strategies to cope with such threats. This mission was far from the leisurely outing one might expect in the countryside, that in addition to the most concerning regular forces from the kingdom of Kaoki, there were also various bands of robbers lurking in the desert. Given the vast expanse of this arc-shaped desert, at both ends, it connects 2 vast oceans and simultaneously serves as the border of 4 nations. Consequently, all those who wish to reach the kingdom of Kaoki must traverse this desolate expanse. As a result, many desperate individuals have congregated in this wasteland, forming hundreds of brigand groups of various sizes. Some of these groups are transient in nature, lacking a fixed territory, while the majority possess their own spheres of influence. Observing the billowing dust rising from the front, Enleiko did not believe that a large contingent from behind had arrived, as both time and direction corroborated this notion. that it was also unlikely that it was a regular troop from the kingdom of Kaoki. For the swirling dust appeared chaotic and disordered, unlike a well-trained cavalry unit. Enleiko issued a warning call, and in response, Jack and several knights ascended the slope. They followed Enleiko's pointed direction, and a tense, anxious expression crept onto each face. "It seems to be a band of thieves," Jack voiced his assessment, which aligned perfectly with Enleiko's thoughts. "What shall we do now?" Enleiko inquired, for he was not a seasoned warrior. Just half a year prior, he had merely been a lowly shop assistant in his father's store, never envisioning that one day he would find himself fighting alone on a battlefield. "It appears our only option is to find a way to notify our team." Jack commanded the two knights to prepare their horses for a breakout. Turning to Enleiko, he added, "You should return with them." "And what about you?" Enleiko asked. "It is impossible for everyone to escape. Someone must hold them off." With that, Jack dashed down the slope. Enleiko followed the others down the hill, where 4 horses were already prepared. The two knights mounted their steeds, and Enleiko glanced at Jack, shaking his head. "I will not leave. Having a mage here is far more advantageous. Do you wish to wait for death?" "You are not a knight. There is no need for you to partake in this battle," Jack urged. "I do not wish to die, but I cannot abandon my comrades," Enleiko resolutely declared. Seeing he could not sway Enleiko, Jack ordered the two knights to set off immediately. The two knights chose different paths through the gap behind and departed in succession. They had to make a wide detour, ensuring the brigands did not discover them. The remaining individuals led 2 horses each, ever ready to break out. Utilizing the concealment techniques taught by Joe, Enleiko camouflaged the knights. If one were not attentive, it would be nearly impossible to associate the cluster of bushes with a troop of knights. Moreover, Enleiko inscribed a magical array on each knight's chest plate, a spell he had learned from Chris's spellbook that could create illusions from moving objects. Though lacking in power, it could confuse the enemy during combat. Gradually, the rolling dust drew nearer, and soon they reached the campsite. The brigands, perhaps unaware of the knights hidden in the forest, approached casually in small groups. Enleiko and his companions gradually retreated toward the trees with their horses, hoping that as long as they remained undetected by the brigands, escape was still possible, that as they reached the forest's edge, the bandits still had not noticed them. Enleiko felt a surge of relief. But just then, a sharp sound of wind sliced through the air. The nearest knight was instantly cleaved in two, and the 2 war horses beside him met the same fate, blood and entrails spilling forth. Enleiko looked up to see 2 mages soaring above. The second wind blade descended, prompting everyone to dive into the woods. The wind blade sliced through the treetops, scattering into dozens of smaller blades that ravaged the forest. Branches and leaves flying in all directions that a severed treetop plunged down, impaling a warhorse to the ground, that in the woods. All the brigands sprang into action, shadows of weapon-wielding figures rushing in from all sides. The knights drew their weapons, and Enleiko began to prepare the only magic he could wield. Although he had not intended to use it again without fully understanding it, he realized if he did not act now, there might never be another chance to survive. After much deliberation, Enleiko resolved to take the risk. Reciting the lengthy incantation, he gestured for Jack to mount and prepare to break out. Fortuitously, Jack was a rather astute knight. He immediately grasped Enleiko's intention, and all the knights mounted their horses to at that moment. The air remained devoid of further wind blades, as the mages likely deemed it unworthy to expend their magic on mere trees. They were gathering their magical energy, prepared to unleash a devastating assault once their quarry broke free from the woods. The ferocious brigands drew closer to the ground, with some even mounting their horses in preparation to encircle them. Were it not for their fear of being accidentally harmed by the mages, they would have already charged in. Enleiko's spell was finally ready, and as he uttered the final line of the incantation, the chaos crystal barrier shot forth, enveloping all the knights. "Charge!" Jack commanded, leading the charge out of the trees. Dozens of wind blades sliced through the air toward the knightly ranks, cleaving through all obstacles in their path. A small patch of forest nearly obliterated. Enleiko had not anticipated such a fierce magical onslaught. It was improbable that 1 or 2 mages possessed such formidable power. Although the wind blade's magic was entirely absorbed by the chaos crystal barrier, the intense sensation of tearing returned to Enleiko. Due to his mental preparedness, he did not lose consciousness this time. Perhaps he was gradually acclimating to the pain, for Enleiko managed to remain mounted and, of course, Jack and another knight flanked him closely, preventing him from falling off, which contributed to his steadiness on the horse. Struggling, Enleiko turned his head above a dozen mages' sword, with more continually rising from the woods. "There are so many mages," remarked the knight beside him. "It seems this is not a genuine band of thieves," Jack assessed. Indeed, if it were a thieves' group, it would be impossible for them to have such a substantial number of mages that in any nation. Mages are a rare and respected profession, although not entirely devoid of mages who engage in wrongdoing and join brigands. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. Generally, the laws of various countries are quite lenient regarding mage offenses. Furthermore, being a mage is an enviable profession. Even without doing anything, recognized mages receive generous stipends from the government each month, as Victor exploited to lead a carefree life. The presence of a significant number of mages could only indicate the military of a nation. This was an army disguised as bandits, the regular forces of the kingdom of Kaoki. Almost everyone now understood the gravity of their predicament, that if they were indeed facing brigands, escape would have been entirely feasible, for thieves do not engage in meaningless pursuits. They would not expend effort chasing after prey with no spoils. However, the enemies behind were different. Should any knight escape with their life, the ruse of masquerading as thieves would be completely exposed. Thus, they would not relent in their pursuit until every knight's head was severed. Indeed, the tremors from the ground indicated a large contingent was approaching from behind. With flying mages directing the target from above, the knights realized that deceiving the pursuing forces was nearly impossible. Moreover, with those deadly mages in the sky, separating to escape was out of the question. Their only hope now lay in the hastening of dusk. As Enleiko and his companions desperately fled, the two knights who had broken away encountered the advancing force. Upon hearing their report, Joe commanded the entire team to halt. Within the princess's carriage, 7 principal members of the delegation were gathered together, and the two knights once again recounted their intelligence before the esteemed emissaries. After listening to the knight's report, the princess turned to regard the elderly mage beside her, whose hair was as white as snow. The mage closed his eyes, slowly raising his withered hands to form a spherical shape before his chest. A series of mysterious notes escaped his lips, slow and prolonged, with a deep, resonant tone that a tense atmosphere enveloped the narrow space as the others awaited quietly. After what felt like an eternity, the mage finally opened his eyes. Meeting the princess's gaze filled with trepidation, he reassured her, "Do not worry. In that eternal realm of darkness, only 2 knights shall forever slumber. The others remain alive in this world. However, those 2 knights were taken by magic. One of their souls has informed me that there are dozens of mages among the enemy. Fortunately, our young mage is protecting the lives of the majority of the knights with his magic." "Dozens of mages?" Kate hastily inquired. Clearly, the elderly mage was not fond of repeating himself, as he tightly closed his eyes once more. "It seems this is not a band of thieves," Howell analyzed. "A thieves group could never possess so many mages. So, can we return home?" Jerry suggested. His words evidently sparked discontent among many. Kate shot him a fierce glare. Jerry recognized the inappropriateness of his comment at that moment and instinctively shrank back. However, one person was quite attentive to his suggestion. The young prince remarked, "If the kingdom of Kaoki has mobilized its army, then this mission is rendered meaningless, and we should consider returning home." Given the prince's esteemed status, no one dared to speak freely for a moment. After a while, the wizard, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly straightened his posture. His fully open eyes were sharp and profound, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The prince involuntarily took a step back. "It is still too early to speak of this," he said. Despite his noble status, he dared not contradict the venerable elder before him. This wizard was the second most esteemed in the kingdom of Sophie, revered only after the grand sorcerer Naga. Due to the significance of this diplomatic mission, the king had personally requested this elder to serve as an advisor to the envoy. Indeed, since they intend to masquerade as a band of thieves, It indicates that they are not a legitimate force acting on behalf of the kingdom. They may very well be a private militia of the hardliners from the kingdom of Kaoki. If we retreat to our homeland, it would provide them with an excellent excuse, making war inevitable, Haoming asserted. Everyone turned to gaze at Zhou, who had remained silent throughout. Zhou appeared unfazed, as if entirely detached from the gravity of the situation. Noticing that all eyes were upon him, Zhou composed himself. Very well. Since we face adversaries ahead, let us circumvent them. Kate, select a few who can fly to scout ahead. This is a grave responsibility, so ensure those rascals do not catch wind of our presence. Haoming, you will lead the way. We must travel through the night and reach Caradan as swiftly as possible. You need to replan our route, ensuring we can replenish our water supply along the way, while avoiding encounters with those foes and minimizing stops at campsites to be by the way, Princess and Prince, perhaps you both should dismount and stretch your legs. Remaining in the carriage for too long is detrimental to your health. Haoming, prepare 2 steeds for them. We shall leave these carriages behind. Having efficiently arranged all matters, Zhou was about to declare the meeting concluded when Kate interjected. What about Enleiko? What will happen to those knights? Zhou turned to Kate and replied, in such a vast expanse. Do you truly believe they lack an escape route? Observing the anxiety in Kate's eyes, Zhou patted his shoulder and reassured him. Fear not. If they have managed to escape those adversaries once, they can do so again. And again, that if you have no actionable plans to assist them, at least you can pray for their safety. As Kate focused on praying for Enleiko, the distant Enleiko was also silently beseeching in his heart. He prayed that his steed would not falter, that night would descend swiftly, that the wizards would exhaust their magical energies, and that a sandstorm, often seen in the wilderness, would arise immediately. Yet perhaps due to the pact he had made with the demon, none of his prayers were answered. Not only did the anticipated sandstorm fail to materialize, but the sky also remained stubbornly bright. The wizards, full of vigor, continued their pursuit, with no storm to impede them. They employed the most energy-efficient wind-wing spell. Under such conditions, these wizards could maintain flight for a considerable duration. In contrast, Enleiko and his companions' mounts began to show signs of fatigue. Having lost 3 steeds earlier, one knight gradually fell behind. When Jack suggested he switch horses, the knight refused, opting instead to flee in another direction. Everyone understood this was tantamount to a death sentence. However, there were no other viable options. Amidst the well-wishing of his comrades, the knight turned and sped away into the distance. The remaining knights continued to swap mounts, but the prolonged flight caused their steeds to slow further. Yet the wizards hesitated to close in on the fleeing group. Thanks to Enleiko's peculiar magic, what should have been a confident barrage of attacks proved utterly ineffective, leading all the wizards to significantly underestimate Enleiko's prowess. If only I could wield other spells, Enleiko muttered to himself. Since his last use of this magic, he had attempted countless times to cast various spells. Yet while he could clearly sense the flow of magical energy, he remained unable to perform even the simplest of incantations. It seems you are in a predicament, a voice whispered in Enleiko's ear. He immediately recognized it as the creature monster speaking. Indeed, the voice continued, I possess a spell that is perfectly suited to your current circumstances. With that, a spell materialized in Enleiko's mind. Although he was uncertain of its utility, he nonetheless closed the Chaos Crystal Barrier and began reciting the newly learned incantation. This incantation, like that of the Chaos Crystal Barrier, was exceedingly lengthy and composed of an unknown tongue. Enleiko had no comprehension of its meaning, save for the final phrase which named the spell, Dark Banner. As the incantation concluded, countless black feathers scattered into the air. Once these feathers drifted 10 meters away from Enleiko, they transformed into dense clouds of black smoke. Shooting upwards, they seemed to possess a life of their own, instinctively seeking out their targets. The airborne wizards were swiftly enveloped by several swathes of smoke, flailing about like headless flies. Soon, one by one, the wizards stumbled and descended toward the ground. Most unfortunately, miscalculated their landing speed and plunged headfirst into the earth. Even those few who managed to land on the wasteland were evidently not unscathed. The pursuing forces, witnessing the sudden fall of so many wizards, were also thrown into disarray. Furthermore, The peculiar smoke in the sky was gradually drifting toward them. Soon, the foremost cavalry encountered it head-on, becoming engulfed in the inky clouds. Amidst the cacophony of whinnying steeds and cries for help. "Stop, halt!" a leader commanded. The pursuers complied. "What is happening here?" The leader inquired of a middle-aged wizard clad in a crimson robe. "It seems to be some form of smoke magic," the wizard replied uncertainly. All 4 elemental schools of magic contained smoke-related spells, but none were as pronounced as the one before them. The thick, black smoke was completely opaque. Those ensnared by this magic lost their sight, as if struck by a blinding curse. And the smoke could not be dispelled, entirely beyond the wizard's expectations. After a moment of contemplation, the wizard extended his arms, conjuring a massive barrier to shield those around him, that as the surrounding black mist gradually converged. It enveloped the entire barrier tightly. Sensing that they were not under immediate threat, the wizard finally relaxed and said, "This magic does not belong to any of the 4 elemental schools with which I am familiar." After a pause, he continued, "I have heard that the magic sorcerer from Sophie has also arrived. This magic is most likely his handiwork." "What sorcerer? What 4 elemental magic?" inquired a burly brigand with a bushy beard. The wizard secretly loathed these ruffians. Had it not been for his master's insistence on collaborating closely with these scoundrels, he would have disregarded such ignorant brutes altogether. However, given the presence of such a powerful wizard among the enemy ranks, it was prudent for those around him to possess some understanding of magic. The wizard pondered how to simplify this explanation, for it was difficult to imagine these muscle-bound fools grasping magical concepts. After some thought, he explained, "The so-called 4 elemental magic refers to spells that manipulate the 4 primary elements that constitute the world: water, wind, earth, and fire. That in addition to these elemental magics, there are divine summoning spells and light magic, as well as mental magic that affects living beings, alongside a few rare spells that can manipulate space." Observing his surroundings, the wizard noted that a few leaders seemed to comprehend, though he had no expectation that the dim-witted bandits would grasp these concepts, and continued, "Most wizards are proficient in the 4 elemental magics. I am one such practitioner. Light magic is exclusive to clergy, and space magic requires the aid of magical circles. The only spells of such potency are divine summoning spells, but those adept in divine summoning are exceedingly rare. To my knowledge, only our Grand High Priest and the magic sorcerer from Sophie possess such skills, particularly the magic sorcerer, who studies the nearly forbidden powers of the underworld god Raktos. The most formidable among all divine summoning spells that in my estimation, the protected wizard among the advancing ranks must surely be the magic sorcerer. Could it be that he is merely a disciple of this magic sorcerer? If such a powerful wizard exists, he would not venture forth alone with merely a handful of knights. Their demeanor suggests they are part of a reconnaissance vanguard," the leader queried. "Surely not. I have never heard of Mardash taking on any disciples. Those who study the art of summoning spirits are bound for life to forsake all other forms of magic. Thus, without a compelling reason, no one would willingly choose to learn such a craft. Moreover, Mardash delves into the most forbidden of summoning arts, the necromancy, and it is said that he himself only pursued this path due to extraordinary circumstances. Furthermore, he has sworn an oath never to pass this magic on." The mage refuted. But could it be that someone might attempt to practice necromancy on their own? If such a summoning art were so easily mastered, there wouldn't be so few summoners. You see, Mardash was once a grand sorcerer. He sacrificed everything, his talents and achievements, to study necromancy. The average mage stands no chance of communicating with the divine. If that is indeed the case with Mardash, then what is he doing there? As a mage, he should possess the ability to escape on his own. Why does he not abandon those knights and flee for his life? Surely, he does not fancy himself capable of confronting us all single-handedly. If he were a grand sorcerer like Kobe Leo, such a feat might be possible. The leader expressed his doubts. This notion is quite plausible. The deity of death governs the realm of mortality, and a mage wielding the phantom steed can escape swifter than flight, the mage mused. But how could he anticipate our ambush? Our encounter just now was clearly by chance, not a planned assault, that if he were not intent on safeguarding those knights, he would have surely found a way to flee. Another mage interjected. The evidently more senior mage exchanged glances with the leader of the bandits, and a thought simultaneously leapt into their minds as they remarked in unison. What is he protecting? Cunning. Remarkably cunning, disguising the prince as a common knight and infiltrating with a small squad, leaving a mere decoy behind to lure us into a trap. Brilliant, truly brilliant, the leader nodded vigorously. Haha, it seems fortune favors us. Had we proceeded with our original plan to attack that escort, even if we succeeded, it would have been of little consequence. The Sophians are indeed quite cunning. Who would have imagined that fortune would smile upon us, allowing us to cross paths in this vast desert? The mage exclaimed joyfully. But now, we must devise a way to escape, to be why the way. Do you think you could contend with Mardosh? The leader's words left the mages momentarily stunned. In truth, facing an unknown grand sorcerer was a daunting prospect for them as well. Furthermore, with necromancy being one of the least understood forms of magic, no one dared to guarantee they could counter it. Not to mention, while the bandits grappled with the dark magic, Enleiko, fleeing for his life, felt his body surpassing its limits, every nerve ending tingling with pain, and the numbness in his hands rendered him nearly unable to remain seated on his horse. Jack clutched Enleiko's belt tightly, preventing him from falling off that no one dared to pause. The wilderness was practically the bandits' domain, and escaping from a horde of robbers in such terrain was no easy feat. Moreover, due to the knight's honor, Enleiko's companions resolutely refused to turn back and regroup with the main force. Just thinking of the knight, who had voluntarily strayed from the group to venture alone in another direction, Enleiko could roughly fathom their thoughts. Though no one wished to halt, the horses could not endure prolonged galloping that as the sun began to set. All the steeds were utterly fatigued. After locating a nearby campsite on the map, the group led their horses toward it. Only Enleiko was afforded special treatment, insisted upon remaining mounted. The stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and under the faint moonlight, the knights finally found the campsite. Jack carefully placed Enleiko in a sheltered spot. Each knight diligently attended to their own responsibilities, with sentry duty and feeding the horses carried out quietly in the darkness. The campsite boasted a well. And in this vast desert, water was the very essence of life. The weary horses were led to the well to quench their thirst, for survival in this desolate expanse relied entirely on these loyal steeds. Caring for these noble creatures was an obvious duty for every knight. The only one to drink before the horses was Enleiko. Leaning against the gently warmed hillside, he gazed up at the starry sky. As he sipped from the flask handed to him by a knight, Enleiko found himself lost in thought once more, experiencing that absurd feeling of disconnection. How was it that he, the son of a humble shopkeeper, was entangled in such matters? It seemed all of this was due to that wretched teacher, Victor. The thought of Victor made Enleiko ponder what he might be doing now. However, he soon found his musings quite ludicrous. What else could Victor possibly be doing but drinking to excess and sleeping it off? If there were no unforeseen events, he was likely quite intoxicated by now. With Victor on his mind, Enleiko inevitably thought of his father, a man of strict routine that in his memories, his father was like a clockwork figure. Rising at the same time each day, opening the shop punctually, conducting business, closing up, and retiring at the same hour. Under his father's influence, Enleiko had also been a creature of habit, habitually retiring to bed at this hour. How could he now find himself so adrift, with no secure dwelling and no guarantee of what the next day would bring? What had brought about this upheaval? Contemplating this question, Enleiko couldn't help but think of his other teacher, Princess Krista. Were it not for her, how would he have become embroiled in this affair? The thought of the princess struck Enleiko like a needle, rendering him unable to find rest, as the torturous memories from the laboratory haunted his troubled soul. He dared not dwell further on such thoughts when Jack approached, carrying 2 blankets that he gently laid one on the ground and then lifted Enleiko to place him atop it, covering him with the other blanket with utmost care. Enleiko realized that, due to their hurried departure, the entire group likely lacked sufficient blankets. Now that Jack had provided him with 2, it was certain that someone else would go without. Thus, Enleiko inquired, "What will you do?" Jack, well aware of Enleiko's concern, replied, "Do not worry. We can squeeze together. Besides, they insisted I bring these. Thanks to you, we can preserve our lives, so we must protect you, our guardian." Jack glanced at his small team and gently added, From here on, we will rely on you. Only you possess the ability to lead them out of this land of death." With that, Jack turned to return to his team, but paused midway to call back, "It all rests on you." Though his voice was not loud, in the stillness of the night, it resonated clearly, causing all the knights to stop their tasks and look over. Although Enleiko could see nothing in the pitch darkness, he distinctly felt the immense trust that enveloped him from all the knights. This trust bore down on him like a heavy weight, rendering Enleiko momentarily weak. Gazing up at the stars, he silently contemplated. Rely solely on oneself. Enleiko had never envisioned himself capable of aiding others, let alone these brave and formidable knights. Rely solely on oneself. He was merely an inept individual, hardly even a novice. How could these knights, each a paragon of competence, depend upon him? Would their faith in him lead them to their doom? If only he possessed the strength to truly assist them. For the first time in his life, Enleiko deeply wished for sufficient power. Power that belonged entirely to him. That it was also the first time he felt an overwhelming pressure. A sense of mission, a sense of responsibility. Enleiko lay quietly in the midst of the blanket, staring at the starry sky, awaiting the passing of the night and the arrival of dawn. Perhaps by morning, everything would have an answer. Chapter 6. Crossing over as the sun gradually rose in the east, the horses galloped, stirring clouds of dust that danced in the air. Enleiko, atop his steed, cast a glance at Jack, who looked up at the swirling dust. Pulling the reins, he commanded, "Slow down." All the knights gently reined in their mounts. The steeds marched in synchronized rhythm, forming a single file as they proceeded forward. Before the sun reached its zenith and the temperature soared, they needed to travel a bit further to find a shaded refuge to evade both sunlight and pursuit, resting until the sun set before continuing their journey. They could only afford a brief 2-hour respite before the winds of midnight would rise, at which point they would set out again. Utilizing the early morning and evening hours to elude pursuit was a suggestion put forth by Enleiko, and it was met with unanimous agreement, as though overnight, Enleiko had become the commander of these knights. This role was quite unfamiliar to him. However, he found solace in the fact that his proposal was proving to be remarkably effective. For several days, they had not encountered that band of robbers again, that on numerous occasions. Enleiko pondered whether those brigands had diverted their attention towards their main forces. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he often found himself worrying about Kate and the others, uncertain if they were in any peril, and whether the two knights who had broken through would deliver the news to their troop. At times, he would reflect on the knight who had willingly sacrificed himself. Although he consoled himself with the notion that the knight might still have a chance to survive, deep down he harbored a vague sense that the knight had already departed from this world. As the scorching midday sun reached its zenith, Enleiko and his companions discovered a sheltered spot on a sunless hillside that, as was customary, Enleiko cast an illusory magical formation, making it difficult for anyone from a distance to detect their presence. This magical array was specifically designed to counter those mages capable of flight. That, of course, Enleiko occasionally fretted over the footprints they had left behind. Before dawn, he was never concerned about these traces, as the wind and sand would obliterate all signs. Such winds would also arise in the afternoon, but the morning hours were the most perilous. Enleiko had initially contemplated finding a hiding place before dawn, but considering the speed at which their party was moving, he ultimately abandoned that decision, for the safest course of action was to hastily extricate themselves from this desolate wasteland. Within the magical formation, all the knights gathered around Jack, who spread out a map before them. This very map had repeatedly provided them with supply points to navigate through the wasteland over the past few days. Jack pointed to the nearest supply point on the map and declared, "We must reach this location by tonight, that be why tomorrow noon, we will cross the Kisla Valley. Once we have traversed the valley, we shall be safe." Enleiko glanced at the map and inquired, "Is there any other route we might take?" The Kisla Valley on the map was a conspicuous landmark. If the robbers had any sense, they would certainly set an ambush there. Jack scrutinized the map twice, shaking his head as he replied, "It's impossible. The entire Varkas mountain range leading to the Kaoki kingdom is completely sealed off, leaving no possibility of crossing." Turning to Enleiko, Jack reassured him, "Fear not, for the Kisla Valley houses the largest military stronghold of the Kaoki kingdom, Mekhalis. The robbers would never dare approach this place. Mekhalis is home to 10,000 elite troops. It was once the most formidable obstacle in our return journey. Yet now it stands as our greatest hope. Though Jack's words alleviated some of Enleiko's worries, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. While Enleiko and his party deliberated about the Kisla Valley, Kate and her companions were similarly engaged in discussions on how to navigate the Varkas Mountains. Among the participants were two members of the royal family, Halming, Kate, and Jerry, while the absence of Mage Madash and Commander Joe was notable. "What on earth is happening?" the princess, mounted on her horse, queried the individuals beside her, for she alone among the entire delegation had the standing to reproach Joe and Mage Mado's as the direct heir to the throne. She was, in essence, the future queen, capable of claiming the throne as long as she remained unmarried. Moreover, as a mage meticulously trained by the grand sorcerer Naga, she possessed considerable prowess, while in the presence of her parents. The princess had consistently participated in various political matters, exhibiting a maturity and steadiness far surpassing that of her brother, who was still engrossed in frivolous pursuits. Comparatively, her influence far eclipsed that of her sibling. Furthermore, there were no indications that this astute and proud princess had any romantic inclinations. Her pride was well understood by all within the court, though it was not the superficial disdain for others that often accompanies arrogance. The princess held a deep appreciation for individuals possessing unique skills, including the 4 trial participants, each of whom she regarded highly, including Enleiko, who had once embarrassed her, and Jerry, who had little else to offer beyond his silver tongue. However, in her eyes, these individuals were merely valuable assets to the nation, and her true desire lay in finding the most suitable positions for them to maximize their contributions to the realm. It had been the princess herself who proposed that Joe orchestrate the entire expedition, and one understood Joe's capabilities better than she did. Nevertheless, the recent journey had raised her suspicions, ever since they received the news. They had been traveling day and night, and their direction had completely deviated from the original plan, which was not inherently problematic. However, as their journey progressed, they were straying further and further from the only route capable of traversing the Varkas Mountains. The Kisla Valley. Did Joe intend to circumvent the entire Varkas mountain range? It would likely take at least a month to accomplish such a feat, inevitably delaying their diplomatic mission. The princess's inquiries were not something others dared to interject upon, though each person harbored similar questions in their hearts. After a moment of silence, Halming spoke up. "Perhaps the commander is concerned about the possibility of an ambush in the Kisla Valley. But are we to circumvent the entire Varkas mountain range?" the princess pressed. This, we can only ask the commander directly." Halming hesitated, unwilling to answer. "Isn't Mekala's fortress located in the Kisla Valley? Would those robbers dare to attack us within the range of the fortress's defenses?" Kate asked. "Perhaps the commander fears we lack the strength to protect the princess and prince when we reach the fortress," Jerry interjected. This single remark elucidated why. Since the formation of the diplomatic delegation, Jerry had consistently been unable to mingle with the knights. The princess, equally disdainful of his self-importance, shot him a sharp glare. Jerry quickly recognized that his previous words had offended many, and knowing he needed the knights' protection, it was unwise to alienate them at such a moment. Thus, he hastily offered his apologies. "If no one can address these questions, then," the princess paused and directed her gaze at Halming. "Please summon the commander." Halming complied. After a considerable wait, Joe appeared, riding towards them with an air of nonchalance, seemingly carefree and unperturbed, completely disregarding the princess's evident displeasure. Joe began speaking without a hint of seriousness. "Hello, my dear little niece. What brings you to summon your uncle? Oh dear, don't wear that sour expression. Be careful, or you'll age prematurely." The princess felt her temper dissipate entirely upon hearing Joe's words. She understood that with this particular uncle, neither anger nor argument would yield any results. Thus, she composed herself and asked, "Commander, might we need to alter our course towards Mekala's fortress?" "To Mekala's? Why?" Joe queried. The princess knew he was feigning ignorance. How could he not know about Mekala's fortress? Yet, what recourse did she have against her uncle? The princess pressed on. "Commander, do you not wish to pass through the Kisla Valley and enter the Koki Kingdom?" "Pass through the Kisla Valley? Why?" Joe replied. "Are you suggesting we circumvent the Varkas Mountains?" The princess further inquired. "You can't possibly think I have any fondness for this godforsaken place," Joe retorted, causing all present to fall into stunned silence. Was there truly a third route through the Varkas Mountains? This was the unvoiced query in the minds of nearly all, yet apart from the princess. No one dared to voice it. The princess, living up to expectations, asked, "Are you aware of any secret passage that could lead into the Kaoki kingdom?" Her question was grounded in historical context. The Kisla Valley had long been the sole western passage into the Kaoki kingdom, fortified by the renowned Mekhalis, making the kingdom virtually impregnable. Thus, the Kaoki kingdom had long been the only power capable of launching assaults on the Sophian kingdom, while the latter had no means for retaliation. If a secret passage truly existed, the Sophian kingdom could take the initiative, rendering any failed diplomatic efforts inconsequential. Consequently, she was eager for an answer. However, Joe's response was far from what anyone had anticipated. He shrugged and said, "I don't believe such a secret passage exists." The princess's forehead visibly twitched with the emergence of veins. Had this been another princess, lightning and fire would have surely rained down upon them. Joe was keen to avoid provoking his magic-wielding niece, quickly adding, "Rest assured, Madash assured me there would be no issues." Upon learning that the arrangements had been made by Mage Madash, the princess felt a sense of relief. Madash was a composed elder and would never undertake a task without assurance. By noon, the group had arrived at the foot of the massive Varkas Mountains. The Varkas Mountains loomed like a formidable wall, encircling the Kaoki kingdom and serving as its natural barrier, with sheer rock faces and jagged peaks resembling a set of interlocking fangs. As the entire mountain range is the magnificent creation of ancient earth-based magic rather than a natural formation, there exists not a single path between the peaks, rendering the crossing of this formidable barrier utterly impossible. The entourage urged their horses onward, and from a distance they beheld the venerable mage Mardash stooped over the ground, inscribing a colossal magical array. This intricate array was so complex that even the princess, well versed in the arcane arts, could not discern its purpose. In truth, none within the entire delegation, comprising numerous sorcerers and monks, could fathom its function. All awaited the completion of the grand magical circle, and by the time it was concluded, a full hour had elapsed. The exhausted old mage approached the princess, and with a heart full of questions, she hastily inquired, "Esteemed Mage Mardash, do you intend to use this magical array to transport us across the Varkas Mountains?" Mardash, his eyes clouded with fatigue, replied in a low voice, "Your Highness, please enter the magical array without delay. Should you have any queries, we may address them upon our arrival in the kingdom of Kaoki. This array is time-sensitive." Upon hearing the old mage's words, the princess dared not voice further doubts and promptly commanded the assembly to enter the magical array. Although vast, the array could not accommodate the entire retinue. Thus the delegation was divided into 4 groups, each led by a captain into the magical circle. Each group, engulfed in a cloud of smoke, transformed into a dense vapor and in an instant traversed the colossal mountain range. Once all had successfully crossed the Varkas Mountains, the old mage entered the magical array. As he melded into smoke and slipped between the rocks, the array on the ground gradually faded from existence. All awaited on the opposite side of the mountains. And when the old mage emerged from the cliff, regaining his human form, the princess rushed to greet him. Noting the sweat-soaked visage and weary expression of the old mage, she understood that now was not the time for inquiries. She promptly ordered her 2 attendants to assist the old mage into a makeshift, assembled palanquin, which had originally been intended for her own use. The old mage accepted without protest, and once comfortably reclined in the palanquin, he gently addressed the princess, who rode alongside him. "Your Highness, I shall be unable to offer you any assistance in the coming days. That spell has temporarily drained my magical powers. You must take care of yourself. Beloved Grand Mage, I am deeply grateful for all you have done for us. Please rest well. This is my only request of you at present," the princess replied courteously. After speaking, she turned to instruct her personal maid to tend carefully to the old mage, then spurred her steed toward Joe. Upon hearing the princess's words, Joe furrowed his brow for the first time. Though they would no longer encounter bandits in this territory, danger loomed everywhere, and its peril perhaps far exceeded that of the desolate wasteland. At this critical juncture, their greatest reliance, the mage Mardash, was temporarily incapacitated, leaving Joe in a state of unease that in silence. The diplomatic delegation of the Kingdom of Sophian continued its journey toward the westernmost city of the Kingdom of Kaoki. Calling their current pace, they should reach their destination in 2 days. However, after merely 2 hours of travel, while the sky had yet to darken, the front line suddenly halted. The perplexed princess led Kate and the others to the forefront of the procession. Before they could approach, Deputy Commander Haoming hastened to intercept the princess. It turned out that scouts had reported encountering a large cavalry unit ahead, evidently the elite holy knights of the Kingdom of Kaoki. Upon receiving this news, the princess immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. The holy knights were one of the primary military forces of Kaoki, typically stationed near the capital and rarely venturing to such frontiers. In a moment of disarray, the princess's concern was not for her own safety, but rather the large-scale mobilization of the holy knights often signaled the onset of war. Had the Kingdom of Kaoki instigated an invasion against her homeland? At this moment, Haoming's duty was to safeguard the princess's well-being, while her priority was to ascertain the current circumstances. Thus, after some insistence from both sides, the princess consented to remain at the rear of the vanguard, with Haoming assuring her that a knight would always be dispatched to report on the situation. After leaving 2 knights to watch over the princess and prevent her from advancing recklessly, Haoming turned his horse back to the forefront of the line. Upon seeing Haoming approach, Joe, stationed at the very front, turned to ask, "So, that girl has finally agreed to stay behind?" Haoming shook his head, finding negotiations with the princess far more taxing than charging in a battle. She was indeed a formidable opponent. Several times, he had nearly yielded, but the knight's duty and honor often sustained him in the final moments. Glancing at Joe, the middle-aged fox, Haoming recognized that Joe was all too aware of his niece's character, thereby thrusting this challenging task upon him. "Is there any movement ahead?" Haoming clearly did not wish to engage with Joe's inquiry. "None, thus far. There has been no activity," Joe replied, fanning himself while keeping watch ahead. "Could it be that battle has already commenced?" Haoming asked, voicing a concern that had been weighing on his mind, that if that were indeed the case, it would pose a significant problem, especially with Mardosh unable to assist them. The only ally left was Joe, who often wore a jovial faade, yet concealed much beneath. Joe did not respond to Haoming's question. Instead, he squinted for a moment before saying, "We shall soon find out. Someone is approaching from their side." Haoming, attempting to follow Joe's gaze, strained to see, yet discerned nothing. However, he had no doubt about Joe's keen sight. Indeed, it was not long before everyone could see a rider galloping swiftly toward them, clad in blood-red garments and adorned with a fiery foxtail helmet, indicating that he was a member of the feared Holy Knights of the Kingdom of Kaoki. The knight halted 100 meters from their line, raising the flag of the Kingdom of Kaoki high, signaling that he was a messenger of peace. Haoming rode forward to meet the knight. The 2 knights exchanged a firm handshake atop their steeds. Witnessing this exchange, all the knights felt a wave of relief wash over them. The Holy Knights of Kaoki, like the Royal Knights of Sophian, upheld the traditional spirit of chivalry. Once they had made a gesture of goodwill, they would not easily retract it. Schemes and treachery were foreign to these 2 knightly orders. As the report from the front line reached the princess, the weight upon her heart was similarly lifted. Seizing the moment while the 2 knights, charged with her oversight, momentarily relaxed, the princess urged her horse forward, and the 2 knights, just returning to their senses, hastily pursued her in an attempt to apprehend her, but it was too late. Watching the princess ride ahead, Joe shook his head in resignation. He had long anticipated that this headstrong girl could not be restrained. After having conversed extensively with the Holy Knight, Haoming turned his horse back toward his own group. Upon seeing the princess standing at the forefront of the line, he shot a sharp glare at the 2 negligent knights behind her. He then approached the princess, admonishing, "Your Highness, it seems you have disregarded our agreement." All right, I admit my fault. Please tell me, what news does the envoy from the Kingdom of Kaoki bring?" the princess inquired anxiously. Haoming did not answer her question, but turned to Joe, saying, "Commander, the Grand Mage Kobilio of the Kingdom of Kaoki is just ahead." This news struck the hearts of all present like a stone cast into water, sending ripples throughout. Even Joe was momentarily taken aback by the revelation that if there was anyone Joe least wished to confront, it was undoubtedly the Grand Mage Kobilio. Jo felt utterly powerless against this singular sorcerer of forbidden spells. Moreover, at this critical moment, even their greatest ally, Mage Mardosh, was unable to lend his aid. Jo furrowed his brow in deep contemplation for a while before commanding Howman, "Let that knight lead the way. We must meet Cobilio." Howman complied and rode toward the knight. At this juncture, the princess leaned closer and asked, "Dear uncle, is this not exceedingly perilous? Let us take a gamble. Even upon reaching Kaoki, we will still have to face this individual. Furthermore, under the current circumstances, even if we wish to flee, could we truly escape the pursuit of the holy knights? Even if we manage to elude them, how could we evade Cobilio's forbidden spells? And do not forget, you are here as an envoy. Surely you do not wish for our journey to be in vain." After hearing these words, the princess gradually began to calm her troubled mind, observing Howman signaling from a distance. The diplomatic delegation slowly commenced its journey. After approximately an hour of travel, they could discern the holy knights from afar, their bright red uniforms standing out vividly against the green grass as they approached. The holy knights were clearly arranged in a welcoming formation, with a mage in a golden robe standing at the forefront. If I am not mistaken, he must be the grand sorcerer Cobilio. The princess and Jo were the first to rein in their steeds, and simultaneously dismounted. The knights following closely behind also alighted from their horses, while two attendants hastened forward to lead away the mounts of Jo and the princess. As the princess and Jo approached, the wizard promptly came forth to greet them. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this legendary sorcerer was remarkably tall and broad-shouldered, resembling a warrior more than a magician. The sorcerer approached the princess and gracefully bowed, stating, "I am Cobilio Cenabus, the court sorcerer of the kingdom of Kaoki, here to welcome Her Highness, Princess Franny of the kingdom of Safian." In such diplomatic circumstances, Jo found himself entirely at a loss to contribute, leaving all matters to the princess while he merely nodded or shook his head at appropriate moments, after exchanging the customary diplomatic pleasantries. The grand sorcerer Cobilio inquired of the princess, "Most esteemed princess, if it would not be too much trouble, may I offer my holy knights to ensure your safety?" The princess cast a glance at Jo, who understood that it was now his turn to speak, since earlier he had been observing this renowned sorcerer, and it seemed that he could indeed be trusted. "Then where shall we go now?" Jo asked. "We were originally bound for the fortress of Mecharis, but unexpectedly encountered your highness along the way. Might you be interested in accompanying me to Mecharis?" This statement aroused a cloud of suspicion in both Jo and the princess. Clearly, Cobilio discerned their unease and chuckled. "I have received word that a band of robbers, along with other nefarious individuals, have gathered before the fortress of Mecharis with ill intent. These individuals have long posed a significant threat to our nation that I have come to seize this opportunity to eliminate these two dangers and ensure the safety of your highness. Now that the latter task is complete, it would be prudent for me to fulfill the first for the benefit of both our nations." After hearing this explanation from Cobilio, Jo and the princess felt a sense of relief. If what the grand sorcerer claimed was true, then there were indeed divisions within the kingdom of Kaoki regarding the initiation of an aggressive war, and this powerful sorcerer before them belonged to the faction opposed to external expansion. This realization was quite reassuring, for no one wished to be at odds with a sorcerer of such formidable prowess. The Holy Knights, having already received the delegation, were not in haste to advance. After resting for a night, they set forth the next morning, with Jo and the princess remaining in the company of Grand Sorcerer Cobilio throughout the journey, observing the sorcerer beside her. The princess noticed he wore a furrowed brow, seemingly lost in thought, and inquired, "Esteemed Grand Sorcerer, do you harbor any concerns?" "Oh, your highness, I merely worry that now that you have successfully traversed the mountains, your adversaries may abandon their pursuit, rendering my journey futile," he replied. Upon hearing Cobilio's explanation, Jo and the princess too began to fret. Indeed, if they did not encounter their foes, there would be little reason for the bandits to hold their ground in the Chisla Valley. As the sun ascended towards its zenith, the fortress of Mecharis loomed near. From the base of the fortress, it appeared as a grand gate, tightly sealing the surrounding Varkas mountains. The vanguard had called out several times. Yet the soldiers atop the walls remained unresponsive, an occurrence that felt decidedly abnormal at this moment. Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo spurred his horse ahead, with the princess and Joe closely following. The captain of the vanguard reported to Kobe Leo, "We have called out for some time." Only one guard responded briefly. And then there was silence. Kobe Leo furrowed his brow in contemplation, then raised his right hand and began to chant a spell. The 12 red-robed wizards accompanying him simultaneously took to the air. With a resounding explosion, the massive gate was blown apart, a section of the wall crumbling in the aftermath. The previously lethargic soldiers atop the walls quickly gathered, and hundreds of archers ascended to the parapets, followed closely by several wizards. However, upon recognizing the Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo standing at the forefront, along with the 12 elite wizards hovering above, one of the wizards turned to inform the commanding officer, while another stealthily slipped away. The escaping wizard, upon reaching the opposite side of the fortress, attempted to fly towards the encircling throng that was gradually closing in to that moment. A bolt of lightning shot forth from behind, transforming the wizard into a swirling fireball in midair. All the soldiers within the fortress witnessed this spectacle, including the commanding officer, who had hurriedly emerged from his office. His face, previously flush, turned pale, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. One of the wizards beside him nudged the day's commander, and the two hastily approached Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo. Without so much as a glance at the commander, Kobe Leo urged his horse up onto the walls surrounding the fortress. With the holy knights and the delegation from the kingdom of Safian swiftly following through the exploded gate, leaving the commander to choke on the dust kicked up by their galloping steeds. The princess and Joe ascended the walls behind Kobe Leo. From their elevated position, they could see groups of bandits surrounding several knights within a massive encirclement that was steadily tightening. Yet, the bandits seemed hesitant to launch an attack, as if they were wary of something. Strange, these ruffians have no reason to be so cautious over just a few knights, Kobe Leo remarked, glancing back at the princess. Moreover, what could they possibly fear? Surely, they cannot be intimidated by such a small number of knights, Joe interjected. Years of experience allowed him to discern that the bandits were approaching their target with an unusual level of caution, a behavior indicative of a formidable adversary. Your Highness, is there any notable figure among those knights? Kobe Leo inquired, contemplating that if there were an important target present, it could indeed draw the bandits' attention, compelling them to gather here at all costs. None, just a few ordinary knights and an apprentice sorcerer, the princess replied. In her view, Enleiko and his companions were indeed talented individuals, yet she did not consider them indispensable figures. In the flourishing magical culture of the kingdom of Safian, the number of mid-tier and higher sorcerers was relatively abundant, making Enleiko's capabilities admirable, but not particularly instrumental in navigating her nation's current crisis. After hearing the princess's words, Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo was filled with doubt. He could not fathom the rationale behind such a grand display for a few inconsequential individuals, but he certainly did not underestimate his adversary's intelligence to the point of misjudging the situation, as he held a profound understanding of his opponent. Conversely, the princess's remarks indicated her own ignorance of the matter. The elusive commander seemed equally intrigued by the unfolding situation, suggesting that they had not orchestrated this scheme. Furthermore, if they were confident in traversing the Varkas Mountains, there would be no need for such a petty ruse. Indeed, if they intended to employ a feigned retreat, a mere handful of knights would be far too trivial. Despite the persistent contemplation swirling in his mind, Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo was resolute not to squander this fortuitous opportunity, as the two major threats that had long plagued him lay starkly before him: the bandits, and more critically, the sorcerers secretly nurtured by his political rivals. With this in mind, Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo turned to Joe and the princess, saying, "Esteemed guests, I kindly ask you to retreat to a place of safety for the time being." The princess was still processing the situation when Joe had already grasped Kobe Leo's intent, asking, "Great Grand Sorcerer, do you intend to use your magic to eliminate those desperate rogues in one fell swoop?" Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo regarded Joe thoughtfully. Indeed, he was as perceptive as he had sensed. A seemingly relaxed individual with depths yet to be revealed, it appeared that the intelligence he had received was not wholly accurate, necessitating that he regard this commander as a person of particular interest. Nodding, he turned to the princess and inquired, "For the benefit of our two nations, Your Highness, would you be willing to make a small sacrifice of these valiant knights' lives in exchange for peace between our realms?" There was a reason behind Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo's words to the princess, based on intelligence. She appeared to be an unwavering advocate of national interests, and even in this diplomatic mission, she bore the burden of trading her own well-being for peace. The Grand Sorcerer held deep respect for such a responsible heir apparent. Making a limited sacrifice for the greater benefit of both nations should be comprehensible to the princess. That as for Joe, the Grand Sorcerer had gleaned a bit from the intelligence that he was a high-ranking noble, closely related to the royal family, yet willingly renounced all for a life as a mercenary. Mercenaries have always held life in high regard, and persuading one to sacrifice his subordinates is an arduous task. The princess found herself in a dilemma regarding the question posed by the Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo. As the princess of the Kingdom of Sophian, she bore the solemn duty of safeguarding her subjects, particularly those loyal knights. Yet, as the sovereign of Sophian, she was equally bound to defend her realm. Balancing the weighty scales of her princely obligations was no small feat after a fierce struggle for survival. The princess ultimately placed those knights upon the altar of fate. Yes, for the benefit of both nations. Her voice trembled, reminiscent of a guilty prisoner. She turned to descend from the battlements, but before she could fully pivot, Joe seized her, twisting her body back towards the Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo, and said, "Esteemed wizard, please allow us to witness this magnificent battle." "No, I refuse to watch," the princess exclaimed vehemently. "Your Highness, you possess the authority to sacrifice anyone for the greater good of the nation. It is your divine duty. However, should you make such a decision, you must also bear in mind the immeasurable contributions these individuals have made for the country, forever etched in your heart, that I do not wish to impede your decision. But I implore you not to evade your responsibilities thereafter. Come, let us appreciate the valiant knight's final moments in battle," he concluded, drawing the princess close, his arms encircling her firmly, forcing her gaze towards the distant knights while disregarding the tears streaming from her eyes. The Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo, witnessing this scene, could not help but form a new perspective of It appeared that this commander was indeed the soul of the delegation, seizing the opportunity to impart a lesson to the future queen. Even amidst such dire circumstances, following this battle, the princess would undoubtedly attain a profound understanding of the term sacrifice. When the time came for her to make such a choice again, her decision would be far more mature and prudent. Joe truly embodied the legacy of the 12 heroes. Yet, the Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo would not allow his contemplations to distract him from the splendid opportunity before him. Atop the battlements, the 12 elite sorcerers encircled the Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo. A barrier enveloped them, within which each sorcerer unfurled a red cloth before them. Once fully opened, the fabric formed a 3-meter diameter circle, embroidered with a magical array in golden threads. Beneath the feet of the Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo lay a similar, albeit larger, magical array, 3 to 4 times its size. That as the Grand Sorcerer chanted his incantation, a crimson light obscured everything within the barrier. The red glow intensified, blinding those nearby. After a full half-hour, the light began to diminish, ultimately condensing into a fireball of ordinary appearance. Had it not been for the astonishing red light and the sight of the exhausted sorcerers lying on the ground, one would scarcely believe that the seemingly mundane fireball in the Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo's hands was the immensely powerful forbidden spell, Catastrophe of the Doom. The Grand Sorcerer, drenched in sweat and visibly fatigued, stood alone, his towering figure a testament to his extraordinary vitality. Gradually, he gathered his magical energy. When he had amassed enough power to unleash the Catastrophe of the Doom, he bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the mechaless fortress. Joe, standing beside him, felt the reverberation in his ears and resolved never to confront this sorcerer directly. The strength behind that voice suggested that the sorcerer possessed combat prowess rivaling that of the fiercest barbarian warriors. A super sorcerer, equally adept in melee and ranged combat. Joe could only shake his head in resignation. He had no desire to make an enemy of such a formidable individual. With that powerful shout, the fireball soared into the sky. In an instant, the princess's face drained of color, desperately trying to break free from Joe's grip, yet his hands clamped her face in place, directing her gaze towards the distant nights. Her tears blurred her vision, leaving her with only the sight of the blood-red sky. The extraordinary spectacle above captivated not only the princess, but also astounded the knights of the Zisra Valley and the surrounding bandits. A piercing scream erupted from one of the bandits, followed by a shout. "This is bad. It's the catastrophe of the doom." The name catastrophe of the doom resonated in Enleiko's mind. He had not anticipated witnessing this legendary forbidden spell. Were it not for their perilous situation, he would have relished the opportunity to behold such a rare marvel, for only one individual in the world could wield this magic, the Grand Sorcerer Cobra Leo of the Kingdom of Khajiit. Other knights likely shared this understanding. Despite their limited knowledge of magic and its realm, they could not have failed to hear the Grand Sorcerer Cobra Leo and his forbidden spell. As soldiers, their comprehension of the catastrophe of the doom might even surpass that of Enleiko. At that moment, Jack gently patted Enleiko on the shoulder and remarked, "We are fortunate not to perish at the hands of those wretched bandits. Dying beneath the Grand Sorcerer Cobra Leo's forbidden spell is indeed an honor." Looking around, Enleiko noticed several knights nodding in agreement, their previously pale faces now showing a hint of color. Confounded, Enleiko struggled to comprehend the knights' mindset. Faced with death, they were inexplicably excited about who would be their executioner. It seemed utterly absurd. Nonetheless, Enleiko did not wish to die. Thus, he began to chant an incantation that as he completed the spell, a faint starry gleam emanated from the chaotic crystal barrier, appearing above the heads of the knights. The surrounding knights gaped at Enleiko, convinced that he had lost his mind, believing he could withstand the most potent magic in existence, that he could defy the forbidden spell's onslaught. Ignoring the incredulous gazes directed at him, Enleiko poured his heart and soul into the only magic he truly mastered. Through the chaotic crystal barrier, he focused intently on the unusual sky. The heavens roiled like a seething furnace, bubbling with a vibrant crimson hue, occasionally erupting with golden flashes amidst the red glow. The golden light swirled within the crimson, creating vortices and occasionally shooting forth golden sparks, only to be instantly consumed by the crimson bubbles. The surrounding red clouds continued to surge towards them, gradually coalescing into a sprawling expanse stretching 10 miles across the sky. All the bandits below scattered in terror, while even the sorcerers flailed in a futile attempt to take flight. Yet Enleiko could distinctly sense that all magical elements around them were being dispersed by the colossal fire elemental conglomerate above. Under the influence of the catastrophe of the doom, no elemental magic other than fire could be wielded. The warhorses, too, had lost all control, running amok, biting, and colliding with one another. The astute bandits had already dismounted, fleeing on foot. But without their horses, how could they hope to escape the vast reach of this monumental spell in such a short span of time? Indeed, before the bandits could flee from the expansive red cloud overhead, it underwent an astonishing transformation. The clouds churned violently, with red and gold intertwining, as several areas erupted, forcefully spewing forth bubbles that as the bubbles swelled, they burst with a resounding roar, revealing dazzling golden light within. The bubbles multiplied and thickened, their thunderous sounds merging into a single cacophony. Witnessing this scene, the bandits quickened their pace, desperately trying to escape. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the air. Dozens of bubbles coalesced into a colossal mass. Plummeting downwards, within the dark red substance swirled fiery gold flames. The people on the ground scattered, attempting to evade the impending deluge. Yet their efforts were in vain when the bubbles struck the ground. There was no thunderous crash or tremor. Instead, a torrent of flames erupted, transforming the landscape into a hellish vista. As the bubbles fell, the flames spread outward in a ring from the impact point, each droplet igniting vast expanses of fire. In the inferno, there were no cries of anguish, no wails of despair. Those consumed by the flames instantly dissolved into wisps of smoke, vanishing entirely from the mortal realm. The only remnants of their existence lay in small piles of ash left on the ground. Amidst this hellish environment, even the valiant royal knights turned pale, trembling in fear. Suddenly, a bubble dropped nearby, and in an instant, crimson flames engulfed them. Enleiko summoned every ounce of power within him that a tremendous surge of energy violently tore through Enleiko's entire nervous system, and almost instantaneously upon encountering that formidable force, he succumbed to unconsciousness that as Enleiko fell into a state of oblivion. The princess, watching from afar atop the city walls, also lost her senses. The only ones remaining conscious were Joe, who had long become desensitized to the death that pervaded the battlefield, and the knights surrounding Enleiko. These knights could hardly fathom that Enleiko could truly withstand the assault of that powerful forbidden spell. However, upon witnessing the fallen Enleiko and the ominous bubble brewing overhead, it dawned on everyone that the previous resistance had merely postponed the inevitable specter of death. That moment, a peculiar transformation overtook Enleiko, that a thick, inky smoke began to seep from his skin, gradually enveloping his form. Within this shroud of smoke, Enleiko slowly rose to his feet. The knights surrounding him found their minds blank, as if they were confronted by a completely different being that Enleiko's once ordinary pupils appeared unfathomably deep, and his demeanor exuded an air of solemnity. Standing there in silence, he seemed to have existed in this world for millennia. The swirling black smoke coalesced into a long robe that draped elegantly over him, appearing to the knights as an endless expanse of the night sky, vast and unfathomable. The hands that emerged from the robe's voluminous sleeves, shrouded in smoke, were reminiscent of the claws of some ferocious beast. The youthful visage of Enleiko was now obscured by a veil of grayish shadows, lending him an eerie quality, as if the swirling, dense smoke had granted him a beard. This once youthful face now bore the marks of extreme age, not the ordinary signs of aging, but rather the essence of a deity sculpted in a royal tomb, embodying the passage of time that transcends the mortal realm, evoking a sense of otherworldliness. That a deep, languorous voice emanated from Enleiko's lips, a sound so unlike any human utterance that it felt as though the very souls of the knights were being drawn from their bodies, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Unsure of their surroundings, that as this voice resonated, Enleiko extended his right hand forward, and with the unfolding of his fingers, the dense black smoke converged towards his palm. The gathering smoke seemed to take on a tangible form, resembling a pool of dark mercury that slowly unfurled and flowed through the air. This black mercury gradually elongated, transforming into a slender black spear nearly 4 meters in length. Chapter 7. Hero Above. The crimson clouds churned, swirling around a colossal bubble, creating a series of vortices that Enleiko's gaze penetrated the fiery mass, allowing him to discern the vast assembly of fire elements within, ignoring the hellish sights surrounding him. He stood alone in the center, untouched by the flames that could not encroach upon a 10-jong radius around him. Beyond this perimeter loomed a towering wall of fire, tightly enclosing them. The air was filled with a resounding rumble, and a massive bubble formed overhead. At this moment, Enleiko gracefully extended his right arm and waved it skyward. The spear in his hand was instantly hurled forth, darting through the air like a bolt of black lightning, piercing the cloud cover in an instant. The bubbling mass above trembled violently before retracting abruptly. The once tumultuous crimson clouds suddenly appeared eerily calm, transforming from a seething cauldron into a magnificent silk drape, gently swaying like a serene, red lake, rippling softly in the breeze. That the knights observing beneath the crimson canopy. This spectacle was both uncanny and inscrutable. Yet they did not sense that the danger had passed. Rather, the aura emanating from Enleiko warned them that a true crisis was imminent. That in the distance, atop the city walls, the great archmage Coberliao also sensed an overwhelming threat. Since earlier, he had felt a potent and concentrated surge of magical energy piercing through the multitude of fire elements in the air, now behaving erratically. "Quickly, everyone retreat from Mecharis," he commanded, sensing the abnormal escalation of events. Ignoring the puzzled looks from his subordinates, he issued his orders with swift decisiveness. Soon, all personnel evacuated the fortress of Mecharis, retreating to a location 10 kilometers behind it, as per Coberliao's directive. Everyone, including the princess, was left bewildered, uncertain of the impending calamity. However, the first to voice a question was the earliest awakened among the 12 elite mages. Upon regaining consciousness, he anxiously inquired, "What has transpired? Why are the fire elements behaving so erratically?" No one around him could provide an answer. Each elite mage that awakened echoed similar questions, their confusion palpable. The only one equipped to address their queries was the great archmage Cobra Liao. Zhou and the princess approached him, accompanied by the 12 elite mages. "Pray tell, what is happening?" the princess implored, momentarily forgetting the diplomatic decorum she was expected to uphold due to her astonishment. Nevertheless, Cobra Liao paid no heed to this lapse. He turned to explain, "Just now, someone breached my forbidden spell, and now the magic has spiraled out of control." There was no more shocking revelation than this. Initially, everyone believed that the archmage Cobra Liao had simply been unable to control the forbidden spell due to insufficient power, a common occurrence in high-level magic, with a more advanced the spell, the greater the risk of losing control. Such runaway magic typically rebounded upon the caster, thus rendering Cobra Liao's order to evacuate Mecharus entirely comprehensible. Now, however, to claim that someone had shattered his magic was unfathomable. According to magical conventions, only spells of equal caliber could counteract one another. Therefore, to dismantle Cobra Liao's forbidden spell, a forbidden spell of equal might would be required. Yet Cobra Liao was universally acknowledged as the sole forbidden spellcaster in existence. How could another possibly emerge? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the earth suddenly convulsed violently, as if gripped by a frenzied stallion. The once tranquil clouds overhead were torn to shreds as if plowed by a colossal iron plow. A tremendous roar erupted, and with it, the entire fortress of Mecharus was obliterated into countless fragments. Even at a distance of 10 miles, they were pelted by smaller debris as the smoke cleared, tranquility descended. Under Cobra Liao's command, the group cautiously advanced towards what was once the fortress of Mecharus. Upon reaching the mountain's edge, they beheld the utter devastation of the fortress. It was so thoroughly destroyed that it could scarcely be called ruins. With all standing structures obliterated and scattered by the force of the shockwave, the only remnants were the foundations of the walls. The entire site now resembled a construction zone barely in its infancy. As they crossed to the other side of the mountain pass, the sight before them left all present in awe. The area once known as the Kisra Valley had been completely leveled, strewn with rubble, save for a conspicuous clear patch in the center where several knights were approaching. Archmage Cobra Liao promptly dispatched 2 squads of holy knights to greet them. Jack, awakening from his stupor, found himself amidst a mound of rubble. He slowly rose, surveying his surroundings, and began to rouse his companions one by one, yet no amount of calling could awaken Enleiko. The knights gazed around, their hearts gripped with fear. They could scarcely conceive how they had survived such a scene, though they had not truly engaged in battle. Each knight felt utterly drained, their limbs weak and unsteady. After a brief respite, Jack ordered the knights to rise and press on, for they now faced no impediments. They must traverse the Kisra Valley. Almost every knight vied to carry Enleiko, as if serving this mage had suddenly become a matter of great honor. Navigating through the debris proved arduous, with boulders ranging from the size of small hills to those resembling millstones, alongside fine fragments akin to sand. The terrain was uneven and treacherous. Just then, a pair of squads of holy knights from the Kalki kingdom were spotted approaching from afar. Upon their arrival, the captain of the knights saluted Jack with great reverence. As a noble royal knight, Jack understood the importance of etiquette and promptly returned the gesture. "Esteemed knight, allow me to serve and escort you. Our chief mage, Mr. Cobra Liao, requests your presence," declared the holy knight. Upon realizing that he was under the assault of the forbidden spell Apocalypse, Jack understood that they were facing the formidable archmage Cobra Liao. For only this grand sorcerer possessed the capacity to wield such a powerful forbidden magic. In earlier times, Jack would have been overwhelmed with excitement. But after this magical confrontation, he sensed that Enleiko's prowess might even surpass that of the legendary mage. Casting a glance back at his companions, he suspected they shared a similar sentiment. The captain of the knights dismounted his steed and brought the horse before Jack. "Please mount," the valiant knight stated. For a moment, Jack found himself at a loss. As this was the highest form of chivalric etiquette among knights across all nations, reserved solely for the reception of heroes. Observing Jack's bewilderment, a knight behind the captain urged, "Please mount, to face such numerous foes alone and survive this battle. Despite our different nations, Your actions command our admiration. Please mount, please mount. With the simultaneous calls echoing around them, all the members of the Holy Knights dismounted their horses. Each royal knight was escorted onto their steed by 2 or 3 holy knights, while Enleiko was carefully assisted onto his horse by 2 holy knights, with another pair leading them out. All were treated with the reverence befitting heroes as they were welcomed into the official territory of the kingdom of Kaosi. At the mountain pass, the holy knights formed 2 lines to greet them, each knight striking their shields in unison, a thunderous cheer resonating through the air. Witnessing such a spectacle, the royal knights felt that the hardships and dangers they had endured over the past few days had been richly rewarded. At the forefront of the procession stood 3 figures side by side. Jack could scarcely believe that the individuals to his left and right were none other than the princess and Commander Joe. The tall mage standing in the center could only be the archmage Kobe Leo. The crowd hastily dismounted, and 2 royal knights rushed forward to assist Enleiko down from his horse, each taking him in their arms. Before they could advance further, the princess approached them, followed closely by a throng of mages and clerics. "My heroes, you have endured much," the princess exclaimed. The traces of tears on her face were unmistakable, stirring immense emotion within Jack and every surviving member of his team. The beautiful princess had wept for them, igniting within their hearts a fervent pledge to brave any peril for her sake in their lifetimes. "Oh, great heroes, first and foremost, I must apologize for my earlier actions, that if there is ever anything you require in the future, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your needs," Archmage Kobe Leo stated as he stepped forward. "In the circumstances we faced just now, we harbor no grievances regarding your decisions," Jack replied. "Ha ha ha. Thank you. Thank you. Nevertheless, my words remain binding. I hope to have the opportunity to serve you in the future." The archmage was pleased to find that the knight before him was a reasonable man. "By the way, I am quite curious. What exactly did you witness back there? Could you share it with me?" Upon hearing the archmage's inquiry, all those intrigued by magic perked up their ears, among the most anxious. Fearful of missing a single word were the 12 elite mages, aside from the princess. Jack, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, casually gestured to Enleiko, who was being supported by the 2 knights behind him, and said, "It is our Mr. Enleiko. He protected us. Moreover, he was the one who defeated those bandits and thwarted the assaults of the mages along the way." While this statement was not inaccurate, for those unfamiliar with the circumstances, its impact was as staggering as the earlier explosion. Even the seasoned Joe, the well-informed princess, and the deeply knowledgeable archmage Kobe Leo were left utterly astounded by this revelation. As Jack articulated his words, every member of his team nodded in unison, affirming the reliability of his account. Observing the youthful mage before him, Archmage Kobe Leo wore an awkward smile, turning to the princess and inquiring, "Esteemed princess, what manner of mage is this Mr. Enleiko? I believe you mentioned he was not." The words that followed faltered, for to continue would risk exposing the princess's secret. The princess, still in a daze, replied in a half-distracted manner, "He is an apprentice from the Sorcerers' Association in the new city of Sophian Kingdom, still in the midst of his trials." The princess clearly did not realize the implications of her words. Each syllable she uttered struck the mages of the kingdom of Kaosi like a blow. Some turned pale, others green, while 1 or 2 even fainted, frothing at the mouth to an apprentice. A mere apprentice, and still untested. What was this? A mage of such formidable strength, capable of challenging the world's most powerful archmage. One who could break forbidden spells, was merely an apprentice, and yet to complete his trials. Had it not been for the princess's disheveled demeanor, indicating the truth of her words, many mages would have disregarded diplomatic decorum to confront her immediately. The only one capable of maintaining composure was Joe, who, knowing little of magic, nudged the obviously dazed princess and gently pulled the similarly distracted archmage, saying, "It seems we should take a moment to rest. Once everyone has recovered, we can thoroughly inquire about the events that transpired. You must see that we are equally unclear on the matter, and it is essential for us to understand what truly occurred." Yes, the archmage, still somewhat disoriented, replied incoherently. After leading the dazed princess back to her tent, Joe ordered the surrounding knights to ensure Jack's team was well accommodated, temporarily absolving them of any knightly duties and designating them as a special unit entitled to extraordinary privileges. In truth, there was no need for Joe to worry. The offerings of consolation from the Holy Knights alone ensured that Jack's team would want for nothing. When Enleiko finally awoke, for days had passed. He could scarcely fathom the grand reception awaiting him as he stepped from the tent. Not only was he treated like a hero by everyone, but he also garnered the respect of all the knights, including the formidable ones. When he heard of his glorious deeds from Kate, he could hardly believe they were speaking of him. What he found most unbearable was the almost worshipful admiration reflected in Kate's eyes. To be honest, Enleiko could not recall what he had done, that he only remembered using the chaos crystal barrier to deflect the forbidden spell momentarily before losing consciousness. Moreover, upon hearing Kate describe the black lance-shaped magic he had supposedly wielded, he realized he not only had no knowledge of it, but had never even heard of it. Yet both Kate and the members of Jack's team affirmed this account, forcing Enleiko to accept the reality of their claims. Furthermore, having listened to Jack's descriptions, the thick black smoke, the lance-like shape, the claw-like hand, everything bore an uncanny resemblance to the creature from the demon realm known as Most. It seemed that the creature was not as useless as Chris had claimed. During his downtime, he deemed it necessary to devise a means to summon that creature and clarify the matter, and ideally, to learn that lance magic, a spell capable of countering forbidden sorcery. Naturally, upon waking, Enleiko was inevitably subjected to extensive inquiries. Among them, Archmage Kobe Leo's questioning was the most courteous and polite, while the princess's inquiries proved overwhelming, nearly exhausting him. Fortunately, with his newfound status as a hero, he was spared any punitive measures. Otherwise, the princess would surely have resorted to extreme measures to extract satisfactory answers. Yet even without resorting to coercion, the princess's persistence was quite taxing for Enleiko. For nearly 24 hours, she remained at his side, urging, think hard. Perhaps in a hypnotic state, you might recall something. Enleiko, if you can remember even the slightest detail, it would be a tremendous contribution to this mission and our country. I command you in the name of the princess to remember promptly. Do not forget. You are the royal property of my family, and your memories belong to the crown as well. Hurry and recall. If you still cannot remember, I shall send word to Aunt Chris. She would undoubtedly be interested in the forbidden magic combat, and she has ample means to help you remember. In the past few days, Enleiko had come to fully appreciate the close kinship between the princess and Mistress Chris. Many times, he found himself mistaking the princess for Chris. To him, the princess and Chris differed only in appearance. At their core, they were entirely alike. However, no matter how persistently questioned, no answers could be gleaned from Enleiko. Furthermore, Enleiko's inability to wield magic left all the esteemed sorcerers in a state of bewilderment. In light of these perplexities, the Grand Magus Cobra Leo ultimately provided an explanation. Enleiko had suffered a temporary loss of memory due to casting spells beyond the limits of his physical endurance. Additionally, his mental faculties had also become scattered and unfocused for the same reason, that he pledged to exert every effort to assist Enleiko in recovering his memories and restoring his magical abilities. Cobra Leo was indeed a commendable sorcerer. He kept his word and tirelessly endeavored to remedy Enleiko's dissociative condition. Yet, despite his repeated experiments, no progress was made. Enleiko, feeling rather embarrassed, continuously reassured Cobra Leo that he could adapt to his current state. This situation, paradoxically, endeared Enleiko to the sorcerers of the kingdom of Kaekich. From the Grand Magus Cobra Leo to the various court magicians, they treated Enleiko as a close companion, engaging with him as an equal. Conversely, the knights, whether from the Royal Knights of Sophian or the Sacred Knights of Kaekich, still referred to Enleiko with the honorific title of hero. In a fleeting moment, Enleiko became the most popular idol within the delegation. However, it was not long before he began to feel the pressure of his newfound public persona. First, the embarrassing incident that transpired at the Sophian Palace was exaggerated and swiftly circulated among the Sacred Knights of Kaekich, reaching the ears of the magicians of Kaekich in no time. Eventually, it even found its way to the Grand Magus Cobra Leo. In the subsequent days, nearly every Kaekich resident acquainted with Enleiko would interrogate him in detail, compelling him to seek refuge in secluded corners. Following this, Enleiko's special status as the personal property of Princess Chris was inadvertently revealed by an unknown party, further escalating the commotion, and for several days. Enleiko found himself constantly searching for hiding places. That it was for this reason that, despite still being halfway to the capital of Kayakich, Vitsk, Enleiko had mastered a new skill, disguise, that he had learned this art entirely on his own. However, acquiring this remarkable skill did not significantly ease Enleiko's circumstances. The princess, unable to extract any useful information from him, was not inclined to let him off easily. Observing Enleiko's rising prominence and the increasing influence he wielded among the sacred knights and the magicians of Kayakich, such a useful pawn could not be overlooked. Nevertheless, the princess had not forgotten the embarrassment Enleiko had caused her in front of her father and the court officials. Thus, she resolved to train Enleiko to become an expert in diplomatic etiquette during the remaining days. Moreover, she personally devised the training regimen, taking on the role of instructor herself, to ensure ample time for Enleiko's training. The princess even requested the Grand Magus Leo to slow down their itinerary. In the aftermath, the princess's residence became humorously dubbed the Royal Circus by the Kayakich residents. Enleiko never imagined that he would one day yearn for the days spent in the laboratory of the dreamy forest. Yet now, he often found himself nostalgically reminiscing about that time, having truly experienced the princess's methods. Every day, the princess subjected him to an exhausting 20 hours of etiquette training, which included even napping and sleeping. The princess's mischievous younger brother frequently joined in the fun. Regardless, Enleiko always sensed something amiss with this etiquette training, as evidenced by the way the sacred knights would pinch their cheeks and turn away whenever they saw him. Furthermore, the Grand Magus Leo's ambiguous smile, each time they crossed paths, seemed to hint at something quite peculiar to as for Kate, Bertina, Jerry, and Jack. Whenever he sought them out, they would invariably claim to be in a hurry and swiftly vanish from sight. Enleiko had scrutinized himself countless times, finding no discernible reason for anyone to laugh at him. Due to the recent intensive etiquette training, Enleiko's demeanor had undergone a transformation. Now, no one would suspect him to be the son of a humble shopkeeper. On the contrary, those who had never seen Enleiko would likely assume he was a prince from some distant land. The princess's training was undeniably effective. Through her nearly torturous methods, she ensured that every gesture was etched into his memory. In this regard, her approach mirrored that of teacher Chris, and then employed fatigue to instill these actions as habitual. Indeed, her methods were almost identical to those of Chris, that by the time the princess completed Enleiko's etiquette training, the delegation had already reached the capital of Kayakich, Vitsk. Upon entering Vitsk, everyone was immediately enveloped by a vibrant festive atmosphere. Enleiko calculated the days and realized that the Victory Day celebration was imminent. Reflecting on it, he realized it would be his first time celebrating Victory Day in a foreign land. Back home, every year on this day, his father would close the shop for a day and take him hunting and fishing in the woods. Allowing for a much-needed respite, in the evening, a grand bonfire celebration would be held in the town square, where all the children participated in Victory Day performances that he recalled that during the peak of the festivities. The mayor would announce the commencement of the banquet, at which point the atmosphere would reach a fever pitch. Everyone would indulge in food and drink, reveling in their performances until they could eat no more and dance no longer. In his hometown, the Victory Day celebration lasted a full 3 days. Though his father would resume business the following day, he ensured that Enleiko enjoyed himself to the fullest during this time. Consequently, Victory Day had always been Enleiko's favorite holiday, that he wondered what the Victory Day celebration in Kayakich would be like that moment. The Grand Magus Leo approached him, and seeing Enleiko captivated by the bustling preparations for the Victory Day festivities, he joined him in observing the lively scene. The Victory Day celebration has arrived once more. How I long for the days of my childhood. The happiest participants in the Victory Day festivities are always the children. Enleiko, you haven't surpassed the age of 16, have you? Don't forget, in a few days, you must perform, exclaimed the Grand Magus Leo with enthusiasm. Is this tradition observed here as well? Enleiko inquired with curiosity. Certainly, the origins of the Victory Day celebration can be traced back to Kayakich. Leo replied, his spirits evidently high. By the way, the princess is looking for you. Hurry along, be cautious. She might want to assess your training progress. from the peculiar smile on Grand Magus Cobra Leo's face. It was clear that there was more to this than met the eye. After bidding farewell to the Grand Magus, Enleiko returned to the camp to meet the princess. Before he could enter, he saw the princess glaring at him, admonishing, "Enleiko, we have now arrived in Vitsk, and I expect you to refrain from wandering about aimlessly. You have your duties." She then turned to the guards behind her, instructing, "Prepare Enleiko for the occasion." In recent times, Enleiko had grown accustomed to being fussed over by the princess, as well as to the preparations and wardrobe changes. Many times, he privately pondered whether it was truly necessary to complicate something as simple as getting dressed. It took a full hour, with the assistance of 4 guards and 2 maids, for Enleiko to don the ceremonial attire, which consisted of over 40 separate components. This was the first time he had fully put on such an elaborate outfit, as he had only managed to wear about a third of it during training sessions. Without the princess's command, Enleiko dared not leave the room. This had been a standing order since the beginning of his training. He remained seated until the princess emerged from her inner chamber. Upon seeing her adorned in her exquisite banquet attire, Enleiko found himself at a loss for words, struck by her beauty, that he knew all too well how uncomfortable such a lovely ensemble could be. Just the intricately styled hair would take no less than 2 hours to perfect. Was all this effort truly worth it? As they stepped outside, all members of the delegation were prepared and waiting. Observing Enleiko in his splendid attire, now exuding an air of nobility, many gazes reflected envy. Among them were familiar companions, with Jerry's gaze particularly fervent, as he longed to be part of the nobility. Faced with their stares, Enleiko could only shake his head in wry amusement. The myriad inconveniences hidden beneath such a glamorous fade were beyond their comprehension. Only one person expressed genuine sympathy for Enleiko, none other than the prince, who was similarly encased in elaborate finery. The prince patted Enleiko's shoulder in a show of solidarity. However, this gesture, which clearly undermined the noble image, immediately earned him a withering glare from the princess. It was evident that the prince was quite intimidated by his sister, as he promptly retreated behind Enleiko. Little did he know that moments ago, Enleiko had also wished for a place to hide. Recently, he has nearly developed a conditioned reflex. As soon as the princess casts a stern glance, he immediately trembles all over. "We must first pay homage at the Temple of Victory, where His Majesty the Emperor will receive us," the princess declared. Thus, the party advanced towards the Temple of Victory under the protection of the Holy Knights. The temple is situated in the very heart of Vitsk, originally the imperial palace of the ancient magical empire. During the Battle of Victory Day, the coalition led by the 12 heroes vanquished the emperor of the magical empire. The site of the former palace was transformed into the Temple of Victory, initially dedicated to the 12 heroes. However, due to deteriorating relations among nations, the temple withdrew the veneration of all heroes except for the 4 from the kingdom of Kaoki in response to this action by the Kaoki kingdom. Other nations retaliated. Thus Enleiko, although aware that there were 12 heroes in total, was only familiar with 2 heroes from his own nation, one of whom was an ancestor of Joe. Gradually approaching the temple, the 12 triumphal arches in front of it became distinctly visible from afar, serving as the sole emblem of the 12 heroes of Victory Day. Passing through each arch, Enleiko eagerly admired the exquisite reliefs adorning them. The 12 triumphal arches were indeed a sight to behold. Enleiko silently resolved to return one day to thoroughly explore this place. Ascending the temple, he found the 10-meter-high white marble steps crowded with the civil and military officials of the Kaoki kingdom. Among them were some whom Enleiko recognized, yet the majority were strangers to him. As the crowd parted, a young man adorned in a golden robe approached, and Enleiko immediately realized he must be His Majesty Emperor He-Calls III of the Kaoki kingdom. Upon seeing the envoy from the Sophie kingdom arrive, He-Calls III promptly descended the steps, warmly approaching Princess Franny with earnest greetings. "Esteemed princess, should you find anything inconvenient during your stay in my realm, please do not hesitate to bring it to my attention. I shall ensure my ministers make arrangements to make you feel as though you are in your own country." "Oh, Your Majesty, your kindness is deeply appreciated. Everything in your kingdom feels so splendid that I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the warm hospitality I have received these past few days, and I wish you good health and prosperity for your nation," the princess replied. Listening to the diplomatic and formulaic exchange between the princess and he calls three, Enleiko found himself quite uninterested, casting a furtive glance at the prince beside him, who appeared equally disinterested in the proceedings. Finally, he calls three concluded his lengthy diplomatic formalities and turned to engage warmly with each important member of the diplomatic mission, greeting everyone effusively, except for Enleiko. When he approached Enleiko, he took 2 steps back, scrutinizing him from head to toe, then turned to the grand sorcerer Covet and inquired, "Is this young man the one who matched your forbidden spell?" "Indeed, your majesty," Covet replied as he stepped forward. "Oh, remarkable. Truly remarkable." He calls three exclaimed with delight. He once again inspected Enleiko from top to bottom, then turned to the princess and said, "I congratulate you. Your training of this young gentleman in the courtly bride's departure etiquette has proven exceptionally successful." Courtly bride's departure etiquette? What on earth is that? Enleiko felt utterly bewildered. However, upon observing he calls three's enigmatic smile, Covet's customary half-smirk, and the strained expressions of those around him who were stifling laughter, he even noticed the courtiers from the Kaoki kingdom in the distance pointing and laughing uproariously. Enleiko realized something must be amiss about him. Among all present, only 2 individuals refrained from joining in the mockery, the princess and the venerable sorcerer Mage. Enleiko kept his distance from the princess, and naturally lacked the courage to inquire about the cause of the laughter. As for the stern-faced Mage, Enleiko held him in high regard and would certainly not disturb him with such trivial questions. Just when Enleiko thought he would never uncover the reason, the prince leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Enleiko, my sister fears you may embarrass yourself again in a diplomatic setting. Hence she has subjected you to a special training method from the royal court, designed for princesses who are to marry abroad, enabling them to swiftly master the etiquette and customs of foreign lands. This training is known as the courtly bride's departure etiquette." At the end, the prince added, "Enleiko, you are quite fortunate to be the first gentleman to complete the courtly bride's departure etiquette training. You shall be immortalized in history, and I envy you." If one were to describe Enleiko's current state of mind, it could only be expressed as dazed and disheartened, that he never anticipated that he would ultimately not escape the tragic fate of becoming a source of great amusement, and now it seemed he might even become the subject of a timeless jest, destined to be recounted for generations. Amidst the curious gazes and mocking laughter surrounding him, Enleiko followed the princess into the temple. Perhaps the solemn and majestic atmosphere of the temple helped to gather everyone's spirits. Once inside, Enleiko felt considerably more at ease. Raising his gaze, he beheld the entire temple. The architectural style of the Kaoki kingdom starkly contrasted with that of the Sophie kingdom. The latter emphasized multiplicity, complexity, and intricate local decorations, while the former prioritized unity and a sense of grandeur. The temple itself was comprised of a vast domed structure, with a footprint rivaling that of Klee's laboratory. However, the elegant and sacred decorations of this temple, adorned with a multitude of reliefs, far surpassed the crude laboratory of Klee. The entire dome was woven from countless beams of gold and silver, set against a lapis lazuli ceiling, creating a structure that was both meticulous and resplendent. The 12 reliefs on the 4 sides depicted the stories of the heroes of Victory Day. Following in a clockwise direction, he calls three personally guided the group in admiring the exquisite reliefs, passionately narrating the tales behind each one to Tio and Enleiko. He calls three truly possessed a talent for storytelling. He spoke with fervor and inspiration, as if, in an instant, everyone was transported back to an era of heroic exploits, battling valiantly against the formidable armies of the magical empire amidst the trials of magic and warfare, fighting alongside the 12 heroes against the seemingly invincible magic emperor. The tales recounted by He Calls 3, while stirring for an ordinary individual like Enleiko, were particularly significant for knights like Kate and Hauming, who revered these legends as stories of their esteemed heroes. That it has been said that for knights lacking deep convictions, heroes become their deities. Observing the profound admiration emanating from both the royal knights and the holy knights, Enleiko could truly relate to this sentiment. However, he found He Calls 3's constant use of honorifics when referring to the heroes' names quite disconcerting. Coming from a small town, Enleiko hardly paid attention to the surnames of others, let alone the lengthy and convoluted honorifics associated with the heroes, which were exceedingly difficult to grasp and remember. Nevertheless, he dared not interject, for before their departure, the princess had sternly instructed him to refrain from speaking out of turn, making unnecessary movements, asking questions, eating indiscriminately, sitting down without permission, wandering about, and so forth, in truth. Enleiko could hardly recall the extent of prohibitions imposed upon him, that he only remembered the princess's final warning. "If you bring me shame again this time, humph." As for what followed that humph, Enleiko had absolutely no interest in discovering. He had already experienced the princess's temper, which was hardly less fierce than that of her aunt. Fortunately, despite his silence on the matter, someone else displayed keen curiosity regarding it. The only one bold enough to defy the princess's command and inquire about the heroes. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, was Kate, a scion of a prestigious knightly lineage. Unlike the princess, the prince, and Joe, who had received courtly education and were well-versed in various honorifics and the systematic study of history, comprehending every detail of the Battle of Victory Day, thus enabling Hecal's three, having received the same education, to excel as a historical narrator. Kate, though noble, had not been afforded the same level of education as the royal family. Similar to ordinary folk, he had been prohibited from learning about the deeds of foreign heroes since childhood, so upon hearing these long-desired stories, how could he refrain from delving deeper to uncover the truth? Upon hearing Kate's inquiry, Hecal's three was not taken aback, for every nation adopts similar educational policies, and the subjects of the Kaoki kingdom are equally unaware of the exploits of foreign heroes. Thus, he paused and patiently responded. Among the three heroes of our nation, the foremost was revered as the martial sage, known as excellent. The martial sage excellent, whether as a knight or a swordsman, was utterly indomitable. It was this hero who ultimately vanquished the emperor of the magical empire. The second of the three heroes was honored as the demon hunter, a master archer, yet lamentably, his archery skills have been entirely lost to time, that in his prime. This hero was the one who eliminated the greatest number of imperial sorcerers among the 12 champions. The third hero is the sole female among the 12. The Saint Lucia, the exclusive inheritor and practitioner of the most sacred magic for millennia, and the inaugural guardian of this sanctuary. Upon hearing the legendary names described by His Majesty Hecal's three, Enleiko felt a strange sense of déjà vu. He turned to glance at Kate, who bore a similarly perplexed expression, while he noticed Jerry scratching his head, seemingly struggling to recall something. However, despite the confusion, Enleiko did not succumb to the same dazed state as Kate and Jerry, a testament to the rigorous training instilled by the princess, which enabled him to remain composed in the face of less severe surprises, though it must be noted that this composure was only applicable in situations of lesser severity. He soon realized the limits of his ability to remain unfazed. As Enleiko pondered why His Majesty Hecal's three mentioned only three heroes when there had clearly been four protagonists in the tales he narrated, he was interrupted when Hecal's three, evidently perceiving Enleiko's doubt, led the group to a relief sculpture and pointed to it, addressing Enleiko. "Behold, this is our nation's fourth founding hero, the Beastmaster Vandosi." Enleiko looked up in astonishment, leaping with excitement, stammering as he pointed at the sculpture. "Wolf. Wolf, old wolf, old wolf." Observing Enleiko's exuberant antics, the onlookers, including Hecal's three, found themselves both astonished and amused. Of course, the princess was an exception. She felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a swift kick to Enleiko for the embarrassment he had caused after all her efforts in training him to behave properly. The humiliation was indeed profound. The princess resolved that upon returning, she would subject Enleiko to an unforgettable and rigorous etiquette training. Meanwhile, Kate and Jerry, lost in their own attempts to remember, were jolted back to reality by Enleiko's peculiar behavior. They saw him facing them, gesturing animatedly toward the relief, bouncing up and down. Although comical, it was evident that Enleiko wished to draw their attention to something significant. Following Enleiko's pointing, they too leaped in realization, exclaiming in unison, "Old wolf!" This spectacle left the princess feeling a mix of rage and frustration, as her list of etiquette training candidates had now expanded to include two more unfortunate souls. Everyone regarded the trio with a blend of curiosity and amusement before glancing back at the relief, which, upon closer inspection, appeared to hold no extraordinary surprises. The relief depicted a three-headed magic wolf standing upright, surrounded by clouds that twisted into unnatural spirals. Encircling the wolf were magical spirits representing the four elemental schools of magic, standing like valiant guardians, ready to vanquish any foe. As the three young men gradually settled down from their exuberance, Hikols 3 inquired, "What is inscribed here is the tale of the fourth hero, the Beastmaster Vandosi, wielding the ultimate forbidden spell, Heaven and Earth Collapse, which obliterated the entire cadre of sorcerers from the magical empire. Pray tell, why are you all so astonished?" In response to Hikols 3's inquiry, Enleiko and his companions found themselves at a loss for words. After all, if they were to candidly share that they had traveled alongside the founding hero of this nation for several days, and ultimately witnessed a fierce battle between this legendary figure, who had once roamed the earth 5 centuries ago, and their own teacher, the princess of the Sophian kingdom, resulting in a stalemate where even the ultimate forbidden spell could not harm their mentor in the slightest. The ramifications of such a revelation were unfathomable that the three diplomats grappled with concocting a plausible explanation. A deep and steady voice resonated from the opposite end of the grand hall. "Welcome, esteemed majesty, welcome, noble princess, and to all the distinguished guests from the Sophian kingdom present, and a special welcome to the companions of the hero." As the voice drew nearer, an elderly man clad in white robes gradually approached. Enleiko's gaze fixed intently on this elder, who leaned on a staff adorned with a blue gemstone at its tip, his gnarled hands and deeply wrinkled forehead attesting to a life well lived. The profound hollows of his eyes revealed that the elder was, in fact, blind. All these signs indicated that this venerable figure was indeed Melon, the high priest of the Kaoki kingdom. Enleiko was well aware of Melon's reputation, like the mage mottos. He was one of the 2 divine magic wielders in the entire world. Melon worshipped the god of wisdom, Itaro Tansakate, and akin to mottos possessed the power of a grand sorcerer. However, since he served the god of wisdom and the royal family of the Kaoki kingdom also revered the same deity, he held the position of high priest, a role typically reserved for clergy, which was quite peculiar for a sorcerer. Standing before the assembly, the high priest exuded an overwhelming sense of perception, as if everything had turned transparent before his discerning eyes. This sensation emanated not only from his direct gaze, but also seemed to permeate the atmosphere, akin to a divine presence observing the world. "Companions of the hero?" Hikols 3 remarked, evidently intrigued by this title. "Your Majesty, these 3 young individuals before you once encountered our founding hero and traveled alongside him for a time." Melon elucidated. He then turned to Enleiko and his companions, inquiring, "I have not misspoken, have I?" The trio could only nod vigorously in response. Unable to articulate further, the surrounding assembly gasped in astonishment at this revelation. However, they soon recalled that for the 3-headed magic wolf, which could live for millennia, 500 years was but a fleeting moment in its lengthy existence. Moreover, for magical beasts, human reputation and status held little significance, making it understandable that Enleiko and his companions had the fortune to travel with a hero from 5 centuries past, as envious and admiring glances fell upon them. Enleiko felt the weight of the old wolf's esteemed status in the hearts of the onlookers. "Oh, Your Majesty, with the Victory Day celebration approaching, why not seize this opportunity for these young ones to recount their encounter with the founding hero Vandosi in a splendid performance?" "What say you, Your Majesty?" proposed the Grand Sorcerer Cobilio. "Indeed, splendid. I am most eager to witness such a captivating display. Noble guests, would you be so gracious as to indulge this small desire of mine?" Hikols 3 inquired. Before Enleiko and his companions could respond, Princess Franny readily assented, proclaiming, "To serve Your Majesty is our utmost honor. We shall do our utmost to fulfill your wish." "Thank you," Hikols 3 replied with a bow of gratitude. Before turning to his attendants, instructing, "Ensure that you accommodate the requests of these gentlemen to the best of your abilities." Having given his directives, Hikols 3, accompanied by High Priest Melon, continued to narrate the legendary tales depicted in the surrounding reliefs. Although Hikols 3's descriptions remained exceptional, and the stories increasingly captivating, it was clear that the attention of the audience had shifted entirely to the 3 young men. Had it not been for the sake of decorum, it seemed likely that no one would have wished to continue listening, as Enleiko himself had completely tuned out the subsequent words of Hikols 3. After traversing the Grand Hall, the assembly emerged through the rear doors into a circular plaza, where 12 towering marble columns stood evenly spaced around the perimeter. Each column reached a height of 30 meters and measured 2 meters in diameter. At the center of the plaza, facing each cardinal direction, stood a bronze statue over 4 meters tall, with the imposing three-headed wolf facing east, remarkably resembling the old wolf they had encountered in the dreaming magic forest. That it appears that during the creation of this statue, every detail was meticulously carved to reflect the old wolf's likeness. That a mere glance at this sculpture reveals that even the fine hairs on the old wolf's body have been intricately rendered, confirming this assertion. However, Enleiko, after observing for a considerable time, felt that the statue did not entirely resemble the true old wolf, that if there were to be a significant difference, it would undoubtedly lie in the solemn and majestic expression of the old wolf depicted in the statue. In Enleiko's memory, the old wolf had never possessed such a dignified demeanor. Often, Enleiko mused that if the old wolf were to become human, he would undoubtedly resemble Victor, Chris, or Joe in character. Perhaps this is the most authentic aspect of that foreign hero. However, such thoughts were only entertained in the privacy of his mind, as he dared not voice them. He was acutely aware that if others were to discover his views on the hero, they would undoubtedly exert every effort to correct Enleiko's misguided perception, and their methods would likely be rather forceful. Moreover, Enleiko knew well that among the 4 companions who were familiar with the old wolf's temperament, a staunch defender of the old wolf's sacred image had certainly emerged. Undoubtedly, the fervent hero worshipper, Kate. Had Kate been oblivious to the old wolf's true identity, he would likely have concurred with Enleiko's views. But now, upon learning of Enleiko's irreverent thoughts towards the old wolf, he would be the first to emerge and attempt to re-educate Enleiko. Enleiko gazed upon the statue of the old wolf. He followed the crowd across the square. Down on the opposite side of the square stood a single-story building, uniquely shaped in a crescent form. The group passed through a semicircular grand entrance into the building. Enleiko had always been quite curious about the uniquely functional architecture of the Kaoki kingdom. For instance, such completely arc-shaped structures were non-existent in the Sophian kingdom. Since entering the Kaoki kingdom, Enleiko had been in awe of the Kaoki people's exquisite mastery of arc craftsmanship, as they could construct various buildings for different purposes using simple arcs. One could observe elegantly crafted arch bridges throughout the Kaoki kingdom, which could span the banks of rivers without the need for additional supports. This craftsmanship left Enleiko astounded, both in terms of practicality and aesthetics. The marvelous structure before him was evidently a splendid creation of the Kaoki kingdom's intricate arc artistry. The snow-white marble arc-shaped walls extended from both sides, and the entire roof was similarly adorned with arched marble slabs, rendering beams and columns invisible. The closely arranged rafters beneath the roof were clearly merely decorative, incapable of bearing any weight. Along the arc-shaped walls, a silver mirror with a diameter of 1 foot was hung every 2 meters. Through the countless reflections of sunlight from these mirrors, the room was exceptionally bright. Enleiko found this design quite intriguing. In his homeland, the Sophian kingdom, maintaining brightness indoors required the use of special magic and dedicated artifacts, which were not accessible to ordinary households. Enleiko had only encountered such an arrangement once in the Grand Hall of the Sophian Kingdom's palace. However, his attention was soon entirely captivated by another sight. In the center of the room stood a long, arc-shaped table adorned with various tableware. From both ends of the crescent-shaped building emerged 2 lines of young, beautiful maids, each carrying an exquisite silver platter. From these platters, Enleiko could even catch wafts of enticing aromas. Although Enleiko loathed all diplomatic etiquette and courtly lifestyles, there was one ritual he would never oppose: the banquet. Despite the countless, rather unfamiliar protocols of court banquets, the mere thought of the delectable dishes made Enleiko feel that any inconvenience was worth enduring. In this regard, Enleiko had indeed been somewhat influenced by Victor. Nevertheless, Enleiko remained quite mindful of the princess's prohibition against eating, especially since he had once again embarrassed the proud princess, leaving him uncertain of the potential repercussions awaiting him upon their return. If he were to further provoke her at the dining table, he feared that his future days would be quite arduous, perhaps even leading to a situation where he could not eat in peace. With this in mind, Enleiko subtly approached the princess, leaning in behind her to whisper, "Your Highness, what should we do next?" The princess, concealing her face with a fan, replied softly, "Just be careful and don't embarrass me again, or you will face the consequences when we return." Upon hearing the princess's tacit approval, Enleiko's heart soared with joy. Soon, he would be able to indulge in delicious delicacies that as long as he maintained decorum. He could feast to his heart's content. However, his elation was short-lived, as he soon caught the sound of a conversation drifting from either end of the crescent, recognizing it as his earlier exchange with the princess. Spoken in identical tones and inflections, observing the nobles and ministers of the Kaoki kingdom, who were laughing heartily, even the serious expression of Hikaru's three could not be maintained, while the members of the Sophian kingdom's delegation were left utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, the only one who could still maintain a serious demeanor, the high priest Melon, explained, "This place is known as the Hall of Truth, a pinnacle of ancient architecture. This hall possesses a rather peculiar characteristic. If one speaks in a normal tone, nothing unusual occurs. However, should someone whisper in an exceedingly low voice, the hall's unique structure amplifies the sound, echoing it back. Hence, this hall has long served as the venue for hosting guests from various nations, symbolizing sincerity and integrity." Hearing this, and then listening to the repeated echoes of their earlier conversation reverberating throughout the hall, while witnessing the jovial laughter of the ministers and the strained expressions of the Sophian delegation members behind them, the princess truly loathed Enleiko in that moment, that in her mind, she had conjured countless forms of punishment for him. The moment she caught sight of the princess's flushed cheeks and the whiteness of her tightly clasped hands, Enleiko understood that his situation was quite precarious. The fierce glare the princess directed at him made Enleiko feel as though he had been transported back to another dining table, one that remained vividly etched in his memory. The table in Chris's laboratory where they had often gathered. The fierce look the princess had just thrown at him bore a striking resemblance to the gaze Chris the mage had cast upon him when she learned he was Victor's disciple. The subsequent torment Chris inflicted upon him became an indelible, painful experience, one that still sent shivers down Enleiko's spine at the mere recollection that in an instant, he even contemplated requesting political asylum from Hikaru's three. Perhaps being a fugitive was far preferable to returning to confront the wrath of the princess. Since the damage had already been done, Enleiko found himself less apprehensive, and he decided to enjoy this meal to the fullest. After all, he would inevitably have to face an irate princess upon their return. Living in the moment was now his foremost concern. The dining table. Enleiko engaged in lively conversation, naturally exuding a demeanor that was both gracious and polite, which greatly altered the impression the ministers of the Kaoki kingdom held of him. Before them, Enleiko appeared as a seasoned diplomat rather than the timid follower of the princess or the comedic court jester he had initially seemed. Enleiko's adept diplomatic manner not only surprised the ministers of the Kaoki kingdom, but also astonished the members of the Sophian delegation, including the princess herself. Initially, they had perceived Enleiko merely as a magician with peculiar powers, bursting with potential, and possibly concealing extraordinary abilities. But aside from that, he seemed to possess no significant attributes, lacking formal education or any particular talents. They had not expected this seemingly ordinary Enleiko to exhibit remarkable diplomatic potential. Meanwhile, the princess had resolved that upon their return, she would ensure to thoroughly train this unpredictable gem, curious to see just how much he could absorb. Perhaps he truly was an overlooked treasure. However, all of this was contingent upon Enleiko first facing sufficient consequences for his embarrassing actions, which had also caused the princess to lose face. Observing Enleiko's performance, even Joe, who usually remained silent, was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Enleiko possessed such finesse. Although Joe often appeared relaxed and carefree, it did not imply he was indifferent to state affairs. Joe preferred to serve the kingdom in a unique manner, such as discovering talents which constituted his greatest contribution. Many knights of the Sophian kingdom had been unearthed by Joe from among the common folk, thus when the topic of Enleiko's education arose in the Sophian kingdom, the princess immediately thought of Joe. After all, Joe's expertise in this area was universally acknowledged at present. Joe is contemplating how to first preserve Enleiko's life upon his return. He has no objections to administering a bit of punishment to Enleiko to ensure he endures some hardships. This is evident from his shared predilection for violence with both Chris and the current princess. However, Joe's principle is that life is precious, health is invaluable, and freedom is fundamental. Therefore, he consistently opposes Chris's overtly violent methods and feels profound sympathy for Enleiko, who has been forced into Chris's possession. Yet, despite his deep sympathy, Joe merely adopts a spectator's attitude, akin to those theater enthusiasts who weep for the tragic fates of characters on stage. He is entirely uninterested in pleading for Enleiko or assisting him in regaining his freedom. Presently, as Joe ponders how to safeguard Enleiko's life, he simultaneously considers that he cannot let this young man off too easily. It would feel unjust. He must devise some means to thoroughly tease and torment this lad, ensuring he suffers a bit more at the dining table. Each individual harbors their own thoughts while savoring the sumptuous delicacies. Enleiko is utterly awestruck by the culinary mastery of the court of the kingdom of Kurochi. Indeed, the world's acclaim of the capital, Vitebsk, as the gastronomic capital is well-deserved, as the kingdom of Kurochi possesses a unique prowess in cuisine. The table is adorned with a staggering 108 dishes, each exquisite and delectable. What astonishes Enleiko most is that not a single primary ingredient is repeated among them, from the first course of oyster bisque to the final dish of roasted cream dragon wings. Each course is crafted from meticulously selected varied ingredients, expertly prepared using diverse culinary techniques. This banquet not only broadens Enleiko's horizons, but also whets his appetite. Among the various dishes, Enleiko is particularly intrigued by the different varieties of dragon meat, including the delectable sea dragon, the tender and crispy flying dragon, the perfectly sweet and sour cloud dragon, and the subtly sweet wind dragon. Upon tasting a morsel of stir-fried spiked dragon meat, he cannot help but feel deep regret. Had he known how delectable this creature was, he would not have wasted such a sumptuous feast when he encountered the multitude of spiked dragons in Chris's laboratory. If only he had secretly slaughtered one or two, Chris would undoubtedly have remained oblivious. After indulging in the feast, the host graciously invites everyone to the side hall for rest. Enleiko understands that, according to diplomatic custom, this is an opportunity for the principal representatives of both nations to engage in informal contact. Thus, only Princess Franny follows His Majesty. He calls 3 into the small parlor on the left side of the hall, while the others leisurely roam and chat in the hall and plaza. With no particular aim, Enleiko, along with Kate and Jerry, accepts the invitation of High Priest Melon and accompanies him to his private laboratory located south of the temple. Upon entering the laboratory, Enleiko experiences a distinct sense of being in an unfamiliar realm. High Priest Melon, having evidently noticed Enleiko's reaction, explains, "The place you are now in has historically served as a venue for communication between humans and deities." Upon hearing this, Enleiko immediately realizes that this space, like Chris's laboratory, connects 2 different realms. However, while Chris's enchanted forest links to the demon realm, this one evidently connects to the heavenly domain of the gods. Having spent some time in the demon realm, he is particularly sensitive to such spatial anomalies. Others would be oblivious to these subtle differences, perhaps thanks to Chris the Magician having previously thrown Enleiko into the demon realm. The esteemed High Priest of Kurochi invites the 3 young men to settle upon a cushion of rich fabric. To be candid, Enleiko finds the peculiar customs of the kingdom of Kurochi quite endearing. The Kurochi people prefer sitting on thick cushions stuffed with cotton or goose down rather than on sofas or chairs. During leisure time, they recline comfortably upon these cushions. Thus, upon arriving in Karadan, Enleiko bought 2 of them. The 4 individuals converse about the theme of the old wolf while resting as the High Priest of Kurochi. Melon is indeed attentive to all matters concerning one of the nation's founding heroes, the beast Vantosi. In the presence of this globally renowned sage, the 3 apprentices feel they can communicate freely. Regarding their experiences with the old wolf, Enleiko finds himself at a loss for how to articulate his account. After listening to their narrative, the old magician leans back gently, burying his entire body into the cushions, relaxing as if he were about to drift off to sleep. After a considerable time, the old magician inquires, "You must be aware of the current situation, yes?" "Yes, we know your nation is preparing for war," Kate replies succinctly. "Indeed. Ever since my dear friend Ross passed away, the entire country has been sliding into conflict. Your esteemed self should be able to make a powerful contribution to peace," Kate adds after a moment's thought, "if you were so inclined. I understand your sentiments. Everyone desires their nation to prosper, and I am no exception. However, true prosperity is not merely about conquering others with might. I am acutely aware of this, the old magician responds. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by this retort, Kate stands to apologize. Respected High Priest, please forgive my earlier presumptuous remarks. The old magician waves his hand dismissively. Not at all. Many misunderstandings occur, and as long as they are resolved, there is no harm done. After a moment's contemplation, the old magician continues. You must understand that Mr. Cobelier is not in favor of initiating war, but he cannot dictate the court's will. Following Ross's death, the hardline factions within the government are gradually gaining strength. If you wish to alter the current situation, perhaps hope lies within you. Within us. Kate asks, puzzled. What can we possibly do? Jerry echoes his confusion. Enleiko ponders for a moment, sensing he has stumbled upon something significant, and asks, Great Mentor, are you suggesting that our encounter with one of the 12 heroes, Vantosi, is relevant? The old magician nods, saying, Legends are not merely tales. They also embody the human spirit. It is difficult for anyone to act against a founding hero. Therefore, if you wish to promote peace, you can certainly present yourselves as disciples of the founding hero before the people of the kingdom of Kurochi. Sometimes, the populace requires a symbol, be it a deity or a hero. A proper symbol can guide the right direction, which can avert many missteps. Upon hearing the old magician's words, the three apprentices fall silent, each contemplating the sage's teaching in their own unique way. Kate reflects on how to utilize the image of the hero Vantosi to establish a foundation for peace between the two nations. Jerry is primarily focused on the notion of appearing as the disciple of the founding hero. If he could achieve this, he would undoubtedly ensure his safety within the realm of Kurochi. Conversely, Enleiko is pondering an entirely different issue than the other two apprentices, that he is not considering the security of the kingdom of Sophian, nor the aggressive intentions of the kingdom of Kurochi. Rather, he is repeatedly contemplating the concept of direction, as for why this particular thought occupies his mind. Enleiko himself cannot articulate, yet he vaguely senses that neither the kingdom of Sophian nor the kingdom of Kurochi possesses a wholly correct direction. Meanwhile, in another room, another young individual is similarly engrossed in thought. However, unlike Enleiko and his companions, who ponder philosophical matters, this young person is confronted with stark, tangible realities. This individual is none other than Princess Franny of the kingdom of Sophian. Since the conclusion of the banquet, the princess has accompanied His Majesty the Emperor to the adjacent small parlor. Seated upon the two sofas in the parlor, the princess is about to speak when he calls three interjects. Esteemed princess, you are truly exquisite, and I am deeply touched that you have chosen attire in my preferred colors and style. However, I must regrettably inform you that I was already aware of your arrangements prior to your arrival in Kurochi, and I have long had a beloved of my own. Upon hearing he calls three's words, the princess is taken aback, for based on the intelligence she has gathered, he does not appear to be a particularly capable or decisive ruler. Moreover, throughout the day's events, he calls three has indeed come across as frank and amiable, lacking the gravitas of a young emperor. Yet, she is astonished to find that once they are alone, this seemingly ordinary ruler reveals his sharp acumen. Seeing the princess momentarily stunned, he calls three continues. I do not wish to establish the interests of our two nations upon the foundation of marriage. I can candidly inform you, princess, that I have no desire to ignite war between our nations. The ones most eager to incite conflict are those local nobles who seek to exploit war to expand their influence and amass wealth. And this is precisely what I wish to avoid. At present, nearly everyone within the court aside from Kobe Liao and the Holy Knights is in favor of waging war. The primary proponents include the current Chancellor, Sommeret, and Duke Hage-Aro. The Sommeret family is one of the most powerful noble families in the kingdom of Kaoki. While Duke Hage-Aro enjoys the support of all the noble houses from the outer territories, that MY position is indeed precarious. Were it not for the robust backing of Kobe Liao and the Holy Knights, I might struggle to maintain my own position. Then, will you yield to their pressure and allow them to initiate war? The princess inquired eagerly. If war could resolve the fundamental issues I face, I would consent to its commencement. However, should hostilities arise, the power of those nobles would only expand further. At that point, what nations would I have left to offer them for conquest? The princess could clearly perceive the sarcasm in the emperor's words. Indeed, from the standpoint of Hecoles III, he was disinclined to embark on a conflict that held no benefit for him. Thus, for the sake of self-interest, it seemed he aligned with their views. Of course, this presumes that all of Hecoles III's statements are truthful. Should one trust his words? If they are indeed genuine, how should they fulfill this diplomatic mission? If they assist Hecoles III in seizing power, would this hidden monarch become a new threat to the kingdom of Sophian? If they are to support Hecoles III, from which angle should they approach? Should they steer the kingdom of Kaoki toward a unified state centered around Hecoles III? Or should they strive to fragment this formidable realm? What is the true balance of power within the kingdom of Kaoki? How many allies and foes stand before them? And who are these allies and enemies? Which interest group do the bandit factions pursuing them across the plains belong to? A multitude of questions flooded the princess's mind. Faced with such dilemmas, she felt her limitations for the first time. She had always believed herself to be a wise leader and a natural diplomat, thus taking matters into her own hands, earning her countless accolades. Yet now, in comparison to Hecoles III, she felt profoundly inadequate in leadership prowess. The trial she had endured also made her acutely aware of her naivety. Without the assistance of figures like Joe and Maidash, she might have long since perished in the wilderness. Now, confronted with so many challenges, she sincerely wished that either Joe or Maidash were by her side. Perhaps for the first time, she began to doubt whether her decision to lead this mission was a grave error. The informal meeting concluded rather swiftly. Hecoles III merely outlined the dilemmas he faced, leaving the princess in a state of distress. Prior to consulting with Joe and the others, she had no inkling of how to proceed. After a courteous diplomatic exchange, she took her leave from the emperor, expressing her gratitude for his gracious hospitality. Surrounded by the holy knights, the princess returned to the hall, where all members of the delegation awaited her arrival. Upon glancing around, she noted the absence of Enleiko and, after scanning the room thoroughly, confirmed that the three disgraceful scoundrels, who had embarrassed her to the point of undermining the nation's dignity, had indeed vanished. The princess's mood soured considerably. She was eager to vent her frustrations. Unexpectedly, these clever individuals had anticipated that the wrathful princess might seek them out and had made their escape in advance. "Where are Enleiko, Kate, and Jerry?" the princess demanded fiercely. Not one of her attendants dared to respond in the face of her stormy countenance. At that moment, Joe approached and remarked, "Enleiko and the others were invited by High Priest Melong to his laboratory. We can return first." "I suspect they seized the opportunity to flee," the princess retorted, seizing upon the point with indignation. "Why concern yourself with whether they fled or not? It provides a perfect opportunity to hold them accountable later. They will inevitably return. And then we can settle the score," Joe suggested. Truly, the princess felt a genuine admiration for her uncle's cunning. Such deviousness and malice in fabricating charges made her hope fervently that she would never fall into his clutches. A sentiment shared by nearly all the members of the delegation present. With her mood slightly alleviated, the princess, under the protection of her delegation and the Holy Knights, returned to the Imperial Palace's southern annex in Vitsk, a space specifically allocated by Hecoles III for the delegation's members. Upon their return, the princess convened a secret meeting with several key figures from the delegation, though regrettably, Kate and Jerry were notably absent from this assembly. Meanwhile, Kate and her companions were indeed wandering outside, as the princess had surmised, reluctant to return to camp, for the thought of facing the irate princess left Enleiko and the others feeling utterly overwhelmed. Except for Kate, a steadfast descendant of knights whose resolve had never wavered, the other two had contemplated the possibility of fleeing abroad and seeking political asylum, perhaps a testament to the flawed nature of two merchant offspring. Little did they know that as soon as they exited High Priest Melong's laboratory, two individuals quietly entered the room, one of whom had arranged for several subordinates to discreetly monitor the young men. The intruders were none other than Hecoles III and the Grand Sorcerer Kobe Liao. Upon entering the laboratory, Hecoles III immediately inquired, "High Priest, what did you discover just now?" High Priest Melong, upon hearing the Emperor's question, slowly rose and approached a desk by the window. Then he picked up a crystal lens and returned to the center of the laboratory. A soft rustling sound filled the air. A radiant moonlit glow cascaded from the ceiling. Melong embedded the crystal lens within this white light, which, as if substantial, secured the lens in midair. The lens began to rotate slowly, that a beam of golden light emanated from the lens, projecting countless images in the air, though not entirely clear. The events depicted were still discernible to their astonishment. The images revealed the encounter between Enleiko and the old wolf, each scene unfolding vividly in the golden light that as the images played, Melon occasionally skipped over one or two inconsequential moments, ultimately revealing the breathtaking confrontation between the old wolf and Princess Chris. The intensity of this battle captivated Hecole's 3 and Kobe Liao, their eyes wide with astonishment. Despite the hazy images, both men, well-versed in magic, could still grasp the ferocity of the magical duel, their understanding surpassing that of Enleiko and his companions, who had been present in the fray. As the battle concluded, a multitude of lightning bolts crackled, and darkness enveloped the scene. When the images reappeared, they now depicted the capital of the Kingdom of Sophie. At this juncture, Melon halted the lens's rotation, and the golden light retracted instantaneously. Hecole's 3, with a tense expression, and Grand Sorcerer Kobe Liao, drenched in sweat, took their seats nearby. I never expected the Kingdom of Sophian to harbor such a powerful sorceress, Kobe Liao murmured. I had never heard of such a person before. It seems our intelligence is still insufficient, Hecole's 3 observed. After a moment, he further inquired, High Priest, you must have discerned this individual's identity by now. Indeed, you could never imagine that she is the younger sister of the current king of Sophian, Princess Chris, Melon replied. This revelation startled both distinguished figures present. If those obstinate individuals were to learn of this, I wonder if they would still harbor ambitions towards the kingdom of Sophian. Kobe Liao mused quietly. Indeed, we must consider this. The kingdom of Sophian has long been renowned for its mastery of magic. It is hardly surprising that they possess individuals with extraordinary talents in this field. Attempting to subdue them solely through powerful forbidden spells may prove futile. Should those obstinate factions be allowed to act recklessly, the kingdom of Kaoki could be on the brink of ruin, Hecole's 3 remarked. Indeed, a mere Madoshi can enable an entire army to traverse the Vox Mountains without a whisper of their passage. A trial student named Enleiko has astonishingly managed to breach my forbidden spells and even obliterated the Mechalus fortress. Now, we discover yet another wizard, fearless of forbidden magic, whose prowess surpasses even that of legendary heroes. Furthermore, the kingdom of Sophian harbors a Naga Grand Sorcerer, whose strength remains an enigma to us, as for whether there are other formidable mages lurking in the shadows. We cannot be certain at this juncture. Given the current circumstances, we should be grateful that the kingdom of Sophian has not taken the initiative to attack us, Kobe Leo remarked from the side. What are your thoughts? High Priest, inquired His Majesty Hecarus III. Your Majesty, you already possess the answer within, the High Priest countered. Haha, I know it is utterly impossible to keep secrets in your presence, Hecarus III continued. I have resolved to avoid war with the kingdom of Sophian as much as possible. It seems their envoy is seeking to extend an olive branch. I wish to form an alliance with them, that it is wiser to befriend such a perilous adversary than to confront them. Your Majesty, I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment, Kobe Leo affirmed. However, how do we persuade Samarit and Hagilo? Hecarus III posed a challenging question. Your Majesty, I believe you have always possessed the ability to sway them. Is that not the case? The High Priest inquired. A flicker of surprise crossed Hecarus III's eyes. The High Priest continued, Have you not considered expanding the realm of the Keorki kingdom, or even unifying the world? Kobe Leo, unable to discern the meaning behind Melong's words, sat up straight, gazing quizzically at the sage before him. Indeed, I yearn to extend our territory, but I have never contemplated ruling the entire world. Such a feat is beyond my generation's capabilities. I merely wish to leave a more advantageous foundation for my descendants. The task of unifying the world can be left for them to undertake. For the first time, the composed and astute Emperor Hecarus III displayed his brilliance before others. Kobe Leo seemed to regard his sovereign as a stranger, scrutinizing the emperor intently. Observing Kobe Leo's astonishment, Hecarus III chuckled. You needn't be surprised. I have always harbored a modicum of ambition to haha. It is due to my utmost trust in both of you that I reveal my true self, that I hope you will continue to trust and assist me as before. So, it appears that Samarit and Hagilo, these hardliners, likewise pledge their allegiance to your majesty? Kobe Leo queried. No, each has their own motives and interests. I merely exploit their ambitions to further my desired objectives. Hecarus III smiled. Suddenly, Hecarus III turned to the high priest Maelong and asked, Mr. High Priest, could you prophesy what the future holds? Maelong rose silently, gently covering his face with his hands, and began to chant softly in a low, resonant tone, as if his voice emanated from the distant cosmos, everywhere yet elusive. As the deep incantation resonated, the suspended crystal mirror began to rotate slowly, that a series of golden characters materialized in the air, resembling burning scraps of paper that rapidly dissipated, only to be replaced by new inscriptions. Observing the emerging words, the high priest recited softly. The ancient stars begin to turn anew. Visitors from another realm open a new door. The wrathful god of war sounds a resounding horn. Countless new guests shall emerge from the abyss. The truth shall echo in 12 directions. All kings shall gather as one, that a new realm shall know no borders. After 3 festivals, a 4th celebration shall arise. All shall endure until the next celestial rotation. Upon hearing the prophetic verses recited by the high priest, Hecarus III leapt for joy, excitedly rushing out of the laboratory, through the hall, and directly into the center of the plaza, that he strolled around the square, where puzzled attendants stood at a distance, unaware of the reason behind the emperor's exuberance. Having never witnessed him so animated, meanwhile, in Maelong's laboratory, Kobe Leo sat quietly among the brocade, his face betraying no sign of joy. Years of magical cultivation had rendered him far more profound than the emperor. He understood all too well that divine prophecies have always been shrouded in ambiguity, leaving the contemporaries perplexed, never articulating such clear predictions. Naturally, he had no doubt that Maelong was not meddling in the matter. Familiar with the high priest's character, he immediately contemplated an alternative interpretation of the prophecy, recalling historical instances where prophecies had been misinterpreted. Among the most severe was the prophecy that led to the downfall of the ancient magical empire. 12 zodiac signs sparkle point 12 humans will attain eternal existence. At that time, the ancient magical empire had precisely 12 magical emperors, leading them to believe they would gain everlasting life, prompting them to fervently seek the secret of immortality, which incited opposition from various quarters, ultimately resulting in the empire's destruction, with the 12 heroes who vanquished it securing their names for eternity. Contemplating the possibility of a similar fate befalling him, Kobe Leo was engulfed in deep concern. Fortune or misfortune? One cannot escape fate, the high priest Maelong consoled. If only I could be free of worry. Yet knowing we are marching toward destruction while still propelling that very process is beyond my comprehension. Unlike you, I cannot see through everything. I remain perplexed by an uncertain future, and where there is doubt, there is anxiety, Kobe Leo replied. I am convinced that the ultimate victor shall not be our sovereign. Can you reveal who the true champion will be? He inquired. There is no final victor, Maelong responded. How can that be? Kobe Leo expressed skepticism. After a moment's thought, he posed another long-considered question. What is the truth of the word? Soon, you shall learn. This truth will soon manifest in our Keorki. Maelong smiled. Then, can you tell me who it is that governs the wheel of fate? Kobe Leo asked with concern. However, he held little hope. For since ancient times, prophets have often been enigmatic, and after years of acquaintance with Maelong, Kobe Leo was well aware of the high priest's penchant for this trait, that as expected. The high priest chuckled and said, The wheel of fate cannot be driven by a single individual. Without you, me, and our sovereign, how could we possibly turn this heavy wheel? Gazing at the high priest, who grinned like an old fox, Kobe Leo felt utterly helpless, realizing how challenging it was to obtain clear and reliable information from a prophet. These individuals either provided vague hints or delivered easily misinterpreted answers. Many accurate and reliable prophecies were only corroborated long after events had unfolded at tea times. Kobe Leo genuinely felt that calling these individuals prophets was less fitting than labeling them riddlers or political commentators. Alas, this insufferable fellow happened to be his old friend. With this thought, Kobe Leo shook his head, rising to take his leave. Just then, the high priest Melong suddenly asked, "Do you have time to greet the envoy from Safian and inquire if those young individuals require any temporary actors? I was quite adept at performing in my youth." "Haha, your acting skills have surely reached a peak now. What has sparked your sudden interest in acting?" Kobe Leo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Melong blinked his completely blind eyes twice, smiling as he said, "How could I possibly pass up the opportunity to perform alongside heroes?" Hearing the veiled meaning in the old prophet's words, Kobe Leo paused for a moment before nodding, contemplating whether it would be more fitting for him to participate in this performance as well. After bidding farewell to the grand sorcerer Kobe Leo, Melong's laboratory fell silent. Alone, the high priest approached the crystal mirror, which once again displayed several lines of text. "The voice of the divine is conveyed through the devil. My formidable rival shall accomplish the tasks I cannot fulfill. The war between gods and demons shall pen the final chapter. Order and chaos shall merge into one." The high priest fell into deep contemplation. Despite being a divine spokesperson, Melong could not wholly grasp the true intentions of the celestial beings, that he only knew that the gods would rely on those three young individuals to propel the wheel of fate forward. Furthermore, he sensed deeply that the axis of destiny was firmly held in the hands of the young man named Enleiko. However, regarding the gods' ultimate foretelling, the high priest dared not assert with absolute certainty. He merely harbored doubts in his heart that Enleiko might be a deity of the same ilk as himself, albeit endowed with the powers of the demon race. The high priest could even surmise which demon clan lay behind Enleiko. The sole formidable rival of the god of wisdom, Itaro Tansicate, was the elder known as Mastrakeo Phase, dubbed the brain of the demon race. Chapter 9. The fairy upon emerging from the laboratory of High Priest Melron. Enleiko and his companions lacked the courage to return to their encampment, that at this moment, they would rather face a horde of furious dragons than confront the wrath of Her Highness the Princess. They were well aware of the stormy temperament of the princess, which left a profound impression on them. Moreover, Kate and Jerry were deeply apprehensive that a return would subject them to the same fate as Enleiko. The prospect of being forced to endure that so-called bride training was, indeed, the most tragic ordeal imaginable. Enleiko had already borne the greatest stain upon his life, and these two promising young men were loath to see their bright futures obliterated. Among them, the one most troubled by this affair was Kate, who valued his reputation above all else. For him, this was a fate far more dreadful than the loss of life itself. The three despondent youths wandered aimlessly through the streets of Vitsk. True to its reputation as the heart of the world, the splendor of this city was unparalleled by any other nation. Even a prosperous metropolis like Sofia paled in comparison to Vitsk. In the center of Vitsk, 7 palaces were lined along the city's main thoroughfare, and these palatial edifices constituted merely a fraction of Vitsk's grandeur. The entirety of Vitsk could be described as a tapestry woven from countless squares. Each cluster of palaces was accompanied by a square, and in the heart of the upscale residential districts, squares flourished as well. The intersections of commercial streets, too, yielded vast plazas, and even in the more modest residential areas, one could find small squares. Each of these squares showcased a plethora of sculptures. The grand squares could be likened to exhibitions of various sculptural masterpieces, while the medium-sized squares, though less populated by sculptures, boasted works of superior theme and artistic value compared to those found in the larger squares. Even the smallest squares did not neglect to feature a statue of the earth goddess or similar common figures. Albeit crafted from ordinary stone materials, the Enleiko and his companions traversed one square after another. They admired the diverse sculptures. Each individual's taste in art was colored by their unique environments. For instance, Kate was particularly drawn to sculptures depicting heroic themes, which were predominantly cast in bronze. Jerry, however, held little interest in these dark, murky figures, preferring instead the angelic ensembles, forest goddesses, shepherdesses with their flocks, and other such subjects, especially those carved from pristine white marble. Enleiko, neither idolizing heroes like Kate nor appreciating art with Jerry's leisurely finesse, found himself intrigued solely by the more realistic sculptures, such as the Thinker and another depicting an archer, which he particularly favored. Yet there was a point of consensus among them. Their admiration for the 12 triumphal arches was unwavering. As they strolled down the Avenue of Triumph, passing through each of these magnificent arches. They were captivated by the myriad of reliefs and sculptures adorning their surroundings. Each arch was a marvel to behold, its graceful curvilinear form drawing their attention, coupled with the gleaming white marble pavement. Even the discerning Jerry could not help but express his admiration. Continuing south along the Avenue of Triumph, they entered the upscale residential quarter where most of the nobles resided. The broad streets were lined with sycamore trees, and an abundance of horse-drawn carriages traversed the thoroughfare. The sheer number and diversity of the carriages were staggering, with many designed purely for ostentation. Kate and Enleiko found little interest in these, while Jerry gazed in awe, often exclaiming in wonderment, consumed by envy, that in this affluent district, one could find a medium-sized square every 200 or 300 meters, each boasting a pleasant environment. Regrettably, however, the arrangements were often haphazard, with sculptures placed without regard for thematic coherence. Although each sculpture was an exquisite work of art, their random assemblage lacked unity and hierarchy, rendering them discordant. Each piece bore the name of its benefactor, most of whom were nobles, and the themes of the sculptures generally catered to Jerry's taste, leaving Enleiko and Kate equally indifferent as they walked through the streets of the upscale residential area. They occasionally spotted one or two elegantly decorated hotels or CFS, where 2 or 3 fashionably attired patrons rested. Were it not for his belly full of delectable cuisine, Enleiko would have been tempted to sample the local delicacies within. Exiting the residential area, they found themselves on Vidsk's most renowned commercial street, flanked by a myriad of shops. Enleiko and Jerry found these wares quite intriguing, though Kate was less inclined to indulge in shopping. Originally wishing to lead his 2 merchant companions away from the cacophony, he was met with Jerry's retort, "If you dislike shopping, you can return to the camp on your own." This remark compelled Kate to obediently follow along, for he dared not face the wrath of the formidable princess alone. Situated at the crossroads of nations, the kingdom of Kaoki boasted an array of goods from around the globe. Many items were unfamiliar even to the worldly Jerry. He was particularly captivated by the exotic commodities from the East. The exquisite porcelain and luxurious silks from the Montita kingdom often left him enthralled, but he even discreetly purchased a bottle of Coranda perfume. When Enleiko and Kate caught a glimpse of the price tag, their eyes widened in shock. It was, to them, an astronomical figure. Yet upon exiting the shop, Jerry insisted that the perfume was quite a bargain. Amidst the bustling commercial street, Kate also found items to his satisfaction. In an antique shop, he discovered 2 finely crafted rapiers from the Duchy of Salamis, a region characterized by its mountainous terrain in the northwest, rich in mineral resources. There, a rare metal known as cloud gold was produced. A mere smidgen of this metal, when alloyed with ordinary steel, significantly enhanced the hardness and flexibility of the resulting weaponry. However, due to the rarity of this metal, weapons forged from it were seldom found, making Kate's discovery all the more fortuitous that he emptied his purse, ultimately purchasing 1 rapier with Jerry's financial assistance. Jerry found it difficult to comprehend why Kate would expend such a hefty sum on a mere weapon, as he observed Kate treat the rapier with the reverence of a treasured possession. With such a rewarding outing, Kate eagerly accompanied Jerry and Enleiko in their subsequent shopping endeavors. The commercial streets of Vidsk were interconnected, separated only by a central square. Some streets sold a kaleidoscope of goods, while others focused solely on a single category of merchandise. There were also streets where, although a variety of items were sold, they were clearly priced beyond the reach of the average person. These were the locales that Jerry and Kate favored. After traversing several similar upscale commercial streets, Enleiko suggested they split up to explore their respective interests. Jerry and Kate, brimming with enthusiasm, naturally paired off, and as Enleiko prepared to part ways, he borrowed 20 gold coins from Jerry. Navigating through the commercial streets, Enleiko ventured towards the places that piqued his interest. In contrast to the opulent high-end boutiques, he found himself drawn to the quaint markets nestled within tranquil alleyways, where stalls displayed an array of trinkets worth only a copper or 2. The small wooden and bamboo crafts captivated him. Darting from one alley to another, Enleiko felt as though he had returned to his homeland, though this place was far more prosperous than his hometown of Savina. Although these streets represented the more modest architectural styles of Vitebsk, they still surpassed the majority of buildings found in most cities in terms of aesthetic appeal. The residential buildings were predominantly multi-storied, with single-story homes being a rare sight, that a small square could be found nestled between 2 or 3 streets, reminiscent of the square in his hometown. Many individuals congregated in these squares, which served as natural tea houses and makeshift stages, where various performers showcased their talents, and vendors adorned the space as if celebrating a festival. That in the center of Vitebsk Square stood 1 or 2 statues, although lacking in artistic merit. The townsfolk endeavored to embellish these figures, planting flowers around them or adorning them with colorful ribbons. Through such decorations, these humble sculptures exuded a vibrancy that the exquisite artworks displayed in the grand squares could never hope to achieve. Enleiko finds great delight in this place, for he is certain that the inhabitants here possess the same understanding of life and enjoyment as his neighbors back in his hometown. Those who reside in this environment are far more carefree and amicable compared to those living in the splendor and brilliance just 4 streets away. As Enleiko meanders through the tranquil streets, he stumbles upon a quaint little tavern named Forest Fairy at the far end. The name and the style of the tavern sign deeply captivate Enleiko, as it bears an uncanny resemblance to a tavern of the same name and design in his hometown of Severna. He is intimately familiar with that tavern, run by a kind gentleman named Todd, who is a close friend of Enleiko's mentor, Victor. In Severna, Todd is the only one unconcerned about Victor's debts to Todd's Forest Fairy Tavern is also Victor's favorite haunt, where he often finds himself intoxicated nearly every day. Each evening as the sun sets, Enleiko ventures to the tavern to escort his mentor back to the laboratory. Without fail, Todd always treats Enleiko to a meal. Whether it be a plate of fried sausages or a couple of creamy potato cakes. One of Enleiko's fondest memories is of his 12th birthday, when Todd gifted him a cake, marking his first experience with such a delightful delicacy. The joy of that day remains etched in Enleiko's memory, that he never anticipated encountering a tavern so strikingly similar to the Forest Fairy so far from home. Upon pushing open the intricately woven brass gate, a cacophony of sounds envelopes him, and Enleiko stands in the foyer for a moment, gradually acclimatizing to the lively atmosphere. Much like the Forest Fairy in his hometown, the tavern is divided into 2 sections. That a row of tall stools stands before the counter, where patrons who enjoy their drink prefer to settle, allowing for easy access to the proprietor without disturbance. Flanking the walls are several rows of high-backed chairs and wooden tables facing each other, where the patrons engage in animated conversations. That a couple of tables are occupied by card players, surrounded by onlookers. And Enleiko recognizes that they are likely gambling. When he steps into the tavern, all eyes turn towards him, halting their conversations. Feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many gazes, Enleiko hastily finds a seat beside a flower pot. A quiet corner that offers solitude, shielded from the prying eyes. As he settles, Enleiko gazes around, each sight evoking a sense of familiarity. The bronze lamps overhead echo those in his hometown's tavern, casting a dim, warm glow. The decor is identical, with matching tables, chairs, and counters, and even a familiar beer barrel situated to the right of the counter. This beer is the only alcoholic beverage Enleiko has ever consumed, one that his father allows him to partake in moderation. With its slight bitterness and low potency, it is not easily intoxicating. That Enleiko's father seldom drinks, and when he does, it is only this particular beer. During festive occasions, he would take Enleiko to Todd's tavern for a couple of mugs of this beer. Everything feels so familiar, the only notable difference being the youthful and beautiful waitresses bustling about. In Severna, Todd manages the tavern single-handedly, from serving drinks to collecting payments. But here, the servers are an array of lovely young women, making this establishment truly deserving of the name Forest Fairy. As he sits there, lost in thought, a beautiful barmaid approaches him. "May I ask, sir, what would you like to order?" She inquires. That it suddenly dawns on Enleiko that he ought to order something. Initially, he considers simply requesting a mug of the beer he is familiar with. But he hesitates, feeling it would be rather embarrassing to order such a trivial drink. After a moment of contemplation, he stammers, I know, not really." Hearing Enleiko's incomprehensible response, a burly man from a distance shouts, "Miss, don't mind that nobleman. He wouldn't want to drink your fine beverages." It then strikes Enleiko that he is still clad in the royal attire custom-made for his audience with the king. a garb that feels utterly out of place in this setting. Turning to look, he notices the barmaid's face clouded with confusion. No, 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 I have never drunk before, Enleiko quickly clarifies. Ha ha ha, so we have a young nobleman who has yet to experience the world, the man exclaims, prompting laughter from those around him. Hey, young nobleman, perhaps you should return to your milk. Alcohol is not for someone of your ilk. Indeed, I hear every young noble has 2 or 3 wet nurses. You should go find yours. For this is a place for men, various voices echo around him. Enleiko feels an urge to flee this place immediately. Yet the beautiful barmaid offers a gentle smile and says, if you have never drunk before, it's no matter that I suggest trying some fruit wine. It is refreshing, soothing, and not easily intoxicating. With that, she smiles at Enleiko again before turning to the raucous patrons, raising her voice. In our establishment, every newcomer is a guest, and we will not tolerate any guest harming another. Her words bring an abrupt hush to the crowd. Enleiko expresses his gratitude, saying, thank you. The barmaid smiles once more at him before walking away. After a considerable time, she returns with a glass of vibrant, fruity drink, its aroma wafting pleasantly. Yes, she gently places it on the table before Enleiko. He hastily produces a gold coin and places it in front of her. She chuckles. Sir, this gold coin could purchase an entire barrel of this fruit wine. But I only have this gold coin, Enleiko replies in a fluster. Ha! The nobleman is trying to show off, the boisterous man calls out again. The barmaid shoots him a glare, and he mutters, nobles just love to flaunt their wealth. I said nothing untrue. Ignoring the man, the barmaid turns back to Enleiko, saying, Sir, if you lack change, it is no issue. We can keep a tab for you to settle next time you visit. Aren't you concerned I may not return? Enleiko inquires. Intrigued. Ha! This lad does not realize this is the forest fairy's specialty, another voice chimes in. Indeed, we allow patrons to drink on credit, the barmaid explains. But surely you must lose quite a bit of money this way. Enleiko chuckles. Nonsense! We are not so shameless as to be like you nobles, the man bellows, advancing toward Enleiko. Sir, the barmaid steps forward, blocking the man. I previously mentioned. Before she can finish, Enleiko stands, saying, Miss, I apologize for my earlier remarks. I should not have spoken so offensively. I extend my apologies to this gentleman. He bows to the man, who appears momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond, muttering and turning back to his seat. Seeing the tension dissipate, Enleiko smiles at the barmaid and remarks, I should have guessed. Every forest fairy tavern seems to operate in this manner. This comment elicits laughter from those around him, and the man stands, pointing at Enleiko, chuckling, wouldn't it be splendid if there were a second forest fairy tavern? I have traveled far and wide, yet I have never heard of another forest fairy tavern, nor of any other tavern operating in this manner. The barmaid joins in the laughter, affirming, indeed, this is the only forest fairy tavern. Surely not. My hometown also boasts a forest fairy tavern, and everything about it is identical to this one, Enleiko declares, perplexed. Young man, do tell me where your hometown is. Perhaps it is a place I have yet to visit, the man responds. Amused. Severna. My hometown is Severna, a small town adjacent to the second largest city of the kingdom of Sophian, Nuna, Enleiko replies. The man looks bewildered by this answer, having traveled extensively, yet never hearing of Severna. Oh, so you are a member of the delegation from the kingdom of Sophian. That explains everything. Indeed, there is a forest fairy tavern in the kingdom of Sophian, and I did not expect you to be from there. How fortuitous, the young lady elucidated. Clearly, this revelation had sparked her enthusiasm for Enleiko, as she repeatedly inquired about Uncle Tada's well-being and whether he still received a multitude of travelers each year. When Enleiko revealed that his father was the proprietor of Tada's general store, the young lady expressed her delight, stating that she was acquainted with Enleiko's father, having visited Uncle Tada in Sophian 2 years prior, during which she had replenished her supplies at that very store. It was merely unfortunate that she had not met Enleiko at that time. Upon reflection, Enleiko realized that during that period he had been diligently practicing magic under Master Victor's tutelage. Suddenly, the young lady paused and said with a smile, Please wait a moment. I must make some arrangements before returning to converse with you. Do not wander off. With that, she stood and took a couple of steps towards the counter, turning back to Enleiko with a smile. Do stay put. She entered the counter, passed through a small door behind it, descended several steps, and opened a concealed door that as the door swung open. The young lady stepped into a dimly lit chamber next door that in the darkness. She adeptly found a rope and gave it a gentle tug twice. After a brief moment, a series of footsteps echoed, and a tall, slender, middle-aged man entered. What is it? He inquired. Quickly, investigate an individual named Enleiko. He is a member of the Safian delegation, and given his attire, he appears to hold a significant status. This matter is exceedingly urgent. Please hurry, as I await your report here, the young lady commanded. Suddenly recalling something, she added, also, contact the group leader immediately and inform him that this Enleiko hails from Savina in the kingdom of Safian, and he is acquainted with Tata from Safian. The group leader must clarify how to proceed with this Enleiko. Understood, the middle-aged man replied, promptly turning to exit in the ensuing darkness. The young lady stood alone. Above her, in the raucous tavern, another individual sat in solitude. Since the young lady's departure, Enleiko seemed to have lost something intangible, sitting vacantly in a shadowy corner. Bored, he lifted the drink before him and slowly sipped. The rich aroma of fruits mingling with the smoothness of the alcohol unfurling upon his palate. The flavor was exquisite, yet not overpowering, providing a gratifying sensation. While sipping his drink, Enleiko listened to the surrounding conversations, his sole means of passing the time. Perhaps it was due to his noble attire or the fact that those nearby recognized him as a Safian resident, but the discourse revolved around political matters seldom broached in ordinary conversation. Indeed, for the common folk, politics seemed a distant reality. They neither possessed nor could wield any influence over it. One burly man boomed. The delegation from the kingdom of Safian has arrived, alas. It seems war is imminent. How do you know war is upon us? Queried a man across from him. Unlike you, who has never ventured beyond Vitsk, the great nobles from the outer provinces are intensifying their military training. And taxes have doubled. What else could this indicate? The burly man retorted. Yet, it appears the capital remains oblivious. Another interjected. Some say it is due to Lord Cobra Leo and our emperor not wishing for war, an elder's voice chimed in. What good is their reluctance? The chancellor desires war, the nobles in the city yearn for it, the great lords from the outer provinces crave it, and the wealthy merchants do too, the burly man asserted. Indeed, if war breaks out, they can seize new lands and wealth. It is the means for those nobles to rise in rank and fortune, and for the merchants to acquire cheaper goods, the elder concurred. Nearby, someone echoed this sentiment. You speak the truth. The city nobles seek promotion. The outer lords seek power. The business leaders seek profit. What can we common folk aspire to? A sharp voice interjected. Aspire to nothing. Simply fulfill your military duties. Pay your taxes and yield your grain, promotion and wealth. Do not even dream of it. Indeed, even aside from the outer provinces boasting 1 million troops, there are hundreds of thousands stationed near our capital. Vitsk, even if we conquer 1 or 2 nations, the spoils will hardly suffice for division. The elder agreed with the man. You misunderstand. War claims lives that it is merely a matter of who survives to the end. The spoils belong to the last man standing, the burly man proclaimed confidently. Why engage in battle at all? I can simply hide in the back while others charge ahead, another countered. You, my friend, have likely never fought in battle. Orders must be followed. If you wish to shirk your duty in fear, you need not wait for the enemy to kill you. The commanders will handle that. Our military regulations in the kingdom of Kaoki are stringent. Despite the nobles' arrogance, all are equal before the orders. Those nobles seeking promotion and wealth must risk their lives to achieve it, the burly man explained. This piqued the interest of the crowd, prompting the elder to inquire, from your words, it seems you are indeed a soldier. The burly man boasted. Who could deny it? I am a knight of noble standing. Oh please, a knight like you finds himself here. What knight behaves in such a manner? The sharp voice retorted immediately. I was a knight once. Surely that counts for something, the burly man grumbled, muttering beneath his breath before falling silent, lowering his gaze to his drink. The once lively tavern grew quiet, the only sounds being the clinking of glasses and the pouring of drinks, as conversation faded into an unnatural hush, leaving the patrons devoid of topics to discuss. The atmosphere within the tavern became palpable, clearly intolerable for many, leading some to awkwardly seek conversation, though those nearby showed no interest, leaving them unacknowledged. If war truly breaks out, do you think we will prevail? One brave soul finally broached a topic of shared interest. Of course we will win. How could we possibly lose? Our kingdom of Kaoki boasts the mightiest army in the world, someone proclaimed. The burly man scoffed derisively. What good is the mightiest army? Once war begins, all nations will unite against us. Can one kingdom truly stand against the world? The sharp-voiced individual, clearly a patriot, responded with fervor. Are you not a knight? We possess not only the strongest army, but also the most formidable mages. Lord Cobra Leo's forbidden magic is invincible, unmatched in its power. Ah, have you heard the rumors circulating outside? Recently, in the Valley of Chisla, our Grand Mage Lord Cobra Leo attempted to deploy a forbidden spell to annihilate the desert bandits, only to be thwarted by the protective mage from the Safian delegation. It is said that the clash of their magics utterly destroyed the entire Mechalus fortress, the burly man recounted, taking a hearty gulp of his drink before continuing. We have mages, yet so do they. The kingdom of Safian is renowned for its magic. Who knows what other powerful mages they might possess? Relying solely on forbidden spells to secure victory in battle is simply impractical. The burly man's words evidently displeased many in the vicinity, prompting someone to challenge. Surely you jest. I refuse to believe that anyone could counter Lord Cobra Leo's forbidden magic. Upon hearing this, the burly man sprang to his feet, ready to hurl insults, only to be halted by the elder's interjection. Friend, since you are unaware of the truth, do not hastily accuse others of lying. While I too am uncertain of the specifics, I have indeed heard that Mechalus fortress has been destroyed, and it was indeed the result of a magical confrontation, the elder stated. Hearing this, the earlier doubter fell silent, and all eyes turned to Enleiko, seeking answers from this member of the Safian delegation. Enleiko found himself in a quandary. He could hardly admit to being the mage capable of countering the Grand Mage Lord Cobra Leo, the one who had shattered the Grand Mage's forbidden spell. From the discourse he had overheard, it was clear that Lord Cobra Leo held immense esteem in the kingdom of Kaoki, nearly idolized by the populace. To dare to speak ill of such a national icon could incite the wrath of the people, and Enleiko wished to avoid such trouble. With this in mind, he quickly deflected, I am merely a member of the advance team of the delegation. I am not privy to the details. I have been in Vidersk for over half a month, and only today have I finally reunited with the main diplomatic corps. My information may not be as clear and comprehensible as what you already know. Upon hearing Enleiko's words, those around him were filled with disappointment, yet none dared to question the veracity of his statement. The individuals deprived of precise answers turned away, resuming their discussions on other topics, while the gamblers returned to their cards. The bar swiftly reverted to its previous state, as if the earlier fervent debate had never transpired. Enleiko sat alone in a corner, deeply contemplating the earlier discussion. From this intense exchange, he discerned that the common folk of Kaoki harbored no desire for war. Even the self-proclaimed knight was reluctant to engage in a conflict that bore no relevance to their immediate interests. However, Enleiko remained uncertain whether the knight's perspective was widely shared. Yet, amidst the chatter, he could still perceive a profound sense of national pride, which was partially attributable to the infinite charisma of the grand sorcerer Cobra Leo. Moreover, the kingdom of Kaoki was indeed a nation that revered martial prowess, with each citizen invigorated by their country's strength. That in stark contrast, his homeland, the Sofian kingdom, seemed preoccupied with individual affairs, with little regard for national matters. The duty of safeguarding the realm appeared wholly relegated to the military. Compared to Kaoki, Sofian was relatively free, more open, and equitable. The divide between commoners and nobility was not pronounced. In Enleiko's recollection, most nobles were not detestable. Some were even amiable and well-educated, earning his respect. Of course, there were those among the nobility who were insufferably arrogant, yet many wealthy merchants exhibited the same demeanor, suggesting that nobility did not solely dictate such behavior, that if one were to speak of oppression and deliberate cruelty towards the common folk. In Enleiko's memory, Only one noble stood out: his mentor, Princess Chris. However, this princess could merely be considered an anomaly within the nobility. The mere thought of this sorceress princess sent chills down Enleiko's spine, as she had become a haunting specter in his life. The mere mention of his teacher made him tremble with trepidation to eye in his mind the god of the underworld, Lactos Clones, and the demon king. Kenisa paled in comparison to the formidable presence of his sorceress mentor. With nothing to occupy his time, Enleiko sipped slowly from a cup of sweet fruit juice, faintly flavored with alcohol. Meanwhile, 3 meters beneath his feet in the dark cellar, the barmaid awaited anxiously, fearing that Enleiko might lose patience. The informant's progress was agonizingly slow. 2 whole hours had elapsed without a whisper of news, for an intelligence network that had been operational for decades. Unearthing such trivial matters should not take much effort. Could it be that the informant had been discovered during his inquiries, or perhaps something unforeseen had befallen the leader, rendering him unreachable? As these thoughts raced through her mind, the door to the cellar swung open, and with a series of footsteps, the barmaid sensed the presence of more than one individual descending. That a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. This location was an exceedingly secretive rendezvous point, and unless under exceptional circumstances, only the middle-aged man who had just departed was permitted entry, he certainly lacked the authority to admit others. Faced with this uncertain situation, the barmaid shrank back behind a row of cabinets. Upon reaching the bottom of the cellar, one of the newcomers ignited a light spell, raising the luminous orb high above. The barmaid found herself momentarily blinded by the sudden brightness, squeezing her eyes shut until she could finally open them again. "Monisa, are you here?" inquired one of the figures. Hearing the voice, the barmaid's heart settled, and she emerged from behind the cabinets. "Miss Shireen, what brings you to this place?" Monisa asked. Before Shireen could respond, the middle-aged man interjected urgently. "Monisa, is that Enleiko still here? How should I know? It's been such a long time, and I can't keep going up and down. Moreover, according to the rules, others are not allowed in this basement. By the way, judging by the circumstances, that Enleiko is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Have you discerned his true identity?" Monisa inquired Tio this question. Shireen eagerly replied, "Monisa, you cannot begin to fathom. If that fellow isn't a fraud, he is likely a wizard from the Sophian Kingdom opposing Grand Sorcerer Cobra Leo's Doomsday Cataclysm forbidden spell. Surely not. That person appears to be nothing more than an immature child. How could he possess such strength?" Monisa asked, bewildered. "I cannot answer that, but he is here now, so we can simply ask him directly," the girl holding the light spell suggested. "Fianna, do you truly intend to confront him directly? If this matter is of such significance, he is unlikely to divulge any information," Monisa countered. "Am I so foolish as to pose the question outright? Even if he harbors no suspicion, others will certainly become wary. We should stick to our old methods," Fianna replied. "Old methods? That's impossible. If that fellow can indeed unravel Grand Sorcerer Cobra Leo's forbidden spells, your old methods may prove ineffective." Monisa expressed her concern. "Fear not. This time we have our junior sister's assistance. With the 3 of us employing magic and our junior sister bringing the master's artifact, the Eye of the Soul, as long as you can devise a clever trap, we will undoubtedly acquire the information we seek without anyone being the wiser. Who knows? We might even seize the opportunity to insert someone into the Sophian Kingdom's diplomatic corps," Fianna proposed. "Setting a trap is not difficult. That Enleiko is rather naive and easily deceived. Furthermore, he is not adept at drinking. Adding some hallucinogen to his drink should suffice to incapacitate him. Even without a hallucinogen, I could manage to get him drunk solely with alcohol. The question remains, who will control his mind? Given that he possesses the strength to confront Grand Sorcerer Cobra Leo, even without relying on magic, his mental fortitude must be formidable. Who can guarantee complete control over such powerful mental prowess?" Monisa queried. "Rest assured, I shall take the lead this time. In truth, there is no need to confront his mental strength directly. We merely need to guide his mind to induce hallucinations. Within the dreamscape, we can ascertain everything. And by manipulating his memories, we may even create false scenarios to compel him to serve our purposes." Shireen exclaimed with enthusiasm. "False scenarios? What sort of deception could compel him to serve us?" I have not heard of any magic capable of effectively controlling a lucid individual. Manisa questioned, puzzled. Conscience. As long as we convince him that he has committed an unforgivable sin, his conscience will compel him to serve us. Even if he lacks a conscience, we can leverage false memories to coerce him into submission, Fianna explained. What unforgivable sin? What scheme do you intend to employ? Manisa grew increasingly wary of the two enigmatic figures. Fianna and Shireen exchanged knowing glances, striking alluring poses with a mischievous grin. Why, of course, we shall employ the art of seduction. Manisa gazed at the two playful and enchanting girls, feeling an overwhelming headache. These two could undoubtedly be classified as true enchantresses, capable of ensnaring souls to the point where one would not even realize their demise. The kind that could tempt individuals to barter their very souls. The sort that would devour one whole, leaving no remnants behind. Most terrifying of all, these two enchantresses thrived on stirring trouble, that in her heart, Manisa silently prayed that these mischievous little fairies would not conjure any significant disasters. I shall ascend first to keep him occupied. You both prepare in the guest rooms at the back. Should you require anything, feel free to instruct Linda and the others, Manisa declared. Which two vacant guest rooms are interconnected? You must inform us of that first, Shireen inquired. Alas, on the third floor, right by the kitchen's corner. There are two adjoining guest rooms that have remained empty. Linda will naturally guide you there. Once you tidy up, it will serve as the ideal location for our endeavor, Manisa responded. Next to the kitchen? You don't mean to say you usually handle those informants there, do you? Being so close to the kitchen would facilitate. Well, it would be quite convenient, wouldn't it, Sister Manisa? Fianna asked suspiciously. Manisa spat in response. Nonsense. I merely ensured that location was as far removed from other guest rooms as possible. And besides, the soundproofing there is superior to other areas. Oh, so that whatever we do can stir as little disturbance as possible. Is that it? Shireen queried. I believe that place would serve as an excellent spot for silencing witnesses. Otherwise, why would you arrange such a clandestine setting? Fianna firmly believed that her original perspective was indeed correct. All right. Enough of the nonsense. Let us take action, Manisa stated, turning to step out of the dark cellar as she ascended the staircase. Lost in her thoughts, she never anticipated that after all these years, those two rooms would once again serve such a purpose. Reflecting on the past, she realized she had once been just like those two mischievous little spirits, delighting in such antics that wasn't she too, a true forest sprite in those days. If it weren't for that fateful incident, she might still be frolicking alongside those little imps. She hoped they would not, like her, steal other souls while losing their own in the process. The mere thought of the person who had caused her so much anguish, the one who had taken her spirit along with his own, sent a sharp pang through her heart. A pain of lost soul, something ordinary people would call the agony of longing or the anguish of love. The cacophony of the bar jolted Manisa back to reality. She could no longer afford to dwell on that person. She had a mission, an arduous mission. When she first accepted that mission, she had resolved to forsake her lifelong happiness, her family, her friends, her very existence, and indeed, love itself. Yet, she had never anticipated how painful it would be to abandon love. Nevertheless, for the sake of her mission, she must bury that unworthy affection deep in the abyss of her heart forever. Shaking her head vigorously, Manisa expelled the tumultuous thoughts from her mind. She stepped away from the counter. She cast a final glance at Enleiko, who sat quietly. Gazing at this bashful and innocent young boy, Manisa found it impossible to associate him with a powerful sorcerer, and he bore an uncanny resemblance to her younger brother back home, similar in age. Naivete and innocence for this boy, who reminded her so much of her brother. Manisa felt reluctant to inflict any harm. However, for her mission's sake, she had to exploit this innocent youth. She had to take advantage of his purity. Her spirit trembled once more, an intangible, silent shudder. Upon seeing Manisa emerge, Enleiko waved enthusiastically, his face lighting up with a radiant smile, a smile that radiated warmth from the heart, a smile of reunion with an old friend, the most genuine smile. This smile pierced Manisa's soul deeply. She had believed that burying her feelings would render her heartless, immune to guilt over anything else, but it became evident that this was far from the truth. Hi. Sorry to keep you waiting, Monisa said as she approached Enleiko. No, it wasn't long at all. Enleiko seemed momentarily lost for words. By the way, may I buy you a drink? You wouldn't mind, would you? Monisa inquired. I am not really good at drinking, Enleiko replied, unsure of how to respond, for he truly disliked alcoholic beverages, but had never known how to decline a girl's invitation. It's all right. This drink isn't too strong. And if you happen to get drunk, we have rooms here for you to rest, and I'll ensure you are well taken care of. Besides, I doubt you would be so weak as to fall after just one drink. Right? Monisa, clearly experienced, knew how to speak in a way that left others unable to refuse. Indeed, as a man, a proud man, an unwillingness to be looked down upon by a beautiful woman, and a man oblivious to danger. Enleiko willingly extended his neck into this meticulously crafted trap. All right, just one drink. I suppose that should be fine, Enleiko said, oblivious to the danger. Monisa chuckled softly, rising to walk towards the counter, amused by his innocence. He understood nothing of suspicion or caution. With the effects of the two little imps' hallucinogenic drugs, one drink could incapacitate not just a man, but even an elephant, that be by the time he awoke the following morning. He would likely find it impossible to escape the clutches of those two little spirits. This unfortunate twist of fate had led him to this bar, a lesson he would learn the hard way. Chapter 10. The demon ascending to the third floor, Monisa turned the corner and immediately spotted the maid, Linda, standing by the left door, who gestured towards it. Monisa opened the door and stepped inside, where she found the two little imps had already arranged everything down on a central table, lay an ivory pedestal, embedded with a cat's eye stone shaped like an eye. The stone was translucent and radiated with crystalline threads that formed the appearance of a pupil. Monisa fixated on the artifact, thinking to herself, this is the Eye of the Soul, an artifact bestowed by the god of souls, Mostarka, to peer into and manipulate minds, precisely as her teacher had described. This artifact exuded an aura of mystery and eeriness. As her teacher had mentioned, for the soul god Mostarka was deemed an aberration among the deities, an evil god, akin to the underworld god Lactoscrones. The cat's eye stone emanated a mesmerizing blue glow, casting the surroundings into a bizarre, ethereal azure hue, making the two little imps appear even more enigmatic. They truly resembled two otherworldly fiends from the abyss. Upon Monisa's entrance, Miss Sherlin greeted her with a cheerful smile. Monisa, we're all set. How about you? That smile, originally meant to be sweet and charming, took on a sinister and deceitful air under the blue light, causing Monisa to shudder inwardly. Have you prepared the hallucinogenic wine? Monisa inquired. Look, Fianna lifted a glass of bright red liquid, which, despite the blue illumination, still emanated a blood-red hue. The strongest hallucinogen, demon dream rose essence. We mixed in every drop we had, fearing we might not be able to handle that guy. This concoction is potent enough to incapacitate 10 dragons. Monisa gasped silently at their reckless audacity, astonished that they would resort to such a powerful hallucinogen against an unsuspecting young man. However, considering the rumored formidable prowess of that young man, their excessive measures could be deemed a necessary precaution against potential mishaps, given that he was said to possess the strength to rival the great sorcerer Corbiliu. With that thought, Monisa stepped forward to take the glass filled with the enchanted elixir. She gently swirled the wine, watching the crimson liquid spiral gracefully around the edges of the glass, its smoothness reminiscent of silk, not a drop clinging to the sides. The warm, translucent liquid began to release a rich aroma that enveloped her senses. You were quite generous to serve the rare 84-year-old Perdoco wine from the cellar, Monisa remarked with a smile. Given his stature, he deserves such fine wine. Moreover, he will soon be at our service. Letting him enjoy a drink beforehand is a fitting reward, Miss Sherlin replied, pouting slightly. All right, you and I'll take it. Hurry and prepare, Monisa said before turning to exit the room. Holding the precious glass of wine, she descended the stairs, contemplating its worth. Just the Perdoco wine alone must be worth at least 200,000 gold coins. Perdoco wine is the king among wines, utterly unparalleled. Moreover, its scarcity renders it exorbitantly priced, a luxury reserved for the elite, inaccessible even to the wealthy. The older the Perdoco wine, the more it is considered a treasure. That a bottle of 84-year-old Perdoco once set a record at auction, 1 million gold coins. an unprecedented price that had remained unbroken for 50 years. Not due to a lack of affluent buyers, but because no one was willing to sell such a rare commodity that on the black market, it could easily fetch 3 times that amount. Yet, despite its high value, it paled in comparison to the dream rose essence mixed within. The dream rose essence could only be harvested from one place: the depths of the mountainous region in the Duchy of Canarillo. Millennia. Each year, fewer than 20 kilograms of the roses could be collected, yielding only 2 grams of essence. Thus, this essence was regarded as a sacred remedy that a mere drop could lull a wyvern to sleep. And those 2 imps claimed that the amount they had added could hypnotize 10 dragons, that it was likely they had used no less than 3 grams, equivalent to the total annual production of essence from Millennia. Therefore, this glass of wine was valued at a minimum of 5 million gold coins. Upon contemplating this, Monisa shook her head repeatedly. Enleiko, noticing Monisa approaching with a glass of wine, promptly rose to his feet and gently accepted the cup. As the glass swayed, a rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. Enleiko found himself quite unaccustomed to this overwhelming scent. Truth be told, had he the choice, he would have avoided even a mere touch of this exquisite vintage, which could easily purchase his hometown of Savina. That he forced a strained smile, his stiff lips twitching momentarily, and slowly raised the glass to his eyes, scrutinizing it for an extended period before tilting it back and forth, swirling the contents for what seemed like ages. Only when he noticed Monisa's evident displeasure did he close his eyes, hold his breath as if swallowing medicine, and gulp the wine down in one go. Then exhaled heavily into the air, as if attempting to dissipate a fiery sensation. Seeing Enleiko's woeful expression, Monisa felt a flicker of anger rising within her. Having spent considerable time in the bar, she had developed a modest interest in the culture of wine. Witnessing this precious and unparalleled libation being so unceremoniously dismissed by this ungrateful lad stirred feelings akin to a pearl being cast aside. Had she known it would come to this, she might have simply offered him a glass of juice to avoid the hassle. However, apart from Enleiko, who was utterly ignorant of wine, all the other patrons in the bar were seasoned connoisseurs and ardent drinkers. The rich aroma exhaled by Enleiko was unmistakably that of an exceptional wine, causing many to salivate in anticipation. Purdock wine was renowned for its intense bouquet, and it was rumored that its robust flavor would linger long after consumption, allowing not only the drinker, but also those around them to savor its essence for days. Suddenly, the drunken patrons, lost in their desires, began to rise, their eyes greedily fixed on Enleiko. "Madam, what exquisite wine is that? I want a glass." "Yes, I too desire a glass. Give me one, no matter the price." "Damn it, whatever the cost, you must sell me that wine, madam." The bar erupted into unprecedented chaos. Witnessing this turmoil, Monisa felt a throbbing headache. This was all the mischief instigated by those 2 little imps. If she couldn't pacify these wine-obsessed patrons, the Forest Fairy bar might very well be dismantled by this horde of frenzied drinkers. Hastily, she climbed atop a table and shouted down, "Silence! That is Purdock wine, specially reserved by the former Prime Minister Lord Ross for this establishment. There is only half a glass left, and it is no longer available." Upon hearing Monisa's declaration, the patrons instantly fell silent, fully believing her words. After all, such a potent wine could only be Purdock to them. Purdock wine was akin to a deity, and all present could only dream of tasting it in their lifetimes. The fact that the Forest Fairy bar harbored such a divine vintage could only be attributed to Lord Ross's generosity, that in the entire kingdom of Tsautsi, apart from His Majesty the Emperor, only Lord Ross and the Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo had access to such fine wine. And the Grand Sorcerer Kobe Leo was certainly no less of a connoisseur than the patrons present. It was utterly inconceivable for him to leave any of his Purdock wine for another. With this in mind, all eyes turned with fierce envy and jealousy toward the rosy-cheeked, bumbling Enleiko, as a burning desire to chastise this shameless young noble for desecrating their sacred libation ignited within the hearts of the drinkers. Every patron clenched their fists, eager to deliver a sound thrashing to the lad. Recognizing the perilous situation, Monisa quickly summoned 2 waitresses. The 3 of them half-dragged, half-carried Enleiko to the back of the bar. Unbeknownst to them, someone was the first to reach for the glass Enleiko had just sipped from. By the time others reacted, that individual had already brought the glass to his lips, ready to lick it. A burly man swung his fist, sending the intruder flying, snatched the glass, tucked it into his coat, and bolted from the bar, pursued by a cacophony of frantic drinkers shouting in pursuit. The bar fell silent. Devoid of any patrons, with great effort, Manisa and her companions managed to drag Enleiko to the third floor. Whether it was the effect of the hallucinogen or merely the result of intoxication, Enleiko had already slipped into a deep slumber. Exhausted, Manisa called forth the other two hidden individuals in the room. Together, they carefully lifted Enleiko into the right corner room. After settling him in, the two waitresses returned to the now empty bar counter. Manisa, Fiona, and Miss Shireen quickly slipped into the adjacent room that as the trio approached the table. Miss Shireen picked up a silver needle resting on the surface, gently pricked her fingertip, and a drop of crimson blood emerged. She meticulously applied the blood onto the eye of the soul positioned at the center of the table. The blood gradually seeped into the gem, which was adorned with crystalline strands, transforming the cat's eye stone into an eerie, bloodshot orb. O deity who governs souls, I praise you to be my covenant with the God of souls. Unveil your power and present the spirit of this human before us. Let him become part of my dreams, and I part of his. Exchange our souls. Alter our wills that he is the reflection in my mirror, and I am the shadow in his water. Let reality emerge within dreams, and dreams within reality. My deity, I praise you, God of souls most Starka. As the incantation was intoned, the eye of the soul emanated a wondrous light of mingled red and blue. Amidst the swiftly alternating hues, a mist began to rise, and within the haze, indistinct images emerged. Manisa and Fiona softly recited a lengthy soul incantation alongside Miss Shireen. With their collective efforts, the images within the mist grew clearer. Once the red and blue lights coalesced into a profound shade of purple, the scene became vividly apparent. The three paused their chanting, captivated by the power of this mysterious artifact. Typically, they could only glimpse the innermost thoughts of others in a hazy manner, influenced by the erratic mental waves of the subject. Now, however, they beheld a person's dreamscape laid out before them with astonishing clarity, as if it were the real world. They marveled at Enleiko's whimsical dream, which was filled with poetic imagery, a verdant meadow where a group of individuals sang and danced joyfully. Though some faces were unfamiliar, it was evident they were Enleiko's relatives and friends, including several royal knights from the kingdom of Sophian, with notable figures from the sacred knights of Tsauzi intermingled among them. The most striking presence was that of the towering grand sorcerer Kobe Leo, that as they scrutinized the scene, they noticed even the 12 elite magical guardians were present. This fellow is no ordinary character. He seems to have connections with many influential figures. It appears the rumors hold some truth, Fiona remarked, astonished by the array of prominent individuals before them. Isn't he of significant utility? Manisa discerned Fiona's underlying thoughts with clarity. Is there any doubt? If this dream accurately reflects reality, it suggests a covert alliance between the kingdoms of Sophian and Tsauzi. Should these two realms unite, it would spell considerable trouble for us. Fiona swiftly analyzed the implications. You are correct. Whether it is to disrupt the close ties between these two nations or to glean intelligence from their upper echelons, Enleiko possesses undeniable value. Miss Shireen concurred wholeheartedly with Fiona's assessment. After a brief pause, she gestured toward the swirling image, exclaiming, "It is astonishing how this seemingly innocent fellow harbors such a simplistic dream, one filled with a whimsical circle dance that is quite. Miss Shireen struggled to find an adequate descriptor. Enough of that. Act quickly. Let us secure the information we seek before further deliberation." Manisa interjected, her disdain for intruding upon others' dreams resurfacing, a sentiment that had taken root since that particular incident. Upon hearing Manisa's words, Miss Shieling nodded in agreement. She focused her mind on the wondrous artifact known as the Eye of the Soul, and soon, as a mist swirled around, the imagery gradually transformed into Enleiko's escapade. Vivid scenes unfolded before the three intelligence elites, and despite their seasoned exposure to various occurrences, the tense chase and the fierce confrontation of forbidden spells still left them in a WIS. The images approached the moment they were most concerned about. The clash of forbidden spells. Suddenly a shroud of black mist enveloped the entire scene. When the mist dissipated, the imagery had shifted to that of the envoy. "Damn it! What a bastard! We can't see anything!" exclaimed a furious Miss Shieling, uttering a coarse phrase that was decidedly unbefitting of a lady. In her frenzied state, Miss Shieling repeatedly activated the artifact, the Eye of the Soul, meticulously searching through Enleiko's memories, yet each attempt yielded the same result. Just when it reached the critical moment, a veil of black mist would arise, obscuring all vision. Observing the enraged Miss Shieling, Fiona offered consolation. "All right, calm down. There's no need to be upset that in fact, we've already achieved our objective. Look, we can now ascertain that this fellow has deciphered Kobe Liao's forbidden spell. That is our greatest gain. What more could you wish for? I simply cannot fathom why there is a segment of memory that remains invisible to us. It defies all logic." Miss Shieling pouted. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. "Oh, what's there to be angry about? After all, this individual is a mage capable of contending with Kobe Liao. It is only natural for him to employ some special magic to completely seal away a portion of his memories. It is hardly surprising. The fact that we have obtained so much information is already a significant achievement," Manisa chimed in. "Fine, once I have him under control, I shall demand he tell me directly," declared the noble lady, her anger slightly abated, yet still seething. She composed herself and continued to manipulate the artifact. After a swirl of mist, the scene returned once more to the lush green meadow. What a lack of refinement this fellow has. Preferring such a rustic locale, that can't he envision a splendid palace or a romantic garden? Miss Shieling muttered. "This place is quite lovely as well, possessing its own charm of romance," Fiona replied with a smile. "Oh, please. Do you truly enjoy being out in broad daylight like this?" Miss Shieling began, but trailed off. "It is indeed quite romantic," both Fiona and Manisa exclaimed simultaneously, sharing a glance that erupted into laughter. Unable to resist, Miss Shieling joined in their mirth, and as the three of them finally regained their composure, they beheld that Enleiko's dreamscape had devolved into chaos. Once again, the mundane dream of a rustic gathering unfolded, prompting the three girls to shake their heads in unison. Miss Shieling endeavored to expel the unwelcome intruders from Enleiko's dream, and at last, when the dreamscape was devoid of any presence save for Enleiko, she allowed her image to meld into his dream. Within that haze, another version of Miss Shieling could be seen standing before Enleiko. The dream-bound Enleiko appeared utterly bewildered and retreated in confusion at the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar girl. "Is this fellow a fool?" Miss Shieling exclaimed from outside the dream, her confidence in her own beauty unwavering. She had not expected Enleiko to exhibit such lack of decorum, failing to respond as one should when confronted by a stunning beauty. "That's just how he is," Manisa remarked. "How can we proceed when he shows no initiative?" Miss Shieling huffed, her cheeks puffed in irritation. "Why not take the initiative yourself and see what happens?" Fiona suggested from the side. "Me? Would he even feel uneasy? Would he have a change of heart? Would he be swayed by our threats?" Miss Shieling retorted indignantly. "That is a valid point. He is rather inexperienced, making him difficult to deal with," Fiona pondered deeply. "Indeed, I've never encountered such an opponent before. What a child! It seems he hasn't even fully matured, lacking the most basic common sense. Surely, we can't let this cooked duck simply fly away. What should I do about it?" In that cramped room, the three girls continued to grumble about Enleiko's immature behavior, venting their considerable displeasure that in another realm. A mysterious entity known as Most, who claimed to be a magical being, also lamented Enleiko's foolish actions. Unbeknownst to the three girls, when they invoked the soul god Mostar Kazmir, he had already grasped the unfolding events. In truth, the soul god Mostar Kazmir was but one of the many manifestations of Most himself. Years ago, in an elaborate scheme to entice humanity to the side of the demon race, he had meticulously crafted a grand and intricate plan for the seduction of the human heart. To execute this plan, he assumed various forms, descending before the people in the guise of a deity. At that time, the gullible humans were utterly incapable of distinguishing him from a genuine god, placing their unwavering faith in his deceit that he descended to the mortal realm in the guise of the soul god Mostar Kazmir. He reveled in the opportunity to study and manipulate human souls and minds, that he left behind numerous arcane techniques and artifacts designed to probe and control the innermost thoughts of others. At first glance, this might seem harmless to humanity, yet in reality, every individual harbors solitude in their thoughts. Each possesses curiosity. Each yearns to know others' perceptions. Each wishes to understand the thoughts of others, even to the extent of wanting to control them to act according to one's desires. Thus, an irreparable schism inevitably manifested among humanity. Under his covert manipulation, human suspicion grew increasingly profound, and the sense of distrust among individuals intensified. Moreover, with the availability of such convenient techniques, instilling malevolent notions into human minds became exceedingly effortless, that he had long recognized that humanity's defenses concerning their mental and spiritual realms were rather feeble, making it easy to implant memories and knowledge that did not belong to them into their minds. However, depending on their individual characteristics, some would instinctively filter out these forcibly implanted memories, expelling them from their consciousness. Such individuals were often deemed saints. Most had always held disdain for saints, yet Enleiko's current behavior bore an uncanny resemblance to those whom he found most detestable, observing the unfolding events through Enleiko's psyche from his otherworldly vantage. Most found the three summoners of his power to be of considerable interest. He was astonished that after all these years, humanity had yet to discern his guise as a false deity and continued to venerate him as a god. Furthermore, since these humans could still summon the powers he had long since lost, it indicated that a fragment of his essence had yet to be entirely obliterated somewhere in this world. This also elucidated why, after signing a soul contract with that young imp, his powers had gradually begun to resurface as the imp grew. Indeed, he could now utilize a fraction of his former strength. Nevertheless, the restoration of his powers appeared to require time, yet Most was in no hurry. After all, the demon race had nearly been eradicated, and the divine race had similarly withdrawn from this realm, leaving little worth contending for it. It was akin to two children vying for a toy. When both fought fiercely, the toy held genuine value, yet once one party relinquished their claim, the other often lost interest as well. In Most's view, the cataclysmic conflict between gods and demons had become a trivial squabble over a toy. However, Most was not without desires. He held a particular fascination for the darker aspects of humanity. For instance, the three young girls were ardently contemplating actions that intrigued him deeply regarding the complexities of human emotions. Strangely, Most found himself bewildered, for pure higher demons were entirely spiritual entities, devoid of gender. Aside from a penchant for chaos, demons possessed no specific preferences. Yet, after wandering the mortal realm for some time, Most had developed an unusual fascination for the human longing for the opposite sex. However, he harbored a profound aversion to the abstract notions of love and romance, particularly disdaining the pure spiritual love of saints, who spent their days in idle contemplation without ever acting upon their thoughts. When faced with the true battlefield, they would often hesitate, and the extent of their tedium was matched only by their ennui. Most had always found such saintly figures insufferable. Now, Enleiko's behavior bore a striking resemblance to those saints Most detested most fervently. Witnessing Enleiko retreating in the face of an alluring beauty was nothing short of infuriating. Most was truly seething with rage. He had originally anticipated a splendid performance, yet he found the male protagonist utterly uncooperative. Moreover, the presence of this clumsy and ignorant buffoon had begun to shake the resolve of his three loyal disciples, causing them to waver and contemplate retreat. That as he watched a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle on the verge of collapse, Most felt a mixture of regret and fury. Ever since that catastrophic battle, when his faction, the Demon Clan, had suffered a complete defeat, he himself had been gravely injured, nearly extinguished in both spirit and form. That it was only through the preservation of a minuscule fragment of his spiritual essence that he had managed to evade total annihilation. However, due to the severity of his wounds, he could only maintain the most primitive form of a dark spiritual entity, reflecting on how the once mighty Grand Elder of the Demon Clan had fallen to such a plight. It was impossible not to lament. Having lingered in the demon realm for a staggering 30,000 years, Most found himself too weak to traverse the spatial rifts back to the human world. He was condemned to wander the desolate expanses of the demon realm alone. After a long wait, he finally discovered a feeble human who had ventured into his domain, though there had been another human previously. That individual possessed such extraordinary power that most had no desire to provoke him. Seizing the opportunity, he coerced the human into signing an extremely unequal soul contract, a significant invention of his own. With the aid of this contract, he could establish a mental conduit between the contractor and the demon realm, allowing him to traverse freely between the two worlds. Now, an opportunity had arisen. A long-awaited spectacle was about to unfold. And most was filled with exhilaration. To be candid, he had been pent up in the demon realm for far too long. 30,000 years was indeed a considerable duration. That it was unfathomable that this insufferable fool dared to ruin his excitement. No, this cannot continue. I must take action. This imbecile is simply too foolish. Most resolved to himself as he emerged from another realm. He concealed his form and surveyed his surroundings before suddenly darting into the chamber where his 3 loyal disciples were hiding. In the center of the room stood one of the many artifacts he had once bestowed upon humanity, capable of manipulating spirits. To his astonishment, after millennia, this artifact had been preserved. A nefarious plan leapt to life within his wicked mind. With the assistance of this artifact, he could thoroughly train that dreadfully tedious soul contractor. Yet, the thought that the once mighty god of souls had been reduced to relying on his own creations to manipulate the souls of others was a source of profound melancholy for most. He vented his sorrow and frustration upon Enleiko. Yes, a surge of smoke and clouds swirled rapidly. Images began to flicker and change from the artifact known as the Eye of Souls. The 3 disciples of the god of souls gazed in astonishment at the spectacle they had never before witnessed. The lush green meadow transformed into a grand, opulent bed, adorned with sumptuous sapphire silk sheets and lake green velvet drapes. Resting upon the bed were a pair of pink, gold thread embroidered pillows, and around the large bed hung 8 5-branch candelabra, casting a jubilant red hue upon the 2 figures illuminated beneath the vibrant red canopy. Manisa's face flushed with embarrassment at the sight. There, entwined upon the bed, were 2 individuals, naked and tightly intertwined. Had it been a more ordinary scene, Manisa would not have felt so mortified. She had witnessed such antics before. In her past, she often delighted in such mischievous pranks, relishing the thought of others gaining some fleeting advantage in dreams. However, this sight was far too lascivious for her comfort. Before her lay Miss Shireen, sprawled out like a pitiful little lamb, stark naked. Her hands were tightly bound behind her back with a black leather strap. The contrast of her snow-white skin against the dark binding creating deep indents upon her delicate form. Miss Shireen's body arched in a way that suggested both extreme discomfort and an inexplicable pleasure. Her expression a mysterious tapestry of conflicting emotions that bordered on the obscene. Adding to the lasciviousness, the numerous lash marks crisscrossing Miss Shireen's alabaster skin lent an even darker undertone to the already scandalous tableau. Particularly, one lash mark extended from between her legs to her soft, white right buttock, leaving little doubt as to where the strike had landed. This realization, Manisa felt her ears flush with heat. Her heart racing as if it were a small rabbit trapped in her chest. She stole another glance, only to see Enleiko in the dream, clutching a long pearl necklace, one hand gently caressing Miss Shireen's tender backside while the other began to insert the pearls, one by one, into her body. The thought of where this insufferable young rascal intended to place the pearls piqued Manisa's curiosity, yet she lacked the courage and audacity to pursue it further. She discreetly glanced at her companions, only to find Fianna craning her neck, eyes wide, mouth agape, utterly engrossed in the debauchery before her. Manisa couldn't help but admire Fianna's audacity. As a girl, she seemed unfazed by the lewd display. Exhibiting no hint of embarrassment, that it was a marvel to her how Fianna's nerves could withstand such a spectacle. Turning her gaze back to the now flustered Miss Shireen, Manisa was curious about her thoughts, particularly since it was she who lay in bed with Enleiko, subject to his whims. She observed the usually playful and capricious young lady, noting how Miss Shireen's face had reddened, even her previously pale neck now blushing with the same hue. Her expression fluctuated between deep embarrassment, unbearable pain, and unrestrained bliss, each transition more perplexing than the last. As Miss Shireen's expression shifted dramatically, Manisa noticed her gently, rhythmically moving her beautiful legs. The hands that had previously rested idly at her sides now found their way beneath her abdomen, subtly massaging, while her left hand had slipped between her own cheeks, engaging in some unknown activity. Suddenly, the previously dazed Miss Shireen stiffened, her eyes widening as they darted around, inadvertently locking gazes with Manisa's observant eyes. In an instant, her complexion drained of color, and she hastily withdrew her hands from their inappropriate placements, clenching them into tight fists devoid of any color. Miss Shireen's face underwent a rapid transformation, alternating between pale, flushed, and a deep shade of blue. The two girls stared at each other in shock before simultaneously glancing back at the images projected from the Eye of Souls, which had grown increasingly lewd. In the dream, Enleiko was employing a variety of unfathomable and intricate techniques to torment the unfortunate Miss Shireen, leaving even the worldly wise Manisa speechless in astonishment. She had never imagined that such bizarre and perverse methods existed to torment a girl. Internally, she was taken aback by the disarray and depravity exhibited by this seemingly innocent young lad. Before she could fully process the scene, Miss Shireen let out a piercing scream and bolted from the room. The shrill cry startled Manisa, rousing Fianna from her trance. Fianna, realizing her previous lack of decorum, turned to Manisa with a gentle smile, remarking, "I never expected this fellow to be so depraved, did you?" Manisa had no time for idle chit-chat as she rushed out of the door. Upon hastily flinging open the door to the opposite room, she found Enleiko lying there, seemingly unaffected, that a slowly awakening Fianna followed her into the room, glancing at Enleiko on the bed, and turned to Manisa, inquiring, "Where's Shireen? I thought you would have come here to give this perverted fellow a good thrashing." Though Manisa said nothing, she shared the same sentiment. After all, no one knew her sister's temperament better than she did. The two exchanged bewildered glances until they were suddenly startled by the clattering of dishes emanating from the kitchen. They dashed out of the room and into the kitchen like a gust of wind, only to find Miss Shireen wielding a knife in each hand. "Shireen, what do you intend to do?" Fianna asked, her voice laced with concern. "What does it look like?" Miss Shireen retorted, her lips pursed in a fierce expression. She casually retrieved a large meat mallet from the cupboard, swinging it a couple of times with satisfaction before nodding approvingly. "Perfect, just the right weight and force. I can definitely turn this perverted fellow into a meat patty." With that, she secured the mallet to her belt and strode towards the door. Manisa and Fiona hurriedly approached, one on each side, wrapping their arms around Shirling's slim waist. "Let go of me! Let go of me! Allow me to turn that pervert into a meat patty. Allow me to chop that rogue into minced meat. Let go of me! Let go of me! I must uphold justice and eradicate this vile demon. Let go of me! Let go of me! I shall slay this monster. I shall behead this pervert. Kill, kill, kill. Let me go, hurry, and let me go. I am determined to butcher him, to chop him, to cleave him." Shirling brandished 2 kitchen knives, shouting loudly as she screamed and thrashed about, kicking and striking. Manisa endured 5 or 6 kicks from the frenzied young lady in her embrace, suffering 3 or 4 stomps in return. Yet she dared not release this wild girl. If she were to do so, Enleiko, who lay on the bed, would surely become a mere heap of flesh. Following this incident, Manisa's fondness for the extraordinarily perverse Enleiko had waned, but she had no desire to cause a fatality in her establishment. Moreover, should someone as significant as Enleiko perish here, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, potentially exposing the intelligence hub she had painstakingly built over the years. She could not bear the thought of her years of hard work coming to ruin. However, she could hardly fathom that a seemingly delicate girl could possess such extraordinary physical prowess and endurance when driven to madness. Manisa and Fiona exerted tremendous effort to forcibly wrest the knives from Shirling's grasp, finally managing to hold her tightly. Ultimately, being young and frail, Shirling was completely immobilized between the 2 older girls. Yet, the 2 brave young women who accomplished this feat were equally drenched in sweat and utterly drained. "What should we do? We can't keep holding her like this, can we?" Manisa gasped, seeking Fiona's counsel. "What can I do? Look at her now. Do you dare to let her go?" Fiona retorted, equally exhausted. Manisa could only remain silent in response to this dilemma. After a considerable time, Shirling gradually regained her composure and coldly glanced at her 2 companions, stating, Put me down. No way, if we let you down, you'll just go berserk again. Fiona replied bluntly, having no strength left to restrain Shirling once more. Let go of me. I have calmed down, Shirling asserted calmly. For safety's sake, I think it's better to keep you like this. At least then you won't cause any trouble, Manisa interjected. Do you intend to keep me like this for the rest of my life? If I truly wish to take revenge, no one can stop me, Shirling replied with a frosty tone. Manisa and Fiona understood this well. Their junior sister held deep grudges, and once offended, she would relentlessly pursue vengeance without relent. Thus, none among those aware of this wished to provoke the young lady. Nearby, Fiona chuckled, saying, Revenge? What are you avenging? You haven't suffered any real loss. I was treated that way by that perverse demon in that damned dream. Don't I have a reason to retaliate? Shirling's voice faltered, feeling a bit embarrassed. How was he treating you? From what I could see, you seem to be enjoying it quite a bit, Fiona teased with a smirk. If you say that again, I might just take revenge on you too, Shirling threatened. Her face flushed. However, in her current state, her threat held no weight, and Fiona regarded it with indifference, rolling her eyes. Who would have thought this seemingly innocent girl actually has such a twisted side? But the strange tricks he concocted were indeed amusing. Shirling, what was your experience like in that dream? Share it with us. If you keep talking, I'll chop you too. Shirling blushed fiercely, uncertain whether it was from shame or anger. Want to know? That's easy. We could go back and do it all over again. But this time, you can take a turn, Manisa said, her spirits lifting as she began to tease Fiona. Yes, this time, you try it. If that doesn't satisfy you, we can arrange for you to truly experience an authentic, passionate night. What do you say? Shirling was evidently in a much better mood, joining in the jesting. Manisa initially thought Fiona was merely joking, but was taken aback when Fiona readily agreed. Fine, let's give it a go. After all, it all happens in a dream. I won't truly suffer any loss, that who's afraid of whom. With that, Fiona released Shirling and stood up. Seeing Fiona follow through on her words, both Manisa and Shirling stood there in shock, watching Fiona stride into the room they had just vacated. That girl has gone mad. She's definitely lost it, Shirling exclaimed, shaking her head. Yet, despite her words, Manisa could see a glimmer of something else in Shirling's shining eyes. Sure enough, after a long wait, Shirling glanced at Manisa, who was not responding to her, and declared, No, this won't do. I have to keep an eye on this girl that she'll cause trouble. Without me watching, something is bound to happen. I have to follow her. Notably, she failed to acknowledge that she was armed with 2 kitchen knives and a large mace at her waist, rendering her appearance rather unconvincing. After making this proclamation, Shirling swiftly turned and dashed into the room. Exhausted, Manisa leaned against the wall, gradually standing upright. She slowly approached the doors of the 2 facing rooms. From the left door, she could see the 2 mischievous girls absorbed in their exploration of the artifact on the table. As expected, it was Fiona operating at this time, while Shirling eagerly observed from the side. Manisa noticed Shirling beckoning her with a flushed face, but she shook her head. After all, she was no longer a playful young girl like them. Gently, she closed the open door to at the same time. She softly shut the door to Enleiko's room. As she closed the door, Manisa turned to the bed where Enleiko lay and said, Good night. May you have pleasant dreams. However, the thought of good dreams made her chuckle. She was certain that Enleiko would have a night filled with delightful dreams, attended to by 2 enchanting little sprites, after securing both doors. Manisa glanced at the now darkened sky, then extinguished the candlelight in the corridor before retreating into her own room. Manisa's room was adjacent to the 2 others, and even late into the night, she could hear the sounds of laughter and merriment from the adjoining room. These sounds persisted until she finally drifted into a deep slumber. Uncertain of how long she had slept, the crowing of roosters at dawn roused Manisa from her dreams. She donned her outer garments and stepped out of her room, opening the door to her 2 companions' quarters. That as the door swung open, a faintly sour aroma wafted out, prompting Manisa to furrow her brow as she surveyed the 2 little sprites within. To her surprise, it was indeed Miss Shirling operating at the table. Just as Manisa had suspected, she could not resist the urge to try again. Upon noticing Manisa's entrance, Shirling appeared flustered, stammering, I was just curious to see if I could uncover any new information. Monisa found Shirling's bashfulness amusing. The girl fidgeted with her hands. Her face flushed, eyes red and swollen, hair disheveled. Her attire was wrinkled, the once form-fitting gown now marred by two large damp stains clinging to her thighs. Turning her attention, Monisa glanced at Fiona, who, like Shirling, bore slightly swollen eyes and flushed cheeks. However, given that Fiona was wearing pants, the prominent wet spot was unmistakable. If Monisa had been completely unaware, she might have thought Fiona had wet herself. The embarrassed Shirling and Fiona exchanged glances. And suddenly, both let out a simultaneous scream and bolted from the room. Monisa stepped to the table, halting the operation of the artifact, Eye of the Soul. She turned and exited the room, closing the door behind her, and approached the door across the hall. Monisa entered and gently roused the sleeping Enleiko. The dawn invites presented a starkly different scene. The morning mist brought with it a refreshing air that enveloped Enleiko in a sense of bliss. That morning, the barmaids of the Forest Fairy Tavern had awakened him early, guiding him through a brief grooming before urging him to head out. Enleiko felt an odd sense of being expelled, yet the barmaid was so amiable that he couldn't bring himself to suspect her. As he walked along the streets, glancing around, he saw shops that had opened their doors early, reminding him of his father back home, who would likely be unlocking their shop to welcome the first customer of the day. Navigating through bustling streets lined with various stalls, he noticed that, unlike the afternoon, the goods displayed now comprised primarily of fruits, vegetables, and various meats. Like in his hometown, morning is the time for housewives to procure food. Whiffs of fragrant, freshly baked bread wafted from both sides of the street. Although the sumptuous feast from the previous afternoon had left Enleiko feeling quite satisfied, after a long night, he now found himself somewhat hungry. Initially, he intended to have breakfast at the Forest Fairy pub, but the enthusiastic barmaid informed him that it was still too early. They typically had breakfast quite late. Consequently, Enleiko had to venture out with an empty stomach. He felt an undeniable warmth towards the Forest Fairy and its spirited barmaid, as it evoked a comforting sense of home, perhaps owing to the striking resemblance between this pub and the one back in his hometown. Except for the peculiar-tasting red wine, Enleiko was thoroughly pleased with everything at the Forest Fairy. He resolved to never drink alcohol again, setting aside the dreadful taste of the wine and the unpleasant sensation of drunkenness. The delusions that accompanied drinking left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable. The previous night, he had barely slept, plagued by bizarre dreams that it was perplexing. Enleiko could not fathom why consuming alcohol would lead to such strange dreams, which were distinctly different from his usual ones. Appearing vividly real, these dreams, he was invariably accompanied by two girls engaging in peculiar activities. The mere thought of what transpired with those two girls in his dreams quickened his heartbeat and stirred a warmth within him. Even during the day, Enleiko vividly recalled every detail of the dreams, the unusual games played, and the two girls who had shared the night with him. One was of a similar age, while the other was slightly older. Enleiko was certain he had never encountered these two enchanting maidens before. In the dream, they resembled a pair of angels, beautiful and pure, yet also akin to two enchanting fairies, alluring and beguiling. Sometimes the younger girl would play with him. At other times, it would be the older one, and occasionally, both would join in the fun. The younger girl, petite and delicate, captivated Enleiko with her expressive, large eyes, framed by long eyelashes and striking emerald irises that sparkled like gemstones, with slightly upturned corners that rendered her irresistibly playful. Her slender, arched eyebrows complemented a charmingly petite nose, the tip of which turned up ever so slightly, giving her the appearance of an adorable forest sprite. Her skin was fair and smooth, her alluring figure soft and supple, with flowing hair cascading gracefully down her back. Despite her still-developing physique, she already possessed an enticing silhouette. One could only imagine how enchanting she would be once fully matured. As for the older girl, she was slender and elongated, particularly notable for her long legs, which left a lasting impression on Enleiko. Though delicate, she was by no means frail. Enleiko distinctly remembered her full, pert breasts and her firm, rounded, and elastic posterior. She possessed long, slender eyes and slightly bushy eyebrows, which, combined with her straight nose, added a touch of vigor to her otherwise beautiful countenance. Her jet-black short hair gave her a somewhat boyish appearance. Yet Enleiko was certain she could never be mistaken for a boy. Throughout the night, he had examined every inch of the two girls accompanying him, leaving no part unnoticed, even the most intimate areas. Enleiko pondered whether girls in reality resembled those in his dreams, and the thought stirred an impulsive yearning within him. This entire situation left Enleiko in a state of distress. Would he truly refrain from drinking in the future? Perhaps indulging occasionally wooden tea be so bad that he found himself questioning whether his mentor, Victor, who so relished alcohol, was also enamored by the blissful illusions it conjured, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Enleiko unwittingly arrived at the entrance to his encampment, but he glanced up at the sky and realized it was already past noon, prompting him to consider how he might explain his absence. Hopefully, by now, Her Highness had forgotten about the previous day's events. Otherwise, he would be in considerable trouble. Enleiko stealthily slipped into the camp, hoping to return to his room without disturbing anyone, ensuring he would have an explanation ready. However, before he could traverse the long corridor, a dismal cry echoed from the princess's chamber at the end. "Ah, it's so hot. Spare me, Your Highness. This is boiling water." Enleiko immediately recognized the voice of his companion, Jerry. Following that, a series of desperate pleas emerged from the room. "Kind princess, it is an honor to partake in the ceremonial training you have personally arranged, but might I beseech you to show mercy and add a few spoonfuls of cool water to the kettle atop my head? Just 2 or 3 spoonfuls will suffice, my gracious princess." Enleiko could detect the quivering tone of brave Knight Kate in those imploring words. Curiosity piqued. He wondered when this usually serious Kate had become so eloquent. However, he had no time to ponder this. Upon hearing the cry, Enleiko felt a chill run down his spine. Anxiety gnawing at him, he quietly turned and stealthily retreated, that it seemed unwise to return for a rest at this moment. He decided to wander outside for a while. Enleiko, having devised a clever plan, unfortunately found his luck wanting. Just as he stepped out of the corridor, he encountered Joe, Hao Ming, and Kobe Leo approaching him. From a distance, Joe spotted him. Enleiko had no choice but to greet them. Yet before he could utter a word, Joe had already thrown an arm around his shoulder, dragging him towards the princess's room while saying, "Enleiko, you were gone all night. We were worried sick. The princess urgently needs to see you. She couldn't find you anywhere. And everyone is concerned. Now that our little Enleiko has returned, everyone can breathe easy. Let me take you to meet Her Highness. She has good news to share with you, that you've struck it lucky." Enleiko listened, internally dissenting. He knew Joe well enough to recognize his penchant for mischief, that he glanced back at Hao Ming and Kobe Leo, whose bemused expressions confirmed that no good awaited him. Nevertheless, Enleiko remained remarkably composed. He had seen all manner of punishments during his experiences, and having even ventured into the demon realm, he doubted there could be anything more perilous than that. Reassured by this thought, he gradually regained his courage. At worst, he would endure another round of bridal training, and at least this time he would have Kate and Jerry alongside him, which was preferable to being the sole target of ridicule. The group arrived at the door of the princess's chamber, where Hao Ming took the initiative to knock. Soon, a maid opened the door, and everyone filed into the room, with Enleiko practically being shoved in by Joe. The room was bright, the large floor-to-ceiling windows not only admitting fresh air, but also allowing radiant sunlight to pour in unimpeded. Against the windows stood a row of crimson cabinets, while at the opposite end of the room rested an exquisite composite dressing table. The walls were adorned with grand oil paintings. Though Enleiko lacked extensive knowledge of the art, he could discern that these masterpieces were crafted by renowned artists. The azure ceiling was decorated with a beautiful mural of blue skies and white clouds, creating the illusion of being outdoors, thus filling the space with an essence of nature. That a golden chandelier hung from the ceiling, illuminating the room. That in one corner, seated upon a fur-lined sofa, was the princess, whom Enleiko now dreaded most. Upon their entrance, she rose promptly, warmly greeting them.